It's a level of success where it's a door. It's a door. When you platinum and you getting 50,000 a show, I've been there. There's a door that you could walk in. I'm not sure if it's homo or if it's Illuminati. I just didn't take that though. I went straight.
What do you mean?
Listen. When you get to a level of success, when you getting 30, 40, 50,000 a show, you platinum, you running across the world. There's 3 different doors, right? There's 3 different ways to walk. There's to the left, there's to the right, and then there's straight. Straight is you're on your own. Let's see if you continue this success, young man.
Okay.
Let's see if it's all about your skills, young man. Let's really see that.
Okay.
When you went straight. To the right, I'm not sure if that's the homo shit right there. And then there's to the left, I'm not sure if there's some sacrifice shit going on right there. I'm not sure because I went straight. But I was offered these doors.
It's just you were offered some gay shit?
I don't, no. I'm saying that to the right when I seen it, those was those guys over there. You know what I'm saying? Those different people, which I have no problem with. You know, that's y'all. You feel me? And I just chose to go straight, and I haven't been platinum since. It's a level of success.
Peace, welcome back everybody. Hit the ones if you can hear me. And the reason I'm playing this video by Nore, because he said you can go left, you can go right, or you can go straight. And he talking about how to get to the top in the game, you gotta be controlled, right? These doors of success. Now, he's had a very successful podcast, and I believe Nore went through that door that he talking about, because when he took that video down from Drink Champs, it showed he's willing to be controlled and he's willing to comply. All right. While DJ Academics was live saying how lame it looked for you to interview Kanye, then start apologizing and shit for another man. Like, if you feel like Kanye said something you don't like or you disagree with, take the video down. But it looked hypocritical because on one hand, you're chasing clout, but on the other hand, you want to keep yourself out of it. Like, well, I'm not being anti-Semitic, he is, and I apologize for him. If you really mean that, take your video down. So he took the video down. Of course, you're gonna take the video down, because if you don't do that, you will have to say, well, I didn't really mean that. I don't really feel no kind of way about what Kanye's saying. That's why I'm gonna leave my video up. And then that would approve you see what I'm saying? You don't want to be on an anti-Semitic team with Kanye. So that's all that was. But this whole thing is a psyop against free speech, though. And everybody in on it, though. Everybody's in on it. And there's a lot of hypocrisy going on, man. Everybody think Kanye West is anti-Semitic, when the MAGA movement is a Jewish movement. And I don't care if people don't like what Kanye say, or if they do, he should be allowed to have freedom of speech. See, when he wear the White Lives Matter shirt, they're gonna want black people to cancel him. But we ain't gonna cancel him because he got the right to have freedom of speech. What they really attacking is freedom of speech, and they're not attacking Kanye West. So people need to get off their doggone celebrity idolatry pedestal and realize the big picture what's going on. They using Jesus to be the Jesus, the scapegoat, the crucifixial lamb to take away your damn freedom of speech. If we can normalize censoring this brother Kanye West in the community, we're setting a new level of zero tolerance against, like, we're going to another level of attack on freedom of speech. If we can make everybody hate Kanye West, everybody want to silence him, and in return, they will silence themselves, because what we do to that man, we got to do it to everybody. That's why I say I don't care. I don't care for Kanye West, but I want him to be able to have freedom of speech. They be using, and these celebrities be in on it. Because Kanye, Trump, all of these folks will be able to say anything they want to say. And what'll happen is regular people like me and you, we will be censored. Like, this is a big psyop, and don't nobody really see what's going on. And Noriega apologized for Kanye West comments on Drink Champs. Let me tell you something. You never apologize for another man who then apologized for himself. That's some clown shit Noriega doing. And I'm going to tell you something else. Noriega is very hypocritical. Nobody apologized for Noriega when he went up on Vlad and said this.
It's a level of success where it's a door. It's a door. When you platinum and you getting 50,000 a show, I've been.
Watch this, y'all. Somebody can say, bro, you hating on platinum rappers. You either hating, you lying, or you telling the truth on this video and you actually went through the door that you talking about. Because think about it. Noriega was an artist in the game who was speaking out against the Jews who run the music industry. He didn't say the J word, but what he was saying was a form of anti-Semitism. But the people in power don't care what you say about the Jews as long as you don't call their name. So Noriega always been a politically correct ass nigga. And even though he bringing up the doors to success on this video, to me, he has a successful podcast because he's proven he's willing to go through that door and be controlled by the same people he talking about. I got more respect for Kanye for saying the J word than Noriega, who just being blatant and vague about it while still going. Like, bro, you the Drink Champs. A lot of your sponsorships and alcohol sponsorships and shit, these are Jewish companies. Noriega has proven he's willing to take his video down and censor his own brother for these folks. While he just did a video. Now, he was supposed to be an outspoken rapper in the game, talking about how these Jews is raping niggas. And he was doing that, but he wouldn't call a name. Now, once some real shit Noriega did was let Kanye talk and give him freedom of speech. I don't like everything Kanye say, but I like for him to be able to go on these platforms and talk because it gives me content and I get to go in and it's fun to me to critique these shits and review it. Freedom of speech is fun. Y'all get too emotional, personal and all that. I ain't that invested in these celebrities, man. I like to make content and point out, you know what I'm saying? I like to point out different things or whatnot about the agenda, you know what I'm saying, what's going on. But I do think that I think these rappers know about the powers that be that's running these industries. And at some point they might even conform to them. And I think that might be the case of Noriega because he was speaking out against like this blackballing. He was saying a lot about the music industry. This was one of his famous videos, The Doors to Success. But somebody could have censored him on this. They could have been like, look, man, you telling me all these young black brothers that's going platinum, they sold their souls. It ain't just they hard work. See, people could have told Noriega, you hating, bro, because you ain't platinum, you know. But, like, Kanye is speaking out against the same people that he was talking about in this interview. Why would he censor Kanye when didn't nobody censor him when he was able to talk about it? So none of this stuff makes sense. I think they all in on it together. Kanye just the scapegoat. None of these folks is really, you know, for the people. Okay, the Hot 97 interview.
From New York to the world, subscribe now to the Hot 97 YouTube channel. It's Ebro in the Morning with Laura Stiles and Rosenberg.
Kanye West was back on Drink Champs with Nore and EFN, and it was a lot that he covered. And it's interesting because just last week we reported that the shop, that's LeBron and Maverick Card and all of them.
What Noriega doing is a psychological operation. This is a new way of moving where the people in power ain't gotta censor us no more. Noriega is proving to these people that we'll censor each other now. That's just like me allowing somebody to come onto my channel to talk to the people and then take the video down because they said they thought the earth was a globe and we think it's flat. Nope, censorship. In a country that says we got freedom of speech, you're gonna see that not for real, man. Your own people will censor you. And when your own people start to censor you, you can't go to talking about that's anti-constitutional because that's a private person doing that. See, when these private platforms are given all the power, when you see Joe Biden going on a Breakfast Club, when you see Donald Trump and shit on a Breakfast Club, when you see all these big politicians on Drink Champs and Joe Rogan, they're giving these private platforms the power. And then once the power shipped to these platforms, they can censor everybody. If Fox News put a microphone in front of my face after a shooting and they airing it live on scene and I go to saying some shit about the government, they can't edit that out and they can't do nothing about it either because I'm using my freedom of speech. But we in a day now where you finna have a bunch of private platforms that's gonna be doing the work of your Foxes, ABCs, and see the government is getting the big private platforms in their pocket and they're gonna start activating these private platforms because when these become the new outlets of news and everybody gotta go to them to get a voice and all that, they get to now pick and choose, whereas the government don't. The government got to serve everybody equally. Yeah. So, see, Vlad can censor you. But even though government censoring everybody anyway, everybody getting censored now. It's just censorship ain't normalized, and that's what they gotta do now. They gotta make censorship normal like jaywalking fines. Like if they start taxing niggas to breathe air, everybody gonna be mad like this some bullshit, we paying breath taxes. And so they'll have to normalize that tax so that the next generation will just pay the fucking tax without questioning it. It's normal, yeah, man, pay your breath tax and shut up. So this is what the PSYOP is all about. Is people like Noriega, people like Charlemagne, big so-called influencers in the black community, is showing black people how to move. It's showing black people, look, if a brother come on your channel talking against the Jews, you take that down. That's saying we will do the censoring for them. We'll do the censoring for them. And when you start doing the censoring for them, you can't tell me you didn't walk through that door, man. You walked through that door that you was talking about now.
It's a level of
They got you by the balls now.
success where it's a door. It's a door. When you platinum and you getting 50,000 a show, I've been there. There's a door that you could walk in.
And I think you walked in it. And I want to know what the people got to say. I think Nore are gone. Yeah, he finally walked through that door he was talking about. See, these niggas will talk about that door, but give them a few years when that money go to getting low. They'll look at that door again, and them niggas will hit the double look on that door. They'll be like, fuck that door. Fuck that door. I got my money. I don't need that door. And then 10 years later, you know, that door look pretty good after all, you know? Telling you, man. Them folks will leave that door open and they ain't gonna force you in it. Time will. They just gonna let the opportunity stay right there, and guess what you gonna do? Come back knocking. You gotta maintain that lifestyle. You gotta maintain that lifestyle. You addicted to your upscale lifestyle. You ain't finna go downgrade. You gonna walk through the door. And when you walk through that door, I can tell, because everything people start to do then is politically correct and all that. Now, Kanye West definitely walked through that door. I don't know why everyone think that he's a savior or some spokesman for the people. Everybody think Kanye West is anti-Semitic, but Donald Trump supports the Jewish communities. And Kanye West supports Donald Trump, and I want to know why no one talks about that. Yeah, I think Joe Budden too. Y'all want to take some calls, man? No fact that they all meet, man. Where the brothers at who know what's going on and want to talk about it with me, because this shit's deeper than what everybody else talking about. And I don't know, man. We ain't gonna have a 30 motherfuckers on a call today, because I can't be turning up, getting loud and all that today in the house. So we got to keep this thing, you know, on a fairly manageable level. So we'll rotate motherfuckers in and out like at a controllable number. And another stupid thing that Kanye West say that I don't like, I can't be anti-Semitic because we Jewish. Quit saying that. Quit doing that. It's embarrassing. That's like talking shit about Jamaican folks, then saying, I can't be anti-Jamaican because we Jamaican too. So Kanye West is saying that we're the Jews. His black Hebrew Israelite theology is based on the idea that blacks are the original people and that we gave birth to all of the races. And so in his mind, he can go and talk shit to the Polynesians, then say, I can't be anti-Polynesian because I'm Polynesian too. Kanye West can go and talk shit to the whales in the ocean, and then he can say, well, I can't be anti-whale because I got whale in my DNA too. See, y'all need to stop with that dumb ass logic. That's fucking retarded. When you're following people who don't use critical thinking and you don't use critical thinking, that's the blind lead the blind. That's embarrassing. Quit saying that dumb shit. I can talk shit about this frog because every human got some frog blood in their DNA. Yeah, listen, The argument is stupid because you're looking for an excuse to talk shit about somebody who didn't talk shit about you. And my thing is, don't look for an excuse for that. Just talk shit about them and be unapologetic like Brother Sanchez. Facts. Facts. Quit being fake about it. Facts. Just talk your shit and stand on it. Just talk your shit and stand on it. Quit saying, well, I can talk shit about that white man because I got white people in my family and I got a little white blood in me. Nah, bro, you looking retarded saying that. Just talk shit about him and don't give nobody an explanation. Talk your shit and don't explain nothing, nigga, if you telling the truth. If what's coming out of your mouth the truth, you don't know no explanations, because when you do it, you gonna look stupid. Well, I was talking shit about the government because I got family in the government. I used to work for the government. No, I'm talking shit about the government because I want to. How about that one? Because somebody need to. Because it's the truth. How about that? See all this? Man, I got government people in my family. And see, that's the stupid shit. Nope, I'm talking my shit about the government, nigga, because, nigga, I'm a man and I got freedom of speech. How about that? See, that y'all got to quit repeating that with Kanye. It's making y'all look stupid, man.
New York to the world. Subscribe now to the Hot 97 YouTube channel. It's Ebro in the Morning with Laura Stiles and Rosenberg.
Ebro, Laura, and Rosenberg, good morning. Ebro is on assignment today, but today's an important day that we were excited to get on the air because over the weekend, our friends Nore and DJ EFN had Kanye West on Drink Champs for the third time. And this, of course, is an interesting one because it's coming on the heels, Laura, of Spring Hill, LeBron James and Maverick Carter's company, canceling his appearance on the shop, right?
Right.
So
it was a
big
deal. It was a big deal because when I reported it, I know that Jeezy was part of that lineup and designer Salehi, and I heard it got really tense and really heated so much that the shop decided not to air their episode because they didn't want to give Kanye West's hate speech a platform. According to their
Yo, let me tell you something. Kanye West is not saying nothing that's really, really anti-Semitic. He just saying basically that Jews control everything and they'll blackball you if you don't, bow down to them. And everybody know that if they seen the president go to the fucking Wailing Wall. Look at this. All Kanye West is saying what we've been saying. The dudes in the top hats with the beards, they control everybody. And guess what? They control Kanye. Kanye West, one thing about him, I gotta give him props. He kind of keeps it real because he told you, like, when they started coming after me and blackballing me and trying to give me basically a threshold on how far that a black man can go in America, That's basically what happened to Kanye, because Kanye been doing business with these Jews. And he thinking that the sky is the limit, but they telling him, no, we gonna limit you. You just ain't gonna fucking go all the way up. It's thresholds in this. And Kanye don't want to be limited, so he's like a damn rich child who mad at daddy, and now he's going to war with daddy. But I think it's all orchestrated, but it is coming off like a spoiled child mad at his Jewish daddies. None of y'all see a real nigga who gonna say the real shit about these Jewish people. He will never be given a voice like Kanye. Cause I'm gonna go and I'm gonna talk about the real deep shit on how they control the world and not just be up there crying and bitching cause they won't give me what I want and do the kind of business with me that I want them to do. And they blackballing and they got a monopoly on shit. And yeah, you crying about some people who made this system controlling the shit that they made. And I'm crying about the folks telling the people that basically the system that we in ain't made by the people, it's made by deceivers, which is why the people are victims in it. Yeah, man, like I told you, Kanye is like the scapegoat for what you can and can't do and what we gonna get your people to censor you on. Cause they ain't gotta censor you. They'll get Breakfast Club to do it. They'll get, your big black outlets to do it for you, man. And that's where we headed with it. So let me see if this let's
decided not to release our episode because they couldn't stand by all the hate speech that he was spewing. So I was surprised when I saw the Drink Champs Kanye West is back celebration, right? Because I was like, this isn't gonna be good, and it wasn't. And what I mean by this is, and I'll just start with the one point out of so many. There's a clip, Shawnee, and can you pull it up for me, of him talking about how George Floyd actually died.
Now go and get y'all some motherfucking business while we gonna get free, because I'm Moses out here. I watched the George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put up. One of the things that his two roommates said was, they want a tall guy like me. And the day when he died, he said a prayer for 8 minutes. They hit him with the fentanyl. If you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that. When he said mama is his girlfriend. They said he screamed for his mama. Mama was his girlfriend. It's in the documentary. But something that hit me, that me up when I was watching the documentary, and it said, they want a tall guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head, he reminded me of somebody else. Who you think he reminded me of? Virgil. He reminded me of Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
Like, this dude's a weirdo. Like, I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right? Like, man, shut up. You can't convince us you care about no fucking Virgil. And then these niggas just did a song about it, Dirk and them, and like you on some trendy shit. Like, come on, man. Come on. I'm not gonna cry right here. I mean, I'm gonna walk out right quick. Give me 5 minutes, cause they're gonna, if I just cry right now, I mean, they're gonna say something about it. So hold up, I'll be right back. What happened to Virgil? Oh my God, what happened to Virgil? Oh my God. What happened to Virgil, but I don't care about the other op packs that them niggas smoking on. I just care what happened to Virgil. All right, I'm back. Let's finish the interview. Yeah, I couldn't do it on camera, man, because you know how they be tripping on a nigga. Yeah, that's fake, dog. Because if you was gonna cry, you can't hold that back. If you're gonna cry, it's just gonna come out right there. I'm not gonna cry. What you thought I was gonna cry now? No, silly. I'm gonna wait a minute. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cry later, fool. Not gonna cry now. They not gonna get me like that.
Who you think he reminded me of? Virgil. He reminded me of Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
All right.
But I know that we lost him.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not finna cry in front of y'all. That shit there, bro.
Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
All right.
But I know that
because that's how they get me, right? Because every time I cry in front of y'all, they bottle up my tears and make kryptonite out of it and splash it on me. And I say, oh, that's how they get me when I cry, right? They say,
All right. Like, how dare you? Like,
Which part do you want to start with, Laura? The
Well-
note, the knee wasn't on the neck.
How dare you? Yes.
Yeah, I did
Like the
hear
whole
that part.
world
He's-
didn't see that.
I heard that.
Go
I
ahead,
was
Shawnee.
like, he's wilding on that one. Like, come on, fam. I
Like
mean,
the medical examiner was wrong.
right, boy. I mean, even if he's trying to say like it wasn't exactly on his neck, like what are we really talking about?
It's irrelevant. What you're saying means
Yeah.
nothing. Wait,
If
so you're
it
saying
was kind of on his back?
okay?
You know what I'm
So does that mean real quick?
Kanye West said George Floyd died from fentanyl, not a knee, because he know MAGA backs the blue. MAGA backs the blue, and George Floyd died of fentanyl and not a knee. I heard Charlemagne was trying to go out to Kanye or something like that. Send me the link to that. I want to hear what Charlemagne said about Kanye West, because 5 years ago he interviewed Kanye on the Breakfast Club, and I think it was like good vibes. Charlemagne mad at the White Lives Matter shirt. My thing about the White Lives Matter shirt is that Jewish people are white. And it's like, I don't know, man. If he understand the anti-Semitic agenda in this country, why would he be promoting White Lives Matter? Because that's a Jewish thing. Like, everybody know that the Jews always own both sides and they fund both sides of the fucking fight, the war. The Jews own Black Lives Matter. And y'all gonna tell me that the Jews don't own Kanye and White Lives Matter when Kanye West's symbol in his church is the Jewish David Star? All of this man's symbols is Jewish, and guess what he tried to say? Yeah, because we're the black Jews too. Why are we identifying with the same culture of our oppressor? We were never Jews, bro. There's nothing Jewish about us, and that ain't got nothing to do with black folks. And let me drop the link just specifically for people who want to debate that part of Kanye's statement. Where my Hebrews and all that? Let's get it. Let's get it, man. Much respect. We ain't no Jews, though. Let me do a vote. We're going to quit claiming other folks' stuff. We ain't no doggone pilgrims. Yeah, click the link if you think we Jews and you agree with Kanye that we Jews. Let's get some understanding on that. What's good to the brother on the call? How you doing? We can hear you, man. Talk to him. I'm trying to get a mic check from you. How you doing? Okay, we don't have a mic check from him. He has no. Yeah, you don't have a microphone set up, man. We got your video, but we don't got your audio. We're not reading a microphone on a program, so make sure whatever microphone you got that is plugged in and that you set up right, and that your whatever computer. There you go. You figured it out. How you doing, man? I'm gonna cut your video off for a second because that's gonna help your audio not lag. That might okay, but yeah, you could go ahead. Do you think that blacks are Jews?
Nah. I mean, yeah.
You think that blacks are Jews?
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Nah.
I'm saying
Actually, no.
So you halfway agree with what Kanye West saying. You saying he right, but he wrong because half of us are Jews, but not all of us.
I mean, nah, not technically true though. That's like, not technically. I don't think so.
Okay, well then I'm gonna fall back a minute and I'm gonna let you say whatever on your mind, man, and I'm gonna rotate the next callers.
Uh, I can I tell you something, bro?
Talk to him.
Like, what's going on right now, man?
Hey, my brother, just listen to the show a minute. We can get you back on later, man. Appreciate you for joining. That brother ain't ready for the call. He's not ready for the call. But yeah, this whole thing about Kanye talking about black people or Jews and all that, this Hebrew Israelite shit, that's part of Manifest Destiny. Don't you know that? Tell Kanye to prove to America how we the Jews. It's easy for a nigga to say that and everybody think that man's smart for saying that, but tell that nigga to prove it and we'll see how smart he really is. And we know he ain't gonna prove it, so anybody who believe that nonsense, you come and prove it right here. We'll listen, we'll wait. What's good, freedom fighter? What's good to you, man? Much love. What's good, Madon? You gonna come up here and prove that we're the Hebrew Israelite Jews, brother?
Oh no, without a shadow of a doubt. The brother Kanye, he's spot on, man. We are those true Jews.
Are you gonna prove that we're those Jews through scripture and Bible, or with real tangible evidence?
With both scriptures and evidence.
I bet you it's only gonna be with scriptures. Go ahead, I'm muting up.
Well, through the scriptures, in the book of Deuteronomy, it talks about people being in captivity for over 400 years. The Holocaust, you're gonna find the Holocaust in the scriptures, but what you will find in the scriptures is that the people in this book go through slavery for 400 years. We're the only people that match that to the T. Everything that is talked about what we will go through, we've been living proof, walking it and talking it. So that's one proof right there through the scriptures, through the captivity of 400 years. They always tell us, y'all was in slavery 400 years. You find this throughout the scriptures, but you don't find the Holocaust in the scriptures. That's one how we know we the true Jews. And the other thing is it talks about the people being in Egypt, for 400 years as well. And when we look at that, we could tell who was more than likely over there with the Egyptians through the artwork and then through the all that.
When can we get to the tangible evidence? Because it's all scripture right now, and that ain't no definitive proof. Because I'm going to tell you why the scripture alone can't stand. I can go to several old books that describe a people in them that was held captive. We will have to say every last people in every last book that's describing some slaves in it. And so my thing is we're identifying with a group of people that went through something in a mythological book. But my people went through that in the real world. This is beyond a book, man. And once we start identifying our struggle through a book, other people can do that. And that's how you get these white Jews in power. And they said they struggle is recorded in the Bible. And the black man is saying, nope, that's our struggle you talking about, but we didn't write the book. So they get to make the claim because they said, no, we actually recorded our own struggle. We wrote these scriptures about us, and you can't tell them who they wrote them about. That's why I said either we write our own history or quit trying to identify with other folks' shit. If we are the real Jews, we can't claim it now because they got a patent on it. That's just like if I come up with an idea and somebody else patent that shit before me, I can't keep going around saying, man, I had the real one. Too late. Move on.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You can look this up. It was a president in Egypt in the 1930s or 40s. He made a statement. He said, how did the Jews leave out of here black and come back white? That's something tangible as well. And like I said before, when we read this book, we fit this book more than anybody else.
I know that, brother. We fit a lot of books. But that's what I'm saying. No one else in the world gets their identity from books but black folks. And the only other people that get their identity from a book, the world actually believe them, and that's these Jews in power. Niggas ain't right. Yeah, so that's why I'm telling you, it's not gonna work for us, but we keep trying it. The only people that can claim a mythological identity out of this book and the world believe it are the people who wrote the book and went around indoctrinating everybody with the book. You don't stand a chance. And Kanye don't either.
Oh, we stand up. We already moving forward and ahead. You see the Israelite movement. You seen what the Israelite movement have done over the last 10 years? When the Israelites hit the internet, we set the internet on fire, man. I had never seen nothing like it.
But guess what, though? Jews own the internet. And you think that you're going to usurp Jews by using the machinery that they created. Like, come on, man.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
That's
because
crazy.
We got more influence. We got more influence than them when it comes to our culture.
But you ain't got more censorship than them and power than them. And that's what we're fucking missing, because these Jews actually capitalize off of your influence more than you. And you still walk around saying, but we got more influence than them. But you ain't got more knowledge about capitalism than them. That's why they capitalize on our influence more than us.
Yeah, now they used to, but now the tables is turning around. The knowledge and wisdom that's on the planet now is
how do you listen. All of all of your influence are on Jewish-owned platforms. They make money when we talk shit about Jews, and they make money when we don't. And you think that you really... I'm not debating you, Madon. We got more influence than them. Because swagger and all that, I ain't gonna say we don't. We do. We control what's called urban culture. That's facts. Urban culture runs the world. It's the foundation of pop music. Let's get it. I ain't gonna debate that. But I'm telling you, we do not run the industries that are capitalizing off our greatest influencers like P. Diddy, Jay-Z, Killer Mike, all of these folks, even Kanye West. He's a puppet for the same people he talking about.
That's correct. That was a lack of knowledge. A lot of our brothers, we had a lack of knowledge when it came to running a conglomerate or an empire, like an business like that. A lot of us who was blind to a lot of loopholes, a lot of hidden agendas, hidden things. But now brothers are coming to the wisdom of know how to run a business, run a music conglomerate or anything like that. So now that the information is getting available and we're spreading the information out, we're about to surpass these people, man, and claim our true birthrights. Because that's what they did. They stole our birthright, and now we're taking it back.
Okay,
we gotta ask ourselves the question, right? Okay, they say they the Jewish or Jews, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the rest of the tribes at? Because we know through the scriptures always talks about the 12 lost tribes.
No, so, that's what I'm saying. No. Within the word Jew, that's just the umbrella for the 12 tribes. Each of the 12 tribes are all Jews. The tribes is like the sets. So we could say you got 12 different Crip sets. Now, the word Crip is how we using the word Jews. But now we got the brick going to the sets of Crip. Everybody just ain't just a Crip. The Crips got different kind of Crips that is break down to. So just like the Jews, brother, it's so many different types. And no Jew is just a Jew. That's why when black folks say we Jews, I be like, what type of Jew? When black folks say we Africans, I say what tribe? See, we say that's like a nigga saying, I'm a Crip, and you say, what set you from? And he don't say nothing else, you know he lying.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this, right? When we read these books about who we call the 12 tribes of Israel and who was set apart, or people set apart and God's chosen people, yes, we are God's chosen people. No one on the planet Earth has been through, suffered what Black people have suffered through and came out. So when you match the scriptures up with our conditions and the conditions we've been put in, we fit it more than anybody else. And my thing is, if it does a fit, you must acquit. I mean, you can't acquit if it does a fit. If it fit, we fit, so we can't acquit. You see what I'm saying?
That ain't
we
how
fit
it works.
That's not how it works, because we got to understand that the dominant society is ran by those who stole it in the first place.
Let me show you about the fit argument, right? If it fit, right, the whole that argument. That's like me saying, after I stole your shoes, Madon, my proof that they mine is that they fit me. That's my proof. That's my proof I ain't steal his shoes. Look, they just my size.
Well, see, that's. I mean, I understand that analogy, but when I'm talking about what fit, we talk about the captivities in Egypt, the captivity and these.
That's
different
what
lands.
I'm talking about, brother.
So
Listen. Just because the historical story fits us, don't mean it's us. And our people telling their own story, and we need to listen to them instead of try to identify with people who saying they telling their story in the Bible. We didn't write the Bible. We don't own the Bible. These Jews do. So whenever we try to identify by something that they own, they can say, man, you're a lie. We the real people. And when everybody in the world say, okay, who do we believe? Then they can say, look, people, this is our book that we wrote that they're claiming themselves in. If it was them, why didn't they write the book? It's their history who don't record their own history. That's why they get to say they the real Jews. I don't think you know that, Madon. If we're gonna say we Jews, we got to prove it without they motherfucking books and without they references then. We can't say we the Jews because they wrote in their book a story that fit us. That ain't gonna fly when it comes to real law and reality, brother.
Well, that's the thing. Man law will never be over the Most High's law. What they're doing is they're trying to usurp our birth. What they have, they usurped our birthright, and they're using that power to keep it in place. That's why they stripped us of our name, our language, our morals, our ethics, everything, and gave us something else. So my thing is this then. If we ain't the Jews, who are we? Because when we look at, like
we're
I said,
we're the Nagas. They called us the Naginis, which became the word nigga.
Right. Well, I mean, that's true. We've been labeled different things. We come in different varieties. But my thing is this.
Wow.
When we look at this book, it's not their book. All they did was took our writings and copyrighted. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's why when you look at things like when they found over the Dead Sea Scrolls and things like this, so we can tell that the Dead Sea Scrolls match up to the different books that just been reprinted, pre-printed, or just have a version of the scriptures. A lot of them still match to these Dead Sea Scrolls or scrolls that they're finding.
You know what?
In caves and things. So it's not their book; it's our book. They just took it.
Hey, so let me say something. Hey, Aziz Abe, I'm gonna drop you and you only a link if you would like to join us. Salutes to all of the Moors, Hebrew brothers. If y'all don't agree with something I'm saying, Madon will tell you I'm open ears, man. You don't gotta come up here debating me. You can come up here correcting me. I will allow for the correction. And fine, I ain't saying I know everything about Jewish history, Hebrew language, and all that. I got a couple of folks who into that. The apostle come on sometime. I can contact, you got a lot of folks on the Sonetta shows and all them. I know I can get in touch with these folks. That ain't my cup of tea going down that. I'm just using critical thinking, and I'm saying, listen, if we are Moors, if we are Jewish people, if we are Kemetic people, ain't none of you niggas proving it with science. Everybody proving it with literature, fairy tale, and folklore. And me, from a person who want facts and want the tangibles, that's all I'm saying. I ain't hating on. We might be the damn Jews. We might be the real Hebrew Israelites. But the niggas standing out on that corner with them fringes on, that hitting them sticks on the ground, they ain't convincing me that I am. And they can't use the Bible to do it. Like, when are we gonna prove? We can prove this stuff definitively, and I'll accept it. If the Moors come, man, none of these groups proving this shit who we are definitively. Look, all of the things that definitively prove who we are, to me, we ignore them like the Olmec heads. You can't tell me they don't look like black people with slightly Asiatic features, I give it that, but we always had that in our culture. So check this out. I can identify, like, to me, there's a lot of definitive proof that I can prove that we closely resemble cultures that we're not even considering, like the Khmer Empire and Angkor Wat. That's where the word Naga come from. And if you look over there, they call it the Black Buddha. And we don't even talk about that because we too busy looking in the Bible trying to identify ourselves. When we said we built kingdoms and we ain't even looking for the lost kingdoms that we built. That's hypocrisy, madon. We looking in it. Look at this, madon. Look at the Negro features on this. Why Kanye don't bring this stuff up? Look at here. This is the black culture in the jungle with Asiatic features. You can still see these people. They call them Cambodian today. We resemble them. All throughout this part, the Black Buddha, they brought a lot. They had a connection with the Maya and the Olmecs. They all had the same religion. No one talking about this. Everybody got these folks' Bible in their hand, and everybody want to be the Jew. It's more to be than that, but everybody arguing for that, man. We the Jews. We the Jews. We the Jews. We're the Jews. Man, fuck it, man. We can be something else. If we so great, madon, and you said we got all that swagger, we can let them have the title Jew, and we'll come up with some new shit that everybody want to be, and we'll say, no, we let y'all have the Jew title. No, See, we got so much swag, we can come up with a new word what we want to be tomorrow, and the whole world will want to be it. But why don't we do that?
We did. We came up with Israelite.
Man, you funny.
No, I'm just saying that's the name right there. That's what they wanted to come up with, Jews or Jewish, because we already know ISH always pertaining to something, meaning it might not be the original, but it pertained to it. And so you got to ask yourself, why do they call themselves Jewish instead of the lost tribe of Judah or Israelites that it talks about? So we used the title Israelites to set ourselves apart, like, hey, we wake up the 12 lost tribes of Israel. We the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? That's why Charlemagne the God, with his simple ass, he tried to, y'all black Israelites. Cause when we go through Africa and different parts, we see those people been practicing this space for years. Igbo and a host of others, but they try to push that out the picture.
Man, y'all niggas, I'm going to tell you what I don't like about black folks. And see, I put that voting poll out there. Y'all making me mad. Let me show y'all something. Everybody, they say you want to be down with the king. Watch this, y'all. Everybody want to be Jews. I don't understand, y'all, man. How is so many people saying yes. But you can't prove it, though. And I'm finna let different people up. Madon, I'm going to put you in VIP. Stay on, because I'm going to get you on the round table for sure. You already know. I want only people who thinking that we Jews, man. Where did greatness go? I was about to let the brother Greatness for Work hop on. As soon as I clicked on him, he disappeared. Ain't that something? Let me see if I can find greatness. Of a scale, smoke. Like, it's 50% people saying we Jews, but ain't nobody hitting the link to come prove it. Yeah, Donald Trump a Jew too. So is Obama. Everybody become Jews when they trying to get their money right, when they trying to sell their soul. I guess Jew is like a synonym for soul seller. We soul sellers too. What's so special about being a Jew? Because it's God's chosen people, but the fact God ain't chose no damn body. That's that part. If I put a microphone in front of God's mouth right now, he'll say, I don't know what none of them talking about. I didn't say shit to none. I didn't choose nobody. I didn't tell none of them groups of people shit. Every man now they're professing and claiming me in their image. And I didn't do none of that. God ain't got no favorites. Let's holler at Arcane. Come on, who want to prove we the chosen people? We the Jews. And then what the hell we chosen for, to be at the bottom?
Bro Sanchez, what up, bro?
Yeah, what's good, my brother? How you doing?
Man, I'm coolin', man. You can hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear. Talk to the people, man.
Yeah, man. What's going on, man? Just peeping the podcast, man. It's an interesting dialogue being had on who's the Jews and who those people are and this and that. I didn't know you didn't believe the Bible like that. You know, we come from that flat earth camp where a lot of these cats is Bible believers. So I thought you was one of them.
Do you? I'm trying to see are blacks Jews or not, brother. That's what I'm trying to see right now, brother.
Well, the whole Jewish thing, I mean, it comes from the Bible. That's the only way anybody knows anything about the story of the Jews and the lost tribes and such. It's all mentioned in the Bible. That's why those people claim to be Jews, is because they have the records from the Bible and they study the customs. But I happen to think we are Jews, man. I think if you believe the Bible is clear, and I think archaeology is clear too. You know, they did cranial analysis of the skulls that were slaves in Egypt under Pharaoh, and they compared them to the Negro slaves in America, and they're the exact same skulls. They're the exact same people. So the same people that was in slavery in America were the exact same bloodline of people that was slaves in Egypt. So if you contrast the Bible with archaeology, it just shows you that we the people, man. I mean, no matter what you believe about the Bible, you can't believe that your history started in slavery. Who was we before that?
Let me explain something to you, man. Nothing you saying really answer the question, are we or are we not the Jews? And I'm going to tell you why it's going to be hard to answer that. When black folks say we're Jews, we're really just saying we're slaves. We identify with the Jew based upon his history of a slave and stuff. So when you say what you saying, it's kind of confusing, because if you ask the average black person how we the Jews, they'll say, man, look at what the Jews went through and look at where we went through. And I'm saying, yeah, but it also show the Jews winning too. And we ain't winning. The Jew,
well, you gotta look at the prophecy.
Go ahead, tell us the prophecy, man.
Well, the prophecy was told that there would be curses put on us for disobedience.
I know. And listen, I'm gonna tell you something right now. A lot of folks think we piss God off, so God made us sell our land to pilgrims and sacrifice our children to foreign gods. We broke one of God's laws, or we did something in God's eyes that was wrong. And God is punishing us for over 400 years. But yet the people who God put in power, they do oral circumcisions every day, and God ain't punished them yet. They just run the world and they keep getting richer. God keep blessing them more and more, even though they way evil than we ever been. But we did just some small little things, and we still getting the shit beat out of us 600 years later, damn near. God still beating out. Listen, God tired now. You know how when your mama start beating your ass and she get tired and you can tell, but she still beating you? Nigga, it's been way more than 400 years.
Yeah.
Nigga, so I'm trying to see when God gonna now let us, cause we've been the most subservient, complacent motherfuckers. We forgiving everybody and wanna be a part of everybody's shit. We the Jews, we the them. I call it TOPS, them our people syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's coming, man. I think people are seeing the tides turning. I think the white man is kind of scared that he's losing power himself. But all the evil that they do, man, you gotta think that there's gonna be justice for that. And that's part of the prophecy too. It said that if we disobey, he was gonna put us in slavery amongst these people who are gonna be wicked.
You believe in that shit, man? You really believe that, man?
Just like the flat earth was described in the Bible to a T, I think our
No,
history
brother,
is
brother,
too.
brother, I didn't become a flat earther through no Bible, and that's my beef with biblical flat earthers. Y'all, he just proved to y'all when I was making all them videos about biblical flat earthers, he just proved to y'all my problem. See, biblical flat earthers think the earth is flat because the Bible tells them so. For the Bible tells me so. That's why you think the earth flat, because it's in the Bible. And that's why you think you're a Jew, because it's in the Bible. The Bible describes a people that went through this and went through that. Look at what all we went through. That got to be us. Yeah, I slept in a small bed, a medium bed, and a large bed. So I got to be Goldilocks. I got to be Goldilocks. I ate porridge before. Who you think that's talking about? I'm Goldilocks. Man, I remember when I was walking through the woods with my red hood on and a wolf hopped out at me. I got to be Little Red Riding Hood. They talking about me.
But did you know that the Bible is an actual historical book? It's the most historically accurate
it's
book.
not. No,
Yeah, it is.
So tell me what date and time was it when a snake spoke to Eve? We gonna wait.
Well, that's in the beginning. It's a historical narrative. It's a historical document.
Right. Now I'm gonna ask you one more time. Tell me the date and time, because history got a timeline. Tell me the date and time.
Yeah, they lied.
Bro, if they recorded the snake talking to Eve, they obviously can tell you the date that they made the recording, man. Come on. Tell me the date when the snake spoke to Eve. What date was that on? Now, brother, can you give me the date that the snake spoke to Eve on?
Nobody can give you that date. But what I'm saying is
but anything you ask me about in history, I can give you the date to it right now and we can look it up.
So do you think Christ was a real person who lived historically?
No, man, that's fairy tales.
Well, there's not one scholar that would agree with that. They all agree that he did live in his records.
Hey, man, listen, brother. There are tons. You know how many scholars would disagree with me if I told them chemtrails ain't good for us? All the scholars and experts say there's nothing wrong with those chemtrails in the sky. Do you know how many scholars and experts would disagree with me when I tell them that the fluoride in our water is bad for us? All of the scholars and experts will go out to me and say, he's wrong, that fluoride good for you. What are you saying, bro? You know how many scholars will disagree with me if I told them that a little boy who want to put a dress on, his mind is messed up? The scholars and experts will say, no, he's affirming his gender identity. So if you going by what the scholars and experts saying, you can't be using critical thinking. You using he say, no, you're using he say, she say. Quit looking at this and looking at that and use your mind is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I ain't just come to this overnight, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't always believe in the Bible. I had to actually look at the history to prove it to be accurate before I could believe it.
You don't have to believe, brother. I can tell you the history of the past 10 years of my life, and it ain't based on belief. It's based on facts. The matter is a matter of fact and not a matter of belief. I'm telling you, if your conclusion is belief, you need to keep working. I've concluded on fact. I don't believe that there's gold outside of my backyard. I get the digging, and I'm going to figure out if there's gold there or not, and I'm going to conclude on a fact, not a belief. I'm not going to say...
So who are we? Who do you think we are?
Who do I think we are?
We just Africans? We just niggas? Or what?
Let me tell you something real quick. I think that the most common title used to refer to our people was Naga. That's the most common title. And it's the most common title still used to refer to us today. It's just that with reverse psychology, they don't want us to be it no more. So that's why they trying to ban the word nigga.
But where do we come from?
We come from all over. There's no one geographic spot that you can pinpoint us to. And I think that can be said for most of the natural humans walking this planet. We like the grass of the earth. We've occupied all of these continents since the beginning, if there even is a beginning.
So do you believe in evolution, or what do you believe?
No, I don't believe in evolution. I believe in an intelligent creator that created an intelligent, simulated universe. The way that
so
we
you don't
can
believe in Noah's Ark, none of that?
No, brother, I don't get into fairy tales. I get into advanced science. I get into quantum computer. I look at Earth like a quantum computer. But see, I'm not even trying to get into all that because the topic today is really on censorship, Kanye, and are we the Jews? And now we going into how I see the universe. But I think we're inside of one of the most advanced computers on a scale you can't imagine.
I believe that too, actually. Even though I believe the Bible, I think that's actually in line with the Bible. But we can have that discussion at another time. But there's a reason why Kanye is saying he's a Jew. But you saying that you don't believe the biblical narrative. So if you don't believe the biblical narrative, of course you're gonna think it's crazy. We say we Jews, but if you do believe that narrative, if there is a Jew,
here's the thing. Ripley's believe it or not. Critical thinking ain't based on do you believe it or do you don't believe it. You know what it is? Bloody Mary and Candyman. Do you believe in Candyman? I don't believe in Candyman. Well, what's your proof for Bloody Mary? Look at this scratch on my arm. Look at this scratch on my back. See, no, brother. Look at what I'm saying. We're identifying ourselves. We're proving the existence of Christ. And we're saying we're the chosen people of Christ because we've been inflicted by the God of Christ because we didn't obey him. So our proof that we're the chosen people is to say, look at this cut on me. Look at these whips on my back. Look at this punishment I'm going through. That's proof that God exists. And if God exists, that's a scary, evil God on some Bloody Mary shit. He making hold on. Don't cut me off. Let me just finish. He making your opponent throw your children to crocodiles. He making your opponent burn y'all alive and stuff like that. I'm just saying, if the God we serve put us through all this, then fuck that God, and I don't care what he do to me for saying it. He already doing the worst he can do right now.
Who else went on slavery on ships, though?
Everybody did, brother. It's called...
man,
hold up,
not everybody.
You gotta let me answer you, brother. You can't ask me a question, then when you don't like my answer, cut me off in the middle of it. Now, I'm gonna be brief. Brother, every single human that have took a fucking boat from a poor country to go work for a rich country did the same shit they're explaining to you with slavery, man. People still doing it now. People coming from Haiti, people coming from all over these third world countries, and they coming to America and they being good old slaves. The fucking politician, Elizabeth Guzman, she only been in America a few years, nigga, not even 5 years. Look at this lady. and she already promote homosexuality in the schools to the children. She's a good slave because they know they can't get none of us people over here who own this land and who really love our children and foundationally attached to this land to sell this agenda. They got to get traders. Most of the folks who selling us out, they assimilating like they us and they're not even us. That's why I'm FBA to the death. FBA to salutes to the whole FBA movement. Check this out what I'm telling you, my brother. This lady is a slave who come from a third world country where they will never let her do the shit in her country that she's doing here. She's a puppet and a slave. And brother, that's what I'm telling you. Anybody coming over here on a banana boat on a ship, they saying we willing to come clean your shit. We willing to babysit your children. We willing to sell our organs and plasma when we get over there because it's worse than what we was going through under our own people. So if you telling me that blacks came over here on ships to and all that shit, no, you telling the wrong history, brother. It say that our own people sold us into captivity and brought us on ships. That's what the whole woman king controversy was about. You can't just say the white man came over to our country and forced us in a ship, sold us into slavery. No, man, that ain't how it was going. That's pseudoscience. The real history, if you want to bring up ships and slavery, our own people was selling the worst. And what happened was, and if you want to go by the African narrative, if you watch the movie Woman King, do intricate research. The worst people in our societies and shit, and we not from Africa, by the way, but black people all over the world, and if you had criminals, pedophiles, rapists, you sold them into slavery. You had a whole population of a lower class of people. This was the original lower class. The lower class today is anybody that's getting traffic tickets, live in a certain area, middle class area. They just increased the lower class. But there is no middle class. Everybody is either low class or high class because the generational wealth gap is so big that the middle class died a couple of years ago. I don't even know what folks talking about some fucking middle class. You either got it or you don't today. And it's been that way for a while. People need to wake up. Ain't no middle nothing. Now check this out, y'all. And I'm going to end on this. What slavery was the most non-productive people in your society. They were sold into general labor systems, meaning where they got to work with their hand, their feet, their back all day. Because the people at the top are people that work with their mind. Even the people
Who taught you that though, man?
But I was in the military and I look at how the world is ran. I'm finna end on this. I'm finna show you this. The people that work with their mind, they don't need a gun. You know why? They own militaries. And the military is some dude who don't want to use his mind. He just want to train, get tough, and use his gun and learn how to shoot. Physical skills versus mental skills. The people with the mental skills, they get to govern everybody else's mind on some psychological shit. That's why we call them government. So the people that only got physical skills in this world, they slaves in some form of way. Somebody else telling them what to do with their body. And because really what would tell them what to do with their body is their own mind. Your mind directs your body. But when you don't have a mind of your own, somebody else tell you run faster, jump higher. That's just facts. What separates a slave from a master is mental capabilities versus physical capabilities, which is why the dude in the skybox don't got a pretty body, don't got a big muscular body like the dude running the ball who ain't gonna know his mama name when he 50 years old because he been hitting his goddamn head for 10 years straight. The gladiator can't be smarter than the man that owned the fucking Coliseum.
Well, can I ask you a question?
You can ask
You
me
really,
more than one.
you really believe that they took
This ain't belief. It's
non-productive?
fact.
Well, this is what you believe is fact. That they took non-productive people from Africa who them Africans didn't want no more, and brought us over here, and we were able to build America up by being a bunch of nobodies. I just don't believe that.
Let me tell you what happened, bro. It ain't just black or African thing. The people all over the world that has the lowest mental capabilities are being taken advantage of. All the way to the point where people with mental illnesses, it ain't even no hope for them no more. Listen, most of the people that the police is beating the fuck up in the streets, these are retarded folks, bro. I used to do security. Don't you know how many days that my heart was broke to see some of these crazy homeless folks who got mental illnesses get beat? Nigga, they'll get beat bad. I'm talking about hospital shit done to them. You can pull this up on YouTube now. Police had to shoot deranged man, crazy man. Ain't no mental health care in this country. They just doping people up with medicines, and when these people stop getting on the meds and shit, they just end up getting shot by police because they had some accident, or they just it's crazy, bro. What I'm telling you is, what I'm saying is true and ain't debatable. That the people with the lowest mental capabilities in the world are being preyed on the most and can be taken advantage of the most, which is why they want to keep us on a low mental state. So yeah,
I agree to it to an extent for sure, but I don't think that was the history with us though. I don't think they brought us over here.
Ain't nothing new under the sun, man. That's all I'm saying. If you really research history, you'll know that government, Freemasonry, religion, and all that started in Egypt by black people. We was indoctrinating folks with false sciences and all. In other words, we was enslaving each other before anybody else came, and to think that we weren't is just to be naive. It's just to be naive, you know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you, everybody done their own people wrong and other people wrong, including white folks. White folks enslaved their own people first before they enslaved others. And I'm going to show y'all why what I'm saying makes sense. Watch what I say that you can't debate. Watch this. Watch this. Give me a minute. It makes sense that before I go out there fighting everybody else in the neighborhood, I'm going to fight my own brothers and sisters in my house first. So when I get ready to fight some stranger, my hand's right. You know why? Nigga, I had to fight my big brother. So let me show you how this works. There's no way you can be good at being a slave master if you didn't practice it. And you had to practice it on your people first before you knew how to do it to other people. Because when they came to enslave other people, they were experts at it, which means they had been practicing it on themselves for many, many years before they did it to somebody else. That's just only facts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just
Well, did you know
stuff.
Israel is in Africa though, right?
So here, brother, what that got to do with what I'm saying, brother?
Well, I mean, if Africans, you saying, was selling their own people,
and
why
I'm not
wouldn't
saying you right about Israel being in Africa neither. It's in the
Well,
Middle
it is.
East.
There's no Middle East. That don't even make sense.
Well, look, brother, either you're gonna go with what these folks saying about history or not. You can't pick and choose.
No, I'm just saying Middle East is a nonsense term.
Where is Israel located in Africa?
Northeast Africa, brother.
Yeah, you saying Egypt is Israel, brother? I'm finna laugh you up out here. Northeast Africa is Egypt, brother.
It's not all Egypt, brother. Look at a map and look at Israel. It's on the African continent.
Brother, what's so special? See, all of these scientists in the world say civilization started in Northeast Africa. I'm telling you, everything you're saying come from the same people you saying lied to us, but you're regurgitating a lie.
I'm just saying I can look at a map and see where it's at, bro.
Okay, brother. Only thing I'm telling you is the whole conversation is are we the Jews or not? And right now we on something else, and I'm telling you, nobody can really prove if we the Jews or not, and you sure ain't doing a good job with it right now, brother. You kind of dancing off topic a bit. We kind of off topic.
I'm trying to show you, but we on topic. Israel's in Africa. The point I was making is when the Jews left Jerusalem in 70 AD, they fled into Africa, brother, running from the Romans. And that's when we mingled amongst the African tribes. And when it was time to sell people into slavery, they wasn't selling their own people. They were selling Israelites. They were selling us because we migrated into their land. And that's a historical fact. All the records show that, and the archaeology
But who wrote those records, man? Them or us?
Different scholars.
And that's what I'm saying, y'all. Check what I'm saying out. He's regurgitating the same history that's told about us. And I'm telling you, he ain't giving you nothing new. He telling you that the original Jews ended up in Northeast Africa, and that was a pharaoh that said, let my people go. Moses led them out of Africa, remember?
Out of Egypt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Egypt is in Africa. See, then when the time they wrote that, they was considering Egypt in Africa, which is why they say civilization starts in Africa. But that's neither here nor there. The point is you're dealing with mythology. And the point is if all of what you know about your history come from your oppressor, what good is what you saying when I'm giving our motherfucking origin straight from our people mouth on this land? I know who I am, not because it's written in some book by my oppressor. I don't believe in the history of my people being some slaves in Northeast Africa. You do. My people never told me that about my history. Who am I to go with? What my own people saying foundationally black in this American land, I sink myself to Olmec people, Mayan people, Aztec people. I don't have a history in Northeast Africa. And that's okay for me to say who I am. But when somebody trying to tell me who I am, you doing to me what the slave master want to do to me. The slave master want to tell everybody in the world who they is based on what he's writing and his references and his archaeologists and his paleontologists with they pale ass and all of his writings is he want to tell everybody who they are. No, you gonna shut up and let somebody tell you who they is. You don't tell a man who they is. That's a biased approach to world history, and that's what these people been doing for years. And guess what happened? Us Americans copy off our oppressor. That's why the world don't like us. That's why the world don't like us, because nobody can tell this white man who they are. This white man saying, I'm going to tell you who you are. And it's deeper than the white man. It's Gutenberg. It's these Jewish people that we trying to identify as. Nobody can convince me I'm a Jew. I'm something greater than that.
Well, the Jewish people ain't saying that we Jew. They saying that they are Jew. But when we got over here off the ships, we were speaking Hebrew when we got off the ship. So, I mean, the evidence is there. The archaeology is there. The science is there.
Where is it?
It's just,
give it to me. I'll pull it up on the screen. Give it to me.
I mean, you can look up the term massa, for example. We got off the ships calling what they thought was broken English, saying massa, as in we couldn't say master correctly, like we were stupid. But the word massa actually means burdener or oppressor. Kumbaya is a Hebrew word meaning come near me, my Lord, or lift me up, my Lord, because we were enslaved and they was walking around singing Kumbaya. Today we associate Kumbaya with campfires and camp songs, but that's what the slaves was talking when they got off the ship, speaking Hebrew. So if we're not Hebrew, like Kanye saying, where do we get the language from? Why was we coming over here speaking?
Okay, so you're telling me we came over here speaking Hebrew, and after 400 years, we don't speak it no more. Let me show y'all the problem with that.
Well, they gave us...
Hold on. You ain't got to tell me that. We know the English gave... We know that. Let me show... You keep telling us the shit they put in Hollywood. That's fool's knowledge. Let me show you some, y'all. Everybody that become enslaved to these folks, They just become bilingual. You know what? I'm in Vegas now. You got Mexicans, Vietnamese people. It's a melting pot. They people been over here for hundreds of years, slaves just like us. And guess what? They're bilingual because of it. Everybody that we enslave end up speaking 2 languages. Even if you look at the Africans today, they are the most enslaved people in the world. But guess what? They speak the most languages than anybody. When you go to these poor places like Kenya, Ghana, these poor people speak in 3-4 languages because everybody using they shit as a trade port. Different countries is over there raping they shit. They shit is like the Great Whore Babylon. Everybody taking advantage of their land. So they're doing business with all these folks constantly. That's why when you go to these poor countries, they speak in all these languages. Guess what? Rich countries are so cocky and egotistical. We speak one language and we make everybody else speak our shit. That's why everywhere you go in the world, you got them people language with English by it. Because English language is so dominant, what we're basically saying is we run the world, the Western world, the English people. And that we don't got to be multilingual if we don't want to. If we do it, it's just for leisure or shit. Everybody else got to learn English if they want to come over here and do better. We don't got to go. We don't got to go to their country and learn their language because they need us. So I've been around the world. I was in the military, and I see the influence of the Western world and the English culture and what we in, brother. That's all I'm telling. I'm speaking with not only research but experience.
So we didn't come over speaking Hebrew?
Nah, brother, we can't prove that.
Come on, man.
What I'm telling you is, you can say we were speaking this, we can speak in that, but scholars have been debating that for years. What I'm saying,
this.
Yeah, listen, Arcane, I ain't debating you on that. Listen, you asked the question. Am I saying we didn't come over here speaking Hebrew? That's not really what I'm saying, right, my brother? What I'm saying is that's up for debate. And I want to focus on the stuff that is not up for debate. These are theological arguments that we're having when we should be having political arguments, social political arguments. If we talk intangibles, if we're talking, and I don't believe in politics, but I believe that if you expose politicians, you can make shit happen.
Yeah, they all bought and paid for by these so-called Jewish people who own all these banks pushing all this Satanism. So I don't dive into politics like that. I like to speak in facts, things that I can verify historically and archaeologically and even prophetically. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to give them too much credit, brother. But yeah, it's just a matter of presuppositions of perspectives, man. If you coming at it at an angle like, yo, I can't believe nothing in the Bible, then I don't expect you to believe it. But if you can see the historicity in it, we can have that discussion and get to the facts. I mean, some stuff isn't up for debate. Like, we did come over speaking Hebrew. But I would ask you, if we didn't come over speaking Hebrew, what was our language before they beat whatever it was out of us and made us speak English and forced us not? We couldn't even know how to read, brother. They wouldn't even let us read books. They gave us a Bible with 90% of the Bible taken out and only kept in the parts that said, obey your master and things like that. So we couldn't read the Bible when we were slaves. We couldn't read any book. I know you know about Nat Turner. Once he got able to read and he was reading the Bible, he tried to free his people because he thought he was a Hebrew too. So, I mean, the records is there, but what language do we speak before they beat it out of us when we got over here? Do you know? What tribe of Africa we come from?
All right, so now check this out. Mute up a second. I'm going to tell you some real stuff. The English language, right, ain't nothing like the English language in the world. First of all, they call it the fire language. The English language is an encrypted language that can be spoken in coded ways. For example, when I'm doing the concept of syncretism, sacred geometry, It's all based around the English language. And when we talk about gematria, it's based around Jewish gematria. But here's the thing with that. The people who created these alphabets that we using today and the people who created the language we're calling English, guess what? These people weren't Jews. These people weren't the original people that made the language we talking. The English language has the most synonyms out of all the languages in the world. And in order for you to have the poetry and arts that became popular in North America way before British colonialists came over here, you needed synonym, satire, exaggeration, and everything that the white man claimed. The white man claimed that he brought in an age of sophistication, which people sitting around being entertained, which is where we get the word sofa from sophistication. Sophisticated, Sophia, a sophomore, you know what I mean? So the thing about it was like, this type of, not only the English language, but the English form of poetry and satire and all that, it really predates a lot of the people who claiming it. When I'm telling you, if you look at even basketball and all that, this shit started with us. The Mayan was playing basketball. The Mayan was telling folklores about Kamazats, the bat god, and dealing with mythologies and poetry and folklore and all that way before Shakespeare and all them. So what I'm telling you is a lot of things that we accredit just to these white folks is false, bro. It was everybody was up on that shit. So the only thing I'm saying is this too, bro. That include enslaving your own people, going to war with your own people, and all that. Like I was saying earlier, because that was the original point of the debate. You know what I'm saying? But
just because people did enslave their own people, that don't mean that's what happened to us. And I think most people that are black in America, they could tell the difference. We not the same as Native Africans, bro. We don't look the same. Our skull shapes ain't the same.
I want you to know that I agree with that, Arcane.
Yeah, just like Japanese and Chinese ain't the same people, but they similar, right? Just like we got big lips and big noses, so to speak, so do Africans, but that don't mean we the same people because we got darker melanin more melanin content.
I definitely agree with that.
So I think when you look at the history, man, and what was documented all throughout time through the slave trade, you'll see that it was that Native Africans selling other tribes that they did. They wasn't selling their own people. They were selling other tribes who encroached into their land, and that's documented. So, but I mean, you can look at the history. We can get some sources and discuss them. But I've been asking people this same question: if we weren't speaking Hebrew, what language was we speaking? What tribe do we belong to?
Let me explain something to you, though, brother. When you talk about the Hebrew language, show me the people who speaking it today. I just want you to point them out. Who's still speaking the Hebrew language today? Who preserving that language today?
I think a lot of people have preserved it to the best of their ability. Like I know some Hebrew Israelites who can speak different forms of Hebrew fluently. But then you got like the Yiddish. You got the Yiddish that's spoken by those white dudes.
I knew you was gonna bring. All right, don't let me get my mic back. I don't want you to continue on. I'm going somewhere. My point is this: when you talk about who's speaking original Hebrew language today, y'all, it's gonna become mystery to you. And the people who say they speaking original Hebrew today, most of them is imposters like a motherfucker. So the question would be, what is the original Hebrew language? Guess what, y'all? People been asking what is the original Egyptian language for years. Guess what, y'all? Can I tell you what that original language is? English. English is the language that's been taking over the world since the last couple 1,000 years. Listen, English is a unified language between the superpowers that unified in the old world. when the Greeks unified with the Egyptians, the language that was born out of that was English. If you look at the throne of the Pharaoh who unified the two, it's the American flag that we use today in this country. And one of the oldest flags was a serpent flag. Don't tread on me. That's the serpent in Egypt. That's why it's black and gold like the Pharaoh shit. Why you think we got a pyramid on our dollar? This language we speak is fucking older than we think. It's Shakespearean. The God, when they say, behold, thou art worthy, that's Middle English. English goes all the way back to these crusade times. And guess what? The people that run the world today, they still spread English all around the earth. If you want to see a country that has got colonized, I bet you they speak in English now. When I was stationed in South America, when I was stationed in South Korea, I was expecting to enjoy South Korean culture. It was like I landed in America all over again. We've rebuilt America in South Korea. And they want us to be mad at the dude up in North Korea. But you know why they mad at him? Because he want to preserve his fucking culture. And they say he's a dictator. Same shit they did with Adolf Hitler. And it's them that's the dictators and censoring everybody, trying to colonize the world. That man don't want Outback Steakhouse all over his country. He know if he let y'all over there in a couple of years, his folks ain't gonna even look the same. When I was in South Korea, them niggas knew more of Jay-Z lyrics than me. They had on New York Yankee caps down on their eyes like this, nigga. They didn't even look like South Koreans. They looked like niggas from Brooklyn. So check out, I know what we're doing around the world, bro. Like the average American don't know what's going on, what colonization is. That's why I'm having this debate with folks. This language that we call in English, it's been dominant for a while on earth. This shit ain't new in our time. The people who going around colonizing the world, they making everybody speak English after they do it. So my thing is, guess what? We made a union with these folks. I'm telling you that it's not like the people who colonize in the world is separate from us. When Kanye say we Jews too, he's not lying. You had the Greeks and the Egyptians unify, but the Egyptians ain't just the Northeast Africans. That's just a code word for the black folks and white folks who agree with the capitalistic system of government that's dominating the world, building the union. That's the Prince Hall and Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Go look up Steve Coakley. He'll tell you what I'm saying. All of them in the same bed, the boule, the black sellouts and royalty can trace their blood back just as far as Queen Elizabeth and them in royalty. It's been the United Nations is older than we think. This shit go back. This is a galactic federation going back way back in the day when all of the world's superpowers, when the rich people went to war with the poor people. And they hid today how they win is they make us forget that it's rich versus poor. And they go into Hebrews, Jews, and all that. Fuck that. The chosen people got all the money and the non-chosen people struggling. And when the non-chosen people start uniting against the folks who, it's rich versus poor. It ain't Hebrew versus him and left versus right, Republican versus that. It always been the royal families versus the people. But I'm going to go ahead and yield there.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. They've been holding things down for a long time and they with their wicked kingdoms, man. You know what I'm saying? America's the daughter of Babylon, if you ask me, you know. But like I said, man, we're gonna talk past each other if we don't have on the same page with the biblical narrative, man. If you don't believe biblical history, and I do, then of course we're gonna have different perspectives on who we are as a people. Well, I think brother, the Bible describes who we are as a people.
That's just the problem with the world. You're gonna accept the historical viewpoint from your Bible. Somebody gonna accept the historical viewpoint from their Quran. Somebody gonna accept the historical viewpoint from their Dhamma, and it's just gonna be all these religious wars for years and years and years because they've divided and conquered us with false histories. And that's why I don't say who I am due to no book. There's no book that you can read and start saying, okay, I just read chapter 33. Here go who you is, brother Sanchez. Nigga, that's an insult to me. There's no book that can tell you who I am. I barely can tell you who the fuck I am. I'm becoming something new every day, dude. I'm a work in progress. If a book can't give me a title as Hebrew and say, well, that's who you is. Listen, man, we got to get beyond titles when it come to identifying people, and we need to start identifying their energy and they fucking agendas. And I'm gonna let somebody else grab the mic from there, man.
Peace and love, Sanchez. Can you hear me?
Peace and love, Diadec. You got it.
You was asking the question, are black folks the original Jews? Yes.
Yeah, now, I knew you would say that.
No, what I need for people to do is get out of the dogmatic shit. And let's just talk historical context and what these labels are, because I want people to know what white supremacy racism is. So when they identify, they are identifying with the people that are blessed on this world. And what they're trying to do is just take their place in this world. Now, with that being said, we talk about Jews, right? There are so many sectors of Jews: Zionists, Orthodox, diamond merchant Jews, or whatever, right? But let's deal with the Zionists and the Judeo-Christians, because these are the two that have their finger on the pulse. Some people name them by name. Some people name them by sections, because you had a few of those who were talking about the Zionists, who was exposing the Zionists for who they were. And then you had the ones that was also exposing the Judeo-Christians, or the Jew Christians of the world. And with that, these are the people that are trying to take the rightful place of what you are assuming that you're not, to say the least. You don't want on that. You don't want to take that label as a Jew, but that is your place. That's how they labeled it. It's just like, just say if you were.
Hold on. Let me clarify. Let me ask you a quick question. You saying they label us as Jews, whether you want to be a Jew or don't want to be a Jew? You saying that they are labeling us Jews?
No, they label themselves as the Jews because they know who you are. Right. You are the jewels of the world.
Well, you going deeper than we going, because when you say jewels, then yeah, we are jewels, no doubt. But see, yeah,
no, that's the whole point. That's the reason why they handle all precious stones and gems. These are the merchants that actually handle not only the physical stone that we know of as gems.
But hold on. I want you to get into Kanye's meaning of Jew. See, when Kanye said we the Jews, he talking about the people in the Bible.
What do
you think about that?
That's pulling on the emotional strings of those who follow the conspiracy theory.
There you go. That's what I want you to touch on, nigga. Yes, go there.
I thought I was answering the question about if we the original Jews, but
yeah, but that's what you doing right now, because Kanye's saying we are the original Jews. You saying no, he's pulling on niggas strings who want to identify with people who were struggling in the mythology. Ain't that's where you about to go? I don't want to put it in your mouth. I want you to go there.
That's why I'm staying away from is the dogmatic bullshit. I'm staying away from that about people who's being chosen by God and all this and that. No, I'm talking about the ripoffs with the inventions. That's what I was about to get back to the real McCoy, right? Real McCoy got ripped off. He got ripped off, and a lot of people was putting a label on his shit. So everybody thought that they had the real McCoy, but they didn't. The real McCoy was the real McCoy, just like us. People rip us off. Like you said, in South Korea, you see the Chinese wearing a hat low. They acting like they're Americans, but trust me, you're not going to get mixed up with them being a Black American. They just acting like that. That's it. They just acting like that. Like I was trying to make an example with Two Live Crew, even though I am digressing and veering off, but the dude they call Kid Ice, you would not mistaken him for a fucking African American or a Black man or Aboriginal, but he did participate in what we call Aboriginal shit. But you cannot mistaken him. But considering that, from the language to the inventions to everything that's in this world, making this world prepare forward, rather if it's in commerce, even in religion, right? Black people all over the world seems to be ahead of that. But what white folks do is that they misappropriate it and they put themselves on it. It's just like how I was trying to tell y'all about a guy named Michael Barber, who I know personally.
Let me ask you a question before you go into Michael Barber. When you say this is what white folks do, how do you feel about Kanye wearing a White Lives Matter shirt? Because I'm thinking you should be saying this is what Jewish folks do. Are whites Jews, or should we specify this group of people called Jews? Because according to Kanye, black and white people are Jews, and this get confusing.
Well, I'm assuming, okay, I don't know what he's appealing to. He's trying to specifically talk about the Jews that control media. Because right now he mad because he's somewhat being censored and he's being handled. Don't get that motherfucking interview twisted. Nore was told what questions to ask. Anytime Kanye West veered off, Nore made sure that he stayed on point, or if Kanye West started saying some shit that was too much, Nore would throw him off. So that was a planned interview with Drink Champs. Other than that, he excommunicated. And we all know that Revolt TV, Drink Champs, the people that's behind it, who's funding it.
Let me speak a second too. I'm saying hurry up and go ahead and land my brother Didek, and I'm gonna come back to you. But let me grab the mic too when you're done. Go ahead, you got it.
Well, what Kanye West is doing, he is making himself relevant again. That's the reason why he kept saying he's lit. I'm lit. I'm lit. He's trying to make himself relevant because whatever he's doing in the world of the 1%er, right? They are saying, okay, can I say this? I'm gonna end it because I told y'all.
You go land.
I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end it because this is what Kanye West is doing, just like what Donald Trump is doing. Only a very few are privily behind the velvet rope. And the people that go behind the velvet rope usually don't touch the model. You got dumbasses, I'm just referencing this, you got dumbasses who would touch the model. And when they touch it, the people who stand behind the veil or behind the velvet rope, they can now see that's a fake ass model.
Land that thing.
Everyone who's standing behind the velvet rope can see that this is a fucked up model because you got two people who is playing with the shit, who is moving shit that don't supposed to be moved. You ever went over a friend's house and they got a model set up and they tell you don't touch that shit and you touch it and move it any motherfucking way? That's a badass kid. All right, that's Kanye West and Donald Trump, and I land.
Okay, hey, check this out, y'all. I want to go over the etymology of Jew. A Jew, and we can't argue with this, man. We really can't argue with this. It's showing you the etymology of Jew. Remember, the name Judah come from the name Judas. The real Jews of the world were called gypsies. Let me show you something about Egyptian pharaohs. Watch this. The real Jews of the world were called gypsies because they sold snake oil and they were deceivers. They the synagogue of Satan. When you see the pharaoh with this big ass beard on, that's why the Jews wear the beards. It's called Brahmanism. Brahmanism. Watch this. The concept of wearing a beard like Uncle Sam, that come from the devil, which is the great deceiver. And another word for deceiver is gypper, which where we get the word Egyptian from. The Egyptians gypped the world. Let's read about Jews. In uneducated times, inexplicable ancient artifacts were credited to Jews based on a biblical chronology, such as Jews' money. Look, Roman coins found in England. Watch this, y'all. In Greece, after Christianity had erased the memory of classical glory, ruins of pagan temples were called Jews' castles, and in Cornwall, Jews' houses was the name for the remains of ancient tin smelting works. Guess what Jews are known for? Making money. Everybody know the Egyptians created coins before the Jews. Before the Romans and Greeks and the Druids and the Celtic people, Leprechaun, St. Patrick them. Before all of them, St. Patrick them is practicing the same culture of the Egyptians, which was making money and capitalism and taxation, which is why the root word of jewelry is Jews. And you can't make jewelry if you don't know how to melt metals. And melting metals is how you make money. Pressing technology. So that's what I'm telling y'all, Gutenberg and all of this was shit. Remember, paper come from Egypt and the printing press come from the Jews. There's a connection between the Egyptians and the Greeks that they're hiding, and I'm trying to show it to y'all. It's called Greco-Egyptian society. That's what we're in. So hold on a second, because I'm about to go real deep with this shit, man. Hold on.
I disagree with that. We in a Judeo-Christian society.
We don't care what you disagree with, brother. I'm just doing my little research at this time. Hold on.
Yeah, Jew isn't short for Judas, man. Judah has nothing to do with Judas, one of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Ho. I don't want nobody cutting in telling us shit that Jews told us. You niggas are dumb. Guess what niggas will do? Niggas will repeat what Jews told us to argue against what I'm saying. So, and that ain't research. That's what they want you to do. No one is going to pull up etymology like I'm doing. You're just regurgitating the indoctrination that we all grew up under. When I'm deciphering, giving your ass the truth. The Egyptians and Greeks unified, brother. And I ain't giving your ass a source. You go and do your motherfucking research and prove me wrong. Ain't giving you shit. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to teach what I'm teaching, and you're going to let me do it and be quiet and wait till your turn. Now I let that man talk, and I'm sitting here pulling up etymology to show you some, and niggas want to keep debating me to regurgitate shit. These niggas are irrelevant if they ain't telling us nothing new. Nigga, I'm telling you why the pyramid on your damn dollar. I'm telling you why they tried to rebuild Memphis in Tennessee. The people in power, they learned from the Egyptians, and it even say that in the Bible that you was quoting, you fake ass Christian. It told you Moses learned from the way of the Egyptians. What did Moses hold up in the desert? Moses built luxury cities in the desert like Dubai, nigga. Ain't nothing new under the sun. The shit that Moses lifted up in the desert is the symbol for the American dollar today, nigga. That's the USD symbol, nigga. This how you get the USD symbol, nigga. Like, but everything I'm saying, what's the sources? I ain't giving you no sources. Prove me wrong. Go look it up. Moses was building advanced kingdoms in the fucking wilderness because Moses understood some technology called electricity, which is also the word currency that we use for money. Now, let me show you some shit right here. It's called oscillation technology. Moses lifted up an antenna in the wilderness that allowed him to build kingdoms outside of the jungle. And that's why the people that run the world say we don't live by the law of the jungle. They anti-jungle, they anti-nature. We from the fucking jungle. We didn't wear platform shoes like leprechauns. Them Celtic people and Egyptian people wore heels and platforms because they had paved streets and they wanted to hear the click, clack, like the devil walking with them hooves on his feet. That's why when you go to Wall Street, they got a golden calf there. And when you on Wall Street, all you hear is clacking because everybody got suits on and formal clothes walking on concrete. You don't hear that in the jungle. They bare feet walking on dirt. We didn't have the tap dancing leprechaun culture, pilgrim culture. What I'm showing you here is the technology that allowed Moses to lead the people out of the jungle and into the wilderness, because he was able to generate electricity like the advanced city of Dubai. The most technological cities that's leading the world today, guess where they are? In the damn desert. You know why? Because if you're in the desert, you need the most technology because you so far away from nature. You in the wilderness, as they call it. So you got to innovate with technology. I'm in Las Vegas. It's very technological. And guess what else we got out here? Area 51. We got a lot of advanced technology shit. And then you got the pyramid out here. The Sphinx is just another Egypt. It would have been the same civilizations Moses would have built. He's the forefathers of these kind of civilizations. Technological empires like the Babylonian kingdoms. So this whole concept of currency, you could not make and print currency and money without electricity. They want y'all to think these people was burning and melting metals and smelting that shit. You a fool. Don't you know it was fucking millions and millions and hundreds of millions of coins that existed just in one king's rule? There's no way you doing that much smelting in metal and these coins are that uniform. They don't want you to know that people in the ancient world had oscillation technology and electricity, and that's the secrets of the fucking Ankh. I'm showing it to you right now. Why niggas want to debate what I'm saying by telling you shit they already told us.
Well,
Here comes some shit, man. This ain't my day.
Nah,
for
I
real.
just want to deal with this anti-Semite because I think a lot of people don't understand that anti-Semite, because I hear black people saying, "Oh, Kanye about anti-Semitic and all this," but when we go to the scriptures and we look up Shem, or who they want to call Semitic, but we know it goes back to Shem. We're dealing with Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? So if Shem is one of the sons of Noah, as well as Ham and Japheth, right? And they just to go off their narrative, they say Ham is to represent the black people. So if Ham and Shem is brothers, how can black people be anti-Semitic? You see, but we know we the real line of Shem.
Let me explain something to you, man. It ain't about. Here's the thing about being. You saying I can't be anti-Semitic because I am the thing that I'm talking about. And that's the stupidest shit ever. That's like a pedophile saying, how am you gonna call me a pedophile when I'm calling out pedophiles? This is like a pedophile saying, I can't be anti-pedophilic because I am a pedophile. And I'm saying, no, you can speak against pedophilia while being a pedophile. And you can be the face of anti-pedophilia, and all the pedophiles will have you in their pocket because they want to control the opposition. That's like all the cigarette companies, guess what, y'all? They control all of the anti-smoking campaigns. And that's a way they can control exactly how much heat that you can put on them, because the anti-smoking campaign is gonna give them a smack on the wrist, whereas a regular person gonna tell it how it is. The cigarette company rather control the companies that's anti-cigarette and anti-cancer. They rather own that Because if I'm responsible for talking shit about myself, I'm only gonna say a couple of little bad things. I ain't gonna really do myself that bad. That's called controlling the opposition. Kanye is to control opposition for anti-Semitism. He's saying very cliche things that's not even really anti-Semitic, and he's getting banned for it, and that's raising the bar on what they gonna consider anti-Semitism and what they gonna be in uproar and ban you about. Because Kanye ain't really going as deep as that we'll go or what I would go with the Jew when it go to talking about these Jews. And if they banning him, imagine what they'll do to you. He's the scapegoat.
Right. So my thing is this. Everybody asks him what proof do black people got that we're Jews and what do we use to sustain it? We have to ask them the same questions. What are they using to sustain this claim? If people want to say the Bible is fiction and it's made up, so why are we allowing them to claim something that a lot of people want to claim as a fairy tale? But we see that's not the case. We see that they can make this claim with no evidence, no substance. It just can just people take it on face value. That's all I'm saying.
You know why? When they I'm gonna show you how they get the power. It's called popularity. I'm showing you right now, listen, that if you can make an electric oscillator, guess what? That's what a microphone is. I'm talking through a device that's no different than an Ankh. It's an amplification device. So if you look at the Ankh, you will see it look like a microphone. A microphone or a Babel tower is dealing with amplification. I'm not going to get into all that because it's a bunch of people watching and I don't want to go nerdy on them. I just want to tell you this. The people who was leading the masses in Moses' time, the scepter that they was holding, right, would have been the microphone. All of the rappers today are controlled puppets. Just like the people that Kanye said, I'm the modern day Moses, right? Moses lifted up the scepter. Guess what the scepter allow you to do? Amplify your voice to hundreds of thousands of people. And guess what? You got to think, people didn't know about a bullhorn back then. Moses worshiped a god called Moloch. That's a bull god. That's where we get the word bullhorn from. What I'm talking about, the shit that you hold to speak through. You know, like one of these. That's why the god was called El. That god was called El, right? Because El is the shape of the bullhorn. This, you know, the reap. Let me show you something about the reaper, right? The reaper got a blade in his hand. And what they lied about is that this god, the reaper, come from up out of ancient Egypt. His name Set. Now watch this. Set with the chains around his neck and the blade. It's the fact they don't want to tell you rhyming and poetry and MCing is older than what we think. History keep repeating itself. The word reaper is the word rapper, y'all. And he wore all black and he carried a bullhorn, which was a microphone. See how this bullhorn shaped like an axe? It's shaped like an axe, don't it? But they hiding history from y'all. Let me show you something about the reaper or the rapper. Look at Run DMC with all black on. You know, when I say that, when they try to say today in Hollywood, blacks are Jews, that's what Kanye's saying. He initiating y'all into a fucking antichrist religion. Let me show you King James. Don't cut me off, man. Let me cook. Mute up. I'm gonna let y'all go. Let me do this. Look at King James, y'all. You notice something about King James? He dressed like Run DMC. The Reaper wore all black. That's called Gotham culture. Hip hop started in Gotham, New York. Everybody know that the York Rite or free rite of Freemasonry is the Celtic Rite and the Scottish Rite. All that goes into the people who really running it. Now, they used the print tall right to be the entertainers, athletes, to actually perpetuate the slaves. They need somebody to breed the slaves in the modern world. The MCs, the entertainers, the tap dancers. If you look at the chain around their neck with the top hat wearing all black, this is how the pilgrims dress, man. I'm telling you, this is how the pilgrims dress. Look at King James. I'm telling you, King James worshiped the devil, which was the god of money, the leprechaun god with the big beard. And guess what, y'all? They wore the trident for Adidas. They promoted corporations and brands and jewelry. Them niggas ain't make them change. They put a bag in a rich white Jew hand to wear that chain. Jewelry. They promoted capitalism. And if you look at New York, there's a golden bull on Wall Street where, and guess what? The capital of American finance is on Wall Street in America. And every country in the world got their money backed by the US dollar. Watch this. Here go the religion that Moses would have been under. Money, doing anything for money. And that's what Kanye doing. Kanye worshiping the beast, which is the fucking computer that's telling you how much you worth in this matrix. He's the nigga eating a steak at the table saying, I know the truth, but put me in the matrix and I want to be rich. Give me this and that. Remember that part? That's how the leprechaun get people to sell their soul. That's why I got this image. Listen, man, wearing all black with the hoodie on. That before hip hop, the word rapper is reaper. Real talk. Today they give you this reaper. And they got him leading the children astray and corrupting the children, gobbling them up. That's what the rappers doing. The rappers is creating a mentality in these children that's leading them straight into hell's fires, as my nigga Hassan Campbell say. Straight to Shaitan, as my nigga Hassan Campbell say. This rap shit ain't been nothing but an extermination for the youth and corruption and stunting their growth, making them be old and focus on money. It's a religion of money. And that's what this book, that's why the symbol that Moses lifted up looked like money, nigga. This was the new religion on earth, capitalism. And I'm telling you, it tell you in the Bible, Moses learned in all the ways of the Egyptians, man. Watch this. Watch this. Acts chapter 7:22. Moses was taught in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, and he was powerful in both speech and action. Moses knew how to print money, make money. Moses knew how to make a microphone. For Moses to lift his voice and hundreds of thousands of people hear, he had to have a bullhorn. And a bullhorn, the reason they name it a bullhorn, because they worship a bull god. This is what I'm telling you, why rappers are puppets for corporations, for Belvedere, for Nike, for jewelry, for Jacob the Jew. They always promote some white boy on a pedestal. These niggas are on a contract. And all of these labels are owned by the Jews. They've been controlling media for thousands of years. The first form of media was the bullhorn. And they don't want you to know that the scepter that the Pharaoh was carrying in Egypt was a microphone, which is why when hip-hop started, when Freemasons created hip-hop, this is Celtic magic. Remember, the leprechaun was rhyming like a motherfucker. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. All of the early rappers was glorifying Egypt, and this is why the pyramid is on your dollar. That fucking Ankh was like a microphone. The Pharaoh can speak into that shit, and his voice can be heard for miles away. People thought he was God because of this new technology. And they weren't teaching the people about the technology. They was keeping them ignorant and using the technology to rule over them, just like the government doing to us today. And that's why they got the pyramid on their money, because they learned how to be tricksters and deceivers from the best, nigga. The word luxury come from Luxor, Egypt. There's a city in Egypt called Luxor. That's why we talk about luxury today. Hollywood, celebrity, idolatry. Nigga, all these rappers do is promote luxury, promote lifestyle of Babylon. And it don't matter, and to the day, long as you got money, it don't matter how evil and ratchet you is, the people will give it a pass. And that's how the Pharaoh was an evil, sick motherfucker. And the people gave it a pass because he was blinging like a motherfucker. These people worship the devil. And I can show you the God set right now. They look just like they damn God. Look at him. This God got a bunch of chains around his neck, and he goes in blackface. And the concept of wearing all black is what they call in goth culture. And that's a form of Celtic culture. Celt is goth. Goth is like the word guilt, like guilty. Because the religion around these people was based on scapegoat knowledge, voodoo doll. They felt like they can be evil as they want to be, and they can put their evil into a doll and burn up the doll, and it free them of their sins. That's how dumb they was. And this come from Egypt too. That's why, and that was turned into Christ. Christ is like a big voodoo doll for the whole world to put their sins in him, and then we kill him. This was the idea that these dummies was trying to cheat karma and cheat death and get into luxury, vanity, selling people out, being tricksters, snake oil salesmen, deceivers, killers, rappers, which is the word reaper, which ain't none coming out of your mouth but death. And when the Pharaoh created a corrupted society, everybody under that Pharaoh wanted to be rich. They didn't care about human life. Them niggas will kill you to get to the level that the Pharaoh was on. And that's the culture we in today, dog eat dog world. So this is the God, if you look at him, this is why they got the two curls in their head and they wear the black top hat and they got the priest collar around the neck. The collar showing you got a handler. If you look at the blue ribbon King James wearing, look, they got a beer company, y'all, called Blue Ribbon. Ain't nobody gonna break this shit down like me, how this Jewish shit go. Kanye ain't even giving it this deep. This blue ribbon, check that shit out, around his neck. All the presidents put that shit around people's neck who sellouts. Watch this. Like Obama, who was promoting homosexuality, and guess what? You can see him when the president put that blue ribbon around your neck. Watch this. You got a handler now. This what I'm saying. This is occult shit I'm giving y'all. The concept of the blue ribbon. Here go King James wearing it. Look at him. It's Freemasonic. Just like I can show, watch this. Watch this. They said, see, Kanye is part of this whole shit. The Masons wear the same thing. Look, the blue ribbon and the blue apron. And you want to know why the rappers wear a big ass gold chain around their neck? Because they're all Freemasons. Look at this shit. These rappers ain't create that style on their own. This the white man culture. This is how these niggas have become witches and pilgrims. They told you that the pilgrims wore the hats like that and y'all blind today and I'm trying to wake you up. Look at the fucking Quaker Oats box. Look at what color it is. Red, white, and blue. That's America. You can find American flag in Egypt. Watch this. Uncle Sam is the devil. Here go the American flag on the throne in Egypt. And if you look at Candace Owens and Kanye West, this is the colors that they wearing. Red and blue of King David. I can show it to you. Watch this, right? When you go to all of these little MAGA movements, they got on light blue with the red, like the Houston Oilers, that baby blue with the red, like what she wearing, that's her campaign colors. It's the light blue with the red. I wish I can show you some of this shit. But you know what I'm gonna do? I got something I can pull up. I'm gonna show y'all how deep this go, because I want to teach a little bit. I hope y'all don't mind me going into, this whole, because I want to expose this shit, because the name of the title is Everything You Need to Know. And I want to give you everything I think you need to know. This shit is a deeper movement than what we think. So let me see if I can search for this information on my drive, and we finna pull it up and get it in. I'm finna show you something. I ain't making this up. Remember the Houston Oilers? How they was like a baby blue with the red? That was the color of King David's. King David wore those colors in his empire, and I can show you that. And David was where we get the word devil. The Star of David is what they're fucking under. That Jewish star, the blue six-pointed star, that's the Star of David. But if you look up what a David is, the name David come from something called a David. And if you look at what a David is, this is what I'm telling you. This is why they call it El. This is why the Pharaoh, the Santa Claus, got a cane. The name of this, the number associated with this God is 7. Here's what a David is. This David is used to basically lower ships into the sea, but this go into the law of government and all that shit. So the name David, like, I don't want to go deep into it, but if you do the etymology of David real quick, right? Because this is stuff I think we need to know about everything going on. Look, if you look up the name David, it'll go into a bunch of different stuff. When they talk about the Star of David, that tied to the Star of David. Now, hold on. Let's go back to why they named it. Hey, look, I know I got a lot of people on the panel, but we're going to be here for a minute, and I want to show these folks something. If you look at west on the walls of Egypt, it's the same little baby blue and red colors that they wearing all over the place. David is the word devil. I don't want to go too far into the etymology because I'll be here all day and I ain't really intent for that, and I'm going to just do another stream to do this whole shit that I'm trying to teach now because I don't want to keep the callers waiting. So hold on. But let me just show you this because I want y'all to know how deep it is. That's why I titled the title that way. These 2 curls that they wear, look at the 2 curls. You see that? Look at the Quaker box. You see how his hair is with the 2 little puffs on each side? I'm identifying the people who've been misleading us ever since early America, man. They don't want, this whole shit is based on Jewish people and Freemasonry. And guess how sick this shit is? When you start trying to expose these folks, the black folks will say, man, we Jews. And that's called assimilation. We could never identify the enemy because our people telling us we the enemy. And the people that's telling us this shit, they doing it for money. All of these rappers and shit was selling their souls for money. And they'll tell you, see, let me tell you something. Rich people got to say, well, we invented money. We invented all this because once they assimilate with the Jews, they got to tell everybody else, well, we been Jews. We been sellouts. We been evil motherfuckers. We been capitalists. No, we ain't. We was people in the jungle not caring about money. We ain't been there. We just became devils when they taught us how to be devils. When the Egyptians and Greeks taught the world how to be evil and worship the golden bull, money, jewelry. Look at what they wearing, jewelry. That's all I'm saying, man. You can't refute this shit. Like, This whole striped flag is dealing with the rings of Saturn and a cube of Saturn. Yeah, when I made this title, I said everything you need to know because I was gonna do a solo presentation. There you go. I gave you what I was gonna give you. Now we can go back to the callers. Kanye is a puppet. We are not no Jews. And I got smoke for everybody who think we Jews. Let's get it.
Yes, Sirski. Hey, what's good, bro? Me, myself. Appreciate this opportunity for sure. We Hebrews, and y'all wrote, I've been writing down so much shit, but Hebrews, right, is just the people who repeat the knowledge given. And so that's literally what Hebrew means. Jews come from a pantheon of called like Yahwehism or Yahism, right? And of course, Yahweh in that ancient pantheon had a goddess, a mother goddess of birth and rebirth called Asherah. And so all of that stuff's linked up to Semitic, Samaria, Sumer, in that part of the world, right? But it's referred to as Afro-Asiatic. And so Africans believed in the same type of pantheons, right? And so what these religions are doing, what religion is doing, especially just specifically the Bible, right, is talking about at the end, there's all of that's a separation of, and it's separated, all right, it's separated into this. You have monotheism, then it's like pre or pro or pref monotheism, which says all the gods are collected up under one God, right? And then you have the regular monotheism, which just says there's just one God above all, right? Supreme and eternal. And so that was the split in what the wars was about over there back in the day. When we're talking about biblical times, right? It's always been about the disconnect from the singularity that we're all part of, that light being, right? Christ is the guide back to that. That's why Jews sacrificed him as their lamb or bull.
Hey, brother,
So,
I ain't gonna
yeah,
I ain't trying to be funny. I don't want this shit to turn into no mythology shit. Like this, hold on, wait. This is a conversation for people that's decoding the Bible, not really believing the Bible. If you're a Bible believer, I really want you to kind of listen in and see how we doing it. Try to, no offense.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
I've already opened up the can of worms to where we beyond the mythological interpretation. We don't think these, we don't think these myths are real. So when you come up here talking like that, it's actually taking my show backwards.
Okay.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, y'all got it.
Okay, so religion is like spirituality or represented by people that's trying to take people's territory or just take the territory away from the people of Earth, which is Black people, white people, Arabians, Mexican. So like that's why there's so many religions, because it's just people's way of understanding what this life is, what life could be after death, and it's confusing people because
religion ain't got nothing to do with life after death.
On the surface level, huh?
Religion ain't about understanding life after death. Religion
yes, it is. That's what it's all about.
Yes, that's what it's all about.
It's like why
Hold on, my nigga.
That's why people want to be Jews, because they want what the Jews have right now.
That's not true. That's the falsehood of religion. Religion is
you want to go to heaven or hell?
Listen, I don't give a fuck about heaven or hell. I'm already there. Now listen, let me say this.
And see, guess what? I'm allowing Bobby to cut him off because guess what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't run a fair show. Yeah, I'm not I gotta maintain a certain level of consciousness, otherwise my ratings will go down. I ain't in kindergarten with my people no more. So if somebody go to taking us back to kindergarten, I got to censor that because it ain't fair. I'm all about the advanced knowledge at this point, man.
Are you sure? Because I was about to break down the science.
Positive, because look,
I was about to break down the science of these books that y'all don't like. So are we getting rid of all books?
Wait a minute. Before you cut me off.
Nobody banging on books. You coming from a religious, emotional perspective, brother.
No, I'm just asking.
I use the Bible more than anybody, brother.
Can we go into the science of, like I was about to get us to, because
Well,
was
it took
asking
you too
about
long
what
to
are
get
we
us
the real
there.
Jews?
Now I'm
Like
cooking in the
y'all,
kitchen. Now check this out.
you burning it up. But like I
Motherfucker,
was saying,
Let
dogma.
him
Hebrews, right?
talk, bro.
Dogma
Yeah,
is
like I
what
was saying.
motherfuckers get.
Y'all got it. Y'all got it
Dogma,
though.
yeah,
I think y'all
dogma.
scared of the science though.
No, I'm not scared. I
We
just
scared of the
you take too
mythology.
long to get to it.
Yeah, we
You giving
scared.
us
Real
mythology,
talk.
bro.
You scared of the
Like,
long, drawn out
you are about to
mythological
try
Yeah,
to
shit.
you
explain
taking
the
too
Bible
long.
though.
Nah,
Y'all been
you gonna
explaining the
keep on
Bible for the
cutting me
last
off.
hour.
Wait a minute. You gonna keep on cutting me off, or you finna let me cook? Because all
You
of
got
this
it.
shit
Yeah,
about
go
the
ahead.
Bible explaining life after death. The Bible is a personification book of nature for children in an advanced society. That's it. The only
That makes
motherfuckers
no
who knew
sense, man.
about life after death is people who died and went there. Other than that, anything else the Bible is explaining is about other dimensions.
No, man. The reason why people want to
People,
be Jews is
hold
because
on,
Hey,
hold on.
Madon,
What's
fall back
going
a
on?
second.
Hold on, Madon.
Gotta
Religion.
fall back a second, Madon. Hold up. Let him
Religion
go a
is
minute.
religion is relating to nature. That's why the netters is nature. That's why all religions across the world have the same relationship, explaining nature to children. I said this before. That's why
Religion is about
that's why
control.
you hold on. That's why you personify the alphabet for children, because people understand nature better through
Hold up,
personification.
though. Hold up.
Mhm.
This is
Religion
what
came because of
this.
control, bro.
No,
That's
bro,
not true.
stop. I want other folks to mute up. Unmute again after I mute you, and you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. Cause check this out. Ain't nobody trying to go back and forth about these other arguments. I know what the show topic is about. We off topic right now. The show is about our blacks Jews, and we ain't talking about that right now. So anybody muting in and go on with that circular argument, now that's what I'm saying. Check this out. The brother, me, myself, was talking about, well, we ain't Jews, we Hebrews. But the reason we call it a Hebrew is because it come from the word Hebrew come from the word Ibra, which is the root word of Ibrahim, which is how we get the word Abraham, which is the word Brahma. Brahma is Abraham. If you look at the god Brahma, right? Let's go to him. Here he go. He's a god with a white beard like Santa, like Uncle Sam, which is Santa. And it's this same bearded God that they worship in this leprechaun god of money. This is why the pharaohs wore gold and had the beard. They all worship the god of money. And this is why he got his chain around his neck. He's holding his scepter just like everybody else I'm showing. The pharaoh had his two, the flask and the other one. I forgot the flail. But check this out, y'all. When he say Hebrew, the word brew come from the witch's brew. And the people who was talking about stirring up the witch brew and all that shit, that was the Hebrew or Abrahamic people, Hebrewic people. These were the people that was making medicines. They call them snake oil salesmen. Let me show you what the snake oil salesman look like.
Sanchez, it was an occupation. That's why they
Hold
claiming
on.
that Jew, Hebrew, and Moor shit. It's an
But I
occupation.
have a question,
Hold on,
Sanchez,
hold on.
just from a knowledge base.
I can't show you though.
But I want to, from a knowledge base of the word, I'm with you and I'm following what you're doing, but I'm talking about when you talk about the word Hebrew.
Hold on,
because from my understanding, it comes from the word Hebrew.
Hold on, brother. We don't, but that's what I'm saying though. We know about your understanding. But guess what? How about this? Because I'm finna say some real shit that's fair. Fuck your understanding if you don't care to hear mine.
Nah, I want to follow you, but I
Now
want to
look,
make sure.
now ain't that fair? Now ain't that fair though?
That's very fair.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. If I'm giving my understanding right now and you're cutting me off to give yours, you're saying, fuck your understanding, bro Sanchez. I want to give you mine, and what you think I'm going to do back. I'm going to get the same energy. So let's not do that. Hear me out, my brother. Be patient with me.
Right on.
I'm in the middle of trying to show you something. And if you don't let me show you what I'm saying, you cutting in with your understanding, I ain't gonna want to understand it because I'm gonna feel like, damn, he didn't even care to hear what I was trying to get him to understand. So if you let me reach my understanding with what I'm showing now, I'm gonna mute up and let you go, and we both, you see what I'm saying?
Right on.
And then when I'm done, I'm going to see if you understand what I'm saying. I'm going to question you about mine before I let you even go into yours, because I want to make sure I'm understood. So first of all, before I even do that, I'm going to be a good man and I'm going to mute my flow and I'm going to give you a minute to if there's anything I said so far that you misunderstand, go ahead about the etymology I think you was about to say about the etymology. Go ahead, brother, and I'll get it back. Go ahead.
Exactly. And I was gonna let you go flow on, man. I'm a listener before I'm a speaker. But what I was saying when you went into the word Hebrew, because I'm following you right along, I'm gonna soak everything in. It was the word Hebrew, because from my studies, I've seen your studies also, but from my studies, I was thinking the word Hebrew came from Igbo, which was a tribe, that correlates with Judah, Yehuda, and all of that. So I wanted to make sure I was following you properly. That's all I was doing, and then I was gonna let you continue.
All right, watch this. Let me show you something. Keep your mic unmuted, brother. Let me and that brother go back and forth. Salutes to him. I want you to know, man, much love to you, bro. Hey, and check this out, yo. I'm trying to get you to see something that nobody really know. And this knowledge that I know, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, the shit kind of driving me crazy, because every time I show folks what I found out, they go back and show me the shit that they indoctrinated us with. So, for example, I'm gonna show y'all what I mean here in a minute. Hold on a second, we good. So check this out, y'all. This American Medical Association is responsible for everything that I can't talk about, right? Because it'll get me blocked. Now look at the stuff you can't talk about. The Jews, you can't talk about the jab, all the J words, right? And check this out. So look at the symbol of the American Medical Association. You know why it's a serpent? Because the Egyptians was using serpent venom for medicine, Imhotep and all them. They call it snake oil. But the snake oil wasn't healing folks. It was making them sick. And this is how we get all these plagues in the world. That the same gods that promised to heal us was making us sick. Now, don't that sound like the medical associations of the world? Now, watch this, y'all. Look at this man truck. It say a miracle elixir. In church today, the pastor giving you prayer cloths and all that, saying it'll heal you. Who you think they get this from? These were the original synagogue of Satan that the Bible speak of, and Kanye and all these celebrities and idols on earth that y'all like and worship, they working with these folks. And that's what I'm trying to show you. Look at this dude in his all black with his cane in his hand. That was the pimp. That's what how pimps dress. This was tricking people, deceiving people. Look at what Moses was holding, a scepter in his hand. Same stuff. I'm showing you wearing all black and holding that cane. Look at here, right here, what I'm showing you right here. That's the god Set, which is the root word of Satan. Look at here. Satan held a trident. That's the candy cane. Check out these masons held a staff, a stick in their hand like a staff. So do the Hebrew Israelites. So did the Pharaoh. Only thing I'm showing y'all is the same religion of the pilgrims. We don't know that this culture we in, it goes all the way back to Celtic magic, Irish shit, science. Where they said these pilgrims was making our indigenous ancestors sick with smallpox and all that. When you join the military, one of the first shots you get is a smallpox shot. They give you some shit that you probably would have never caught in your life, just to say, well, if we give it to you first, you ain't got to worry about getting it again. Now, these people was using this kind of shit to create plagues all around the earth and capsize governments and infiltrate governments and turn them into fiat governments under fiat currencies. Look at the symbol of Amma. This is the American Medical Association. Now look at what Moses holding up. The same symbol. Guess what? Moses was doing medical miracles, but how was he doing it? He was doing it with animal cells from a cow, from a chicken, from a venom. And what happened was these folks would get the people sick, like with chicken pox, then give you the chicken pox shot and heal it and say, well, you're immune to it now. We healed you. It's called a Hegelian dialectic, where they create the problem and the solution to say that I'm the savior. So Moses would have been responsible for healing multitudes of people, whatever technology he had, and that technology was represented by this symbol right here, which is the symbol of medical association. And what I'm telling you, in Egypt, when you see the man with the lion head, the sphinx, the minotaurs in Rome, the man with the horse legs, and all mixing the humans with the animals, that's bestiality that the Greeks and the Egyptians was practicing, because they medicine was about mixing human DNA with animal DNA. And if you look what's in the V word, you know, that rhyme with Maxine, the V word that rhyme with Maxine, we've all got them in our life, but if you look at what's in them, it's a lot of animal cells and shit. Cells from pigs, cells from all kind of shit. And we're like guinea pigs, if you ask me. So they're trying to learn about our DNA and shit, but they're learning as they go, but they telling the world that they got it all figured out. And because of that, there's been many plagues that come and go on the earth, and we just had one in our time. We call it the Corona beer. So look at the symbol of this shit, Amma right here, yo. Look at this shit right here. I can't make this up, yo. You know what Amma is? Amma is a serpent goddess that was being worshipped in Africa. Let me show you something. And this serpent goddess is because they was capturing snakes and using the venom to make medicine and shit. And at first, they was killing a lot of folks. You don't get it right the first time. But the people that was guinea pigs was like the criminals, the people in society that was, you know, and shit like that. But now they done made everybody, if you just poor, you're a guinea pig now. Because you can't, you know, access certain things. If like I couldn't join the military until I got like 30 shots, no cap. But so check this goddess out. She's a serpent goddess, Amma. That's the name of the, you can see the serpent on American Medical Association. All this is the snake oil salesman. It's a scam. Y'all, like the people that said Hebrew, that's Hebrew, Ibrahim, Abraham, the god, Brahma, the bearded god, the trickster god. One of the most common Jewish names is Oberheimer. And Oberheimer is just another offshoot of Ibrahim or Abraham. But I'm going to stop right there.
Can I finish my anecdote, Sanchez? Because somehow I got kicked off the panel. Maybe I hit the button. I don't know. But with that being said, I was talking about this guy named Michael Barber before I got interrupted, who I know very well. Black man, African American, however you want to label him, right? All I know is he got color in his skin. He got an afro. All right, he invented the MRI, the magnetic resonant imaging machine. So when you go to the doctor and get an MRI, thank a black man for that. But what I was going to tell you is that the Jews controlled that. That's the reason why they can call themselves that. I'm talking about the amalgamated or the pale skin, light skin, however people want to label it. But we know who is proclaiming to be what. Another person, famously, is Clarence Avant. I don't know if anybody know about the Black Godfather in jazz music, and the first Jew who was controlling them, Glasser. If anybody ever get a chance, check out that movie called The Black Godfather, about the life story of Clarence Avant. And with that, it explained the perpetration that took place. And what they do, they just proclaim everything that we do that is a gift to the world, that is the jewel to the world. And I got cut off with that one. But with that being said, the white man just proclaims it. And when he proclaims it, he can proclaim himself a Jew. Now, I did see in your chat room, like somebody says the difference between being a Jew and Jewish, because that's what they claim. They claim Jewish. And with that being said, if we recognize who we are as a people, rather if we want to put that label on us or not, then we can reverse the shit. And that's exactly what Kanye West was pointing out. But he was pointing to the same dogmatic shit that it's gonna put them right back into a spin, because what he's doing, he's getting people aware of what the Jews are doing, but at the same time plugging their ass right back into Christianity. Talk about Jesus is gonna save us and all this and that and blase splivy. It sounds something familiar. It sounds familiar. With that being said, Kanye West, him pointing it out, like I said, he's tugging on the emotional strings of those people who subscribe to conspiracy theories, because he is not giving you no specific. He's just saying Jews, Jews, Jews. And we will assume that every white man is a Jew. But no, it's a slash in between that. It's Christian. Either they're Jewish or they're Christian. And they are the ones that's pulling the strings. I can name all specifics in terms of J.P. Morgan, the Vanderbilts, even in my city, I know them specifically in terms of the Reeses. Who else is it? The Rebels. These are Jewish families that proclaim the fruits and labors of Black folks, because the Reeses own a barbecue spot. Only niggas working there, but it's owned by a Jew.
But we got to remember, though, brother, the Jews don't believe in Christ. They don't believe in the Messiah.
Well, you know why?
That's where we're getting it wrong too. Because we got to remember, a lot of this is about bloodlines, man, and that's where we're getting it wrong. We took titles and they make titles and replaced them with bloodlines. What they're doing is usurping the understanding. Thing with Kanye, he knows something, but he don't have the understanding of what he's talking about. It's a lot of misconstruing the words, and just to be fair, man, all of us are right and have a point. It's about combining to get the understanding. I'm talking about from Sanchez to all of y'all. All of y'all hit it on point, but we missed the fact. Well, we got to decode all of their stuff. I'm talking about even from the book. That book, we wrote the book. They took it and translated it. The name, they took it. That's why when I asked Sanchez about, continue to tell me what was you saying about the word Hebrew, because from my studies, I'm one of those from all the elders. The Dr. Ben yourself is what this remind me of.
What question that you have about what I said?
No, because I was finna go into the bloodline, because you hit on something when you were talking about how they test on us. Because it boils down to bloodlines to me. But when you remember when you was talking, you said let you go, and I hit on the Igbo stuff. Because Hebrew, from what I studied a little deeper, hey, it may be another vice that they use, but it comes from the word Igbo, which is a tribe. One of the things
those people are from Southeast Nigeria, and
a lot of us are also, and I think that's what the Hebrew Israelites get wrong.
No, a lot of us ain't. Hey, listen, the Nigerians are very distinguished people because they are the tallest people on earth. Like when you go to Nigeria, all of them are taller than a motherfucker. That's one of the things about Nigeria. And that ain't just a trait that's common in our people. We got the Cat Williams of the world and all that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think that's where we getting it wrong. That's where the Hebrew Israelites get it wrong.
Well, what I'm saying is, when we ask Nigerian people that blacks originate from their people, they will laugh and say no. And I got videos of African tribes doing that too. They don't know why we think we from them and stuff. But
and you're
but a
doing that.
lot
Yeah.
of them lack the knowledge also. And I got a Nigerian classmate.
Wow.
I had a Nigerian classmate. But what I'm saying is, what we're getting wrong is the part on all black people are not the true Jews. We all from different tribes. Even like with the Egypt stuff. Egypt is not the old civilization. You hit on that a little bit with the people of Niger, people of Ethiopia, and the ones they call Egyptians, Comedicians, and all of that. And that's what they get wrong. When we get into the word Jew, you hit on it when you posted earlier about the Yehuda. Yehuda was a tribe. That's what the Hebrew Israelite gets on. And like where I started getting deep into this study at was when I started reading for myself years ago. And I ran across something when I was reading into like when we go to the biblical side. And I done sat down with the best of comedics, all of that.
What I want to let you just to sum this all up real quick though, when we talking about Jews, what the Jews are comprised of tribes, but they themselves ain't a tribe. The Jews are a order of secret cabals that is another word that we call a clan or a tribe or a mob or a gang.
And you know how it's coded? That's why I say use all knowledge. You know how it's coded in the scripture and how they flipped it? That's the ones that, that the biblical, from a biblical standpoint, the Christians call the Messiah. Those are the ones he was calling out the Pharisees and the Sadducees. But the way that they flipped it in scripture was use that term Jews is the one who crucified Christ. No,
what they was called. What we need to look for is the people that's referred to as the synagogue of Shaitan, the synagogue of Satan.
Bingo. And you notice every time this come up that you notice every time this come up, what makes this whole truth, they always try to knock it down, but you never hear it because based on what they call anti-Semitism, that means everyone that claims that they are Christian in the United States is anti-Semitic by Revelation 2:9 alone. But you notice they never bring this up. And nobody say, hey, from y'all
let
Bible,
me ask
from
you a
y'all.
question. Hey, do
Go
you
ahead.
agree with Kanye West that blacks are Jews? That's what the show is
Not their
about.
version. Not their version. I believe that not blacks, not all blacks. All Jews, the tribe, those who descend from the tribe of Yehuda, the Igbo.
What is a Jew first? What is a Jew?
A direct descendant of the Most High, and there's something who is spiritually connected through blood that he has protected since the beginning of time.
So listen, brother, do me a favor. No offense.
Right.
Do me one big favor. Just mute for 1 second, right? I want to move along to everybody else on the panel. Like, I really don't want to spend a lot of time with the mythological shit. I don't believe there's no one group of people on the earth that's a direct descendant of God. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't. And I don't really want to entertain it tonight with all due respect.
I agree, and I believe that confuses people and it keeps the argument going. And it's been doing that for thousands and thousands of years. And I just want to say that.
Yeah, let's step our game up. We can have a higher quality bill than that. That's people believing in fairy tales, though. Man, if God ain't got blood, right? How everybody can trace their bloodline to a bloodless motherfucker? I don't want to entertain this. It's silly. How the fuck I'ma trace my blood to a creator that ain't even made out of blood, my nigga? Ain't even physical. I'ma trace some physical shit called blood, y'all, to heaven, a non-physical place. Can we please stop? I asked nicely one time. If I have to do this a third time, I'ma just start roasting and crusting your ideology. You see, I asked nicely. Let me keep my show how I want it. I think I don't want to entertain that. Let's move on.
Right. Because, well, I mean, yeah, somebody go ahead.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to land my plane real quick. Jews and Christians are hand in hand in terms of who we assuming this sector. Because I don't even like using Christians and Jews to describe the people. Actually, I just like using double and God. With that being said, these Jews and Christians who control what we assume to be our lifestyle or our livelihood, they just misappropriating what the black man is. That's it. That's it.
I let a lot of
We're all
new
human,
people
man.
on. I let a lot of new people on, and I want them to speak. And I want to say this to people. Every store you walk in don't got to serve you. These are private companies, and they reserve the right to refuse your service. And on my channel, I reserve the right to not entertain certain shit that I don't want to entertain. Just because I'm a YouTuber with a channel don't mean I got to talk about everything somebody join my show want this show to go. This a dictatorship. So was Jerry Springer though. So was Maury. A motherfucker. If Jerry Springer was saying we talking about cheating husbands today, a motherfucker couldn't just change the topic to fast cars.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Hey, and I'm gonna go after you, Madonna. Go ahead.
Real quick. I was just gonna say this real quick, fast, because Sanchez had some new people on. But this is the reason why, well, in my opinion, this is the reason why they have a problem with black people saying we're Jews. This is it, right? The problem is this, because when you look in the Bible, which most people read in America and a lot of other places, these are God's chosen people. So it's like, how dare y'all niggas call yourself the chosen people of God? That's why they have a problem. Because according to this
And you
book,
can't prove that we're
hold
chosen
on, no matter
people.
if we can prove it or not. But the thing is how do black people have the audacity to say they're the chosen people of God? And they got a problem with that.
Yeah,
I got one statement.
Listen, here, I'm gonna tell you the problem I got with that. I got a problem with the people saying that they the chosen people of God versus people saying that they are gods and goddesses. They selling themselves short. Go ahead, OG.
And I'm gonna be real quick. What I'm saying is, bro, Sanchez, they use religion. They're trying to prove that Bible to basically steal our land rights here in America and take our heritage.
The Bible.
That's
they
the part
use the Talmud.
That's the part that our people don't want to understand. They're stealing our birthrights here in America and trying to put us in Africa. And I'm gonna land right there.
But we're from the earth. We're not just from like one place.
Everybody trying to get chosen. Now guess what? Now I'm gonna tell you. Now I gotta say this. I call it hoe culture, and the reason why I call it hoe culture, ho ho ho, right? Because tell me the number one person on the earth that have a choose me mentality. Pimps and hoes come from is choosing culture. And that's what I'm talking about, the chosen ones. Like everybody want to be chosen. Nobody want to be the nigga doing the choosing. Like I don't want to be the chosen one. I just want to be the chooser. The chooser. Like I want to be the dude that's so powerful I get to choose, and you the one saying, I hope I get chose. I want to be the chosen versus the chooser.
Well, the thing of it is, Sanchez, it's a political move at the same time, and at the same time, it's a it give you it sustains you as a people, because when you say you're the chosen people of God, that's not just that ain't something you just can say. You have to live up to that. You can just say that.
Watch this. We the chosen people of God.
Right, but what I'm saying is, at the same time, that's why we gotta embrace it, though. I'm saying we're saying it, but we're not embracing it all the way. So once we embrace that, I'm just saying once we embrace we the chosen people of the Most High, that means we set the standards of the world. We show the world true peace, true love, true unity. This is what it means to be the chosen people of God. You just can't call yourself the chosen people of God and be out here on some ratchet shit. So
you can do that without being racist.
Let me show you something. Watch this
though.
We
show more love than anybody.
Hey, Madonna making a point, but I'm gonna show you what it become. You can call yourself the chosen people of God, and you can be out here on demon time, ratchet shit, and all that, long as you say your God did that. So if I kill somebody and I still say I'm God's chosen person, I can say, well, hey, my God killed people. Hey, my God did this. So even your most evil rappers will have a Jesus face on their neck in gold and say, I thank God for my shit. Now,
Well,
that's what
you're
I'm
right.
telling you. So yeah.
And that's why the scriptures say they got a zeal with the Most High, but not according to knowledge. They think they know them. They think they got a true and doing the works to the Most High, but they ain't. They're doing the works to the devil. Because
Well, they
when you
said
truly
that
love,
they said that their blessings. What do you say to this? These guys say that their blessings is proof that their relationship with God got to be better than yours. Cause look at all what He blessed them with, and look at what you got going. What happens when they go to talking like that? What do you say?
well, I think it may lie some truth in it because a lot of us tend to not step out on faith. A lot of these rappers, they did step out on faith.
Damn, are
I'm
you
just saying.
serious, bro? No, they
Yeah,
stepped.
yeah,
No,
because a
no,
lot of us,
no,
a
no,
lot
no,
of
no,
us
no, no,
rappers,
no.
Can we
Watch
be
this.
cursed?
They didn't step out on faith, bro. They stepped out on drug money. Jay-Z told you that I came into this motherfucker 100 grand strong, not with a bunch of faith, with a bunch of money. That from me selling dope to your auntie. That ain't faith. That's hustle. Show me one nigga in the game, especially these rappers today, Demon Time, all these trap talking niggas. These niggas will tell you, bro, ain't no faith did this. This was grinding and hustling. Every day I'm hustling, not every day I'm praying, brother.
Hey, I disagree with that, Sanchez, because if you watch BET Awards, all those trap niggas was thanking God. Now I digress.
Even your Bible say faith without works is stupid than a motherfucker. So the Bible even agree with what I'm saying right now.
Why do rappers always thank God when they come to the podium? And I digress.
Because
Hey, how
guess what?
can I be?
I'm gonna tell you why they thank God. Because there are many gods on the earth. Buddha one, Satan is one. You should ask them. Tell us the name of your God.
Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the
You will
whole
see
point
that
I'm
they
making.
God ain't the God you thinking it is.
No, I know the God that I know what they're doing. It's your choice if you want to. If you choose to go that direction, you can choose. It looks glamorous. It seems fair because a lot of people make evil look fair seeming. And with that being said, I know what that renders. I know what the fruit that bears. I'm not going to choose that. I'm not going to choose it, but they are getting by in this world in terms of what we consider in our aesthetics and what we see. It's pleasant. It's pleasant when we see that. We try to downgrade it as much
Let's
as we
let
possibly.
Madon finish. Hey, check it out. We gotta pass it around, brother. You know you've been going. Hey, Ross Ben Yahweh, let me know when you want the mic. We really want the Hebrews to chime in. The picture that I got on the screen today, y'all. These people in the MAGA movement are wearing the same colors that the Oilers wore, the Patriots wore. This red, blue, and white shit go all the way back to David's kingdom that you see on the right. What you see on the right is like some sort of election ceremony where David is being revered. And this was a multitude of people revering King David. Now, when you pull up images of King David, he's wearing these same colors. I thought that was interesting because when you talk about the devil, it's a blue one and a red one. But check this out, y'all. Uncle Sam is this bearded God. Like, only thing I'm telling you, when I showed you the pharaohs wore the long beards in Egypt, that was because money was created in Egypt. And the god of money was a leprechaun god. His number was 7. That became the god of all these religions y'all worshiping, and why everybody say, man, I'm praying to him for a blessing. Because people in Asia, they put their money on Buddha, this golden little statue, and they say, well, I'm gonna get it back later. That's like a casino mentality, gambling form. But this was the God that created all of that. Back in ancient Egypt, they had casinos, taxation, the whole world we in today, right? Is especially, see, that's why in Vegas, which is a gambling capital, we got the Sphinx, the pyramid. Basically, they rebuilt Egypt. Like, so the thing is, There's a history to our culture that go back way farther. We think this shit is new. That's why I made this collage on the screen. Even when they having a MAGA meetings and shit like what Kanye and Trump, Candace Owens, what all them are part of now, this is the fucking new, this is what we going into with this whole censorship psyop where they finna be banning everybody's speech. King David did the shit. But look at these colors, y'all. Look at the similarity. This ancient Christian artwork from King David time where they was revering David. And if you don't know why I'm pulling that up, they compare Donald Trump to King David. The Jews did. That's major, bro. All of the Jews revere Trump. They love him to death. So for Kanye West to be around here with a MAGA hat on, big up in Trump, but talking shit about Jews, it don't make no sense. I told y'all it's control opposition.
Well,
I want to interject.
I think what Kanye is doing is genius. I ride with Kanye, far as when he say we the Jews and yes, we are the Israelites. I ride with that brother.
He know folks gonna ride with him on that. That's why he's saying it.
Because he came to the truth. Now he's coming to the truth. Kanye has come into the real truth of who we are as a people and how we as a people need to see ourselves as a nation. Because once we see ourselves as a nation and we can move forward, man, and control all that we participate in. And that's the problem. We don't see ourselves as a nation, and that's why people take advantage of us.
You know why we don't see ourselves as a nation? Because we're trying to assimilate into a nation, and we're trying to tell them people we are Jews, and you gonna let us be what you are. Now these folks, right? They the ones invented the word Jew. Now what? And you telling them you one of them? You gonna tell like the other brother I was just talking to? He said we're Nigerians. Nigerians don't say that. They would laugh at that idea. Now imagine how silly you would look, right? To stand up there and argue with a Nigerian, I am one of y'all. And the Nigerian saying, you're not one of us, man. And you're saying, yes, I am. You don't know who you is. I'm one of y'all. Bro, even if I am one of them, at that point, I'll give up. Like, well, fuck it. I'm just not. My pride too high. Even if I am one of them, I wouldn't do that. That'll look silly.
Well, see, the thing about it, a lot of brothers like me, we go by what the scriptures say. And as the scripture says, our spirit bear witness that we're Israelites. So my spirit is on here bearing witness that I'm an Israelite because how the things I say and the Most High Most High touch my brain and allow me to explain the whole game. You feel me? And and that's what he do with a lot of us, man. That's why we so cold-cut creative. We do these things, and we just gotta, like I said, we got a zeal with the Most High, and we starting to get the true knowledge. The knowledge is coming. People are waking up. We understand who we are because what we got to do is stop allowing these people to define who and what we are, and that's the problem that's going on. We got to decide who and what we are as a people instead of letting another people define that and classify that and pass laws to justify that bullshit. And that's the problem.
So what's wrong with
I
just
just
being
wanted to
correct something, bro?
Can I go?
I didn't say we Nigerian. I just said we're part of the Igbo tribe. The Igbo tribe is a part of all through Africa. Yes, they were stationed in Nigeria.
But my thing is, when it comes to saying who we are, that statement right there is like very disrespectful. It's never who we are. The way you should have did that, you should have said, listen, man, I found out my family is part of the Igbo tribe. You telling every black person in America they part of the Igbo tribe. And it's a lot of these folks that got great grandmothers who know their history that'll tell you, nah, bro, I'm not from the Igbo tribe. And that's why I would tell you, you will look stupid arguing with a person trying to tell them who they are. That's called colonialism. That's what the white man was doing. He went around the world telling everybody who they are, and you never do that. You let a person tell you who they are. That's how you get to know somebody. I say, hi, who are you? And you say, who are me? You don't go up to a person and say, hey man, you from the Igbo tribe, and it's a stranger. You know that'll be disrespectful. You would give them the option to say, hey, who are you? Where are you from? You're casting a big umbrella and trying to make us all from the Igbo tribe. That right there
I did not, man. You didn't give me a chance to finish speaking. I never said that.
Brother, I let you finish speaking now. Don't hit me
I
with
said,
that one now.
I broke down the Hebrew word and I said, from my understanding, it comes from the Igbo tribe. You tied the Igbo tribe to Nigeria. The Igbo tribe is tied to more than just Nigeria. That's what I was saying when we was breaking down the word. I was sticking to the subject about the word Jew and what Kanye was saying. I never tied us all to Nigeria, but there are Igbo people in Nigeria, but they also in Senegal, they in Sierra Leone, because when they invaded, a lot of us fled west. Only thing I did was staying on topic and was sticking to the subject. I never just tied all of us to Nigeria. What I stated is, like y'all mentioned, nation. Yes, we are a nation, but we got to remember all Black folks are not from the same tribe. Some of us descended from the Comedics or the Egyptians. Some of us descended from the people of Niger, or what you call Nigers. Some of us descended from Ethiopian. Some of us descended from the other one, because Egypt is not the oldest civilization. That's the only place that I was taking it. I was getting to the origin, and part of that subject was just words. That's all I did, brother.
Hey, I honestly.
And so, but when you brought up the Ibu thing, it was in response to me bringing up Ibrahim and Abraham in relation to the name Hebrew. And what I was saying was, in my opinion, my syncretism of the word is more spot on. Even the word Hebrew, the people wore big witch hats, and they were known for making medicines in big old witch pots. So they brewed up elixirs. And the name of the god was El, which is the root word of elixir. These people were the first people to brew up alcohols and stuff in this land. Our people wasn't getting drunk and shit. We had peace pipes. Guess what? The Pilgrims, they even tell you today, the Milwaukee Brewers. The Irish people are known for drinking a lot of beer and ales and all that.
Hey,
that
brother
was
Sanchez.
the Pilgrim stuff. So look, only thing I'm saying is I'm giving my research, you giving your research, and it really don't matter which one of us right or wrong, because the people just gonna eat the fish and spit out the bones from each one of us and get the best of both worlds.
I don't even know how Hebrews got a fight in this say-so at all. I understand people claiming themselves to be Jews, but I just recently watched the midterm election speech Trump had in Mesa, Arizona, and he was calling out both parties of evangelicals and the Jewish people, telling the Jewish people that they need to get their shit together or it's going to be too late. What he meant by "or it's going to be too late" part, well, Kanye is proclaiming he Jesus, Yeezy, and all that. So he's speaking up for all the evangelical people, the Christian faith people. Ain't no Hebrews speaking up in none of this fight. Ain't no Black Jews coming up to speak in none of this fight whatsoever.
They don't exist. There's no such thing as one.
What side is it? Are we fighting against Jewish people and Christian faith? Because Black people ain't speaking up to tell them who we are, because we still claiming BLACK. Something that's non-existent.
I don't think we're claiming black. See, to claim something is to take ownership of something that wasn't yours. You was born black. You weren't born a Hebrew. You weren't born a Christian. You weren't born a Moor. You weren't born all of these religious ideologies. So that's the shit you're claiming. Listen. Me saying I'm a black man is due to the fact that whether I want to be black or not, that's just what they label me and what I'm born. I can't change that. Now, me saying I'm a Christian or more a Hebrew, I can change that. I don't got to be a Hebrew tomorrow. I can be a Hebrew 1 month. Then I can say, no, I don't believe in that no more. And I can be a Moor. Then I can say, you know what? I'm going back to my Hebrew belief. You can play with that. I can't stop being a black man. That's just something I am, whether I like it or not.
And to add to that, being black in America, if you're a Hebrew on this panel or a Jew in the chat, whatever you call yourself, why in the fuck do you keep running back to Africa when your heritage of whatever you're claiming doesn't even originate from there? That's what I really want to know.
You can't say that, man.
I got smoke for all the Hebrews. I claim that shit.
You can't tell somebody where they're from.
Well, how you gonna tell us all that we Hebrews and Jews then? That's why I'm confused.
But I don't think nobody was telling anybody.
Study some history, brother.
Hey, do y'all know the American history though? American history, because y'all running to Africa again. That's not all smoke.
You acting like American. You acting like
Hey, that's what I was talking about earlier.
So what do you think about the Hebrews?
They starting in Africa and losing their hair.
Think about this. Think about this. If I go fill out an application right now, and it says which one do you choose? Either I'm gonna put Black American or all that, or I'm gonna put other. Now, if the boss say, "Okay, man, what nationality are you?" You said other. You gonna have to make up some shit. So guess what? Folks gonna just put black, man. Quit playing with the folks. Get your job, all that. So I'm saying it be cats that'll come up here and argue against the word black, but they check that check box on their application. They know they did. So let's deal with what this country labeled us as, because till we deal with that, we don't get the right to label ourselves. You that by default. All of these other shits are like costumes, fake fictitious pseudonyms like Hebrews, Moors, and dudes that's wearing costumes that they ordered off of Amazon. Because everybody know you can get all of these costumes they wear. Each block you go to, you walking back in time. You talk to the Moors, you going back to the Spanish Empire, the Ottoman Empire. You going Hebrews, you going back to the Jordan River. Everybody is got a costume on, dressing like they back in motherfucking ancient times and identifying by mythological characters. That's the fake shit.
Now that I agree. I totally agree with that. And
because human history does not start with American history. We don't know when human history ever started. So
to piggyback off what you said, Sanchez, I don't think you know because you ain't
Brother Sanchez is hitting on something real deep.
But they
because nobody noticed what he said. Do y'all know if y'all go to some of y'all grandmothers and great grandmothers' birth certificate, it'll say 3 different things. It'll say they switched it up 3 times. It went from black to nigger to African American. And I just wanted to throw that in there on what he was talking about. Now,
you forgot color.
Yeah, and color.
They passed laws to give us labels.
Y'all know they added a new box to that when they pull out an application.
Laws to keep them in effect. We got to everything they
that's where I was coming down to. We all from different tribes. One of the things that they're hiding is our original tribe, but we can figure it out. But we can figure it out if we.
Hey. Guess what though? Let me share something with y'all, right? I'm gonna tell you some real shit. And here's where the people get mad at me about. Our original ancestors didn't even have a concept of tribe. They taught that all people are one. And they had a symbol for that shit that I got on all my goddamn Mother Goddess clothes and shit. All is one, all is connected. How can you say all is connected and still say we all divided by tribes? You will be a hypocrite. So the people that I'm referring to, who knowledge I'm bringing up, these are the people who taught everything is connected, all is one. And they couldn't be tribal minded. See, tribal mentality is gang mentality. The tribes was separated based upon leaders and chiefs and all that. But this was early forms of governments and stuff in Mesoamerica. And that still was a form of capitalism, worshiping the fucking man, government, systems of government that fail and can't. When really sovereignty is just, man, everybody rule over their damn self and do unto others as you had them do unto you. That was the original law. So only thing I'm saying is when you get into tribes, I can tell you that this still is not the original way that humanity governed themselves. The original humans weren't tribal.
Exactly. That's why when you put yourselves in those categories, you're automatically separating yourself. We're all humans. Like, it's deeper than what we see physically. Black, white, whatever color whatever color clothes you wear, it's like more deeper than that. And that's why people keep getting confused and they're getting mad, and fighting over stuff, because we can't see past the physical.
Well, it's deep, but it's
Bro,
simple.
it goes
Listen,
deep because it's
that
just
says-
identifying maybe a part of Africa you was from. Maybe
Hey, do y'all know that they just added through legislation a new box of race when y'all apply for jobs now?
Based on,
This
based on,
what I'm saying. Hold on,
Bro,
can I say this real quick?
based on what you think that?
Can I say this, K. Gomez? I'm finna say.
What is you asking me? Oh no, go ahead,
based up on what you
I'm
telling
finna, let me.
No, hold on, Bobby. Let me ask him real quick.
All right.
Based up on what you're telling us that tribe were kind of like a division type of stuff.
Yeah, tribe is division, bro.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show. Hold on, I'm trying to give you this now. Everyone's, if you go research the history of tribalism, is centered around work, slavery. I ain't gonna say slavery because folks will get sensitive, but let me just say work then. Now watch what I'm gonna tell you. Different tribes distinguish themselves by the different way they work the area they was occupied. Like for example, if you live in the Midwest up there like Nebraska and all that, chances are you may have a job that's dealing with corn. That's the breadbasket area. If you live like in Detroit back in the day, chances are you worked in the automobile industry. Certain places like the Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day, if you was living in Pittsburgh, chances are you worked in a steel plant. So today that's a form of tribalism. The different tribes back in the day, they lived in different areas, and those areas had to be worked and harnessed differently. They had to have different systems. So your tribe was basically identifying a land that you was from, but not only that, because you was from that land, your people survived a certain way. Because if y'all was not by the water, then your tribe had to have some sort of treaty or build some sort of way to get the water to their area. Or like, for example, the African Bushman tribe, what the highlight of a Bushman is their ability to survive in the harsh desert that the Bushman people live in. You know why they call them Bushmen? Ain't no water in their land. All of their water come from them sucking on a rare root. It's a plant grow in that desert in a bush, and they suck the root of that plant. They never drink. That's how the Bushmen survive. So they are literally identified by the way they interacted with their environment, if you will. So that's what I'm saying about all this tribalism. You had a chief over your tribe that was overseeing the workings of the land and everything, like the Indian chief and shit. But these were early forms of government systems. The word work and labor is also a synonym to the word tribulation. The root word of tribulation is tribe, which is why if you listen to what's been going on the whole night, everybody been trying to identify their tribe by what? Their slavery, their work. People been saying we're from this tribe because the book said these people would be slaves, and look, we the slaves. Tribe is tribulation. What tribulation your ass basically from?
Exactly.
I feel you.
Hey, can I say this, Sanchez?
She can suck like a Bushman.
Hey. Can I
This
say
dude
this?
here, man, it's crazy.
Nah, I actually like where he going. That was my bottom line, and I'm going to digress. In all ancient books, in all ancient books, and I'm going to land on this one, in all ancient books, never was the origin of where they get the word Jew from, was it a religion? It was always to identify what they done changed and called it race, a race of people. That's what I think Kanye West lacks knowledge on. It was never to say you are, like somebody in the comments said, Jew and Jewish. Jew was never identified. It just like walked up to a black person, like we call each other black, and saying, hey, that's a black person. That's how a Jew was identified. It wasn't your religion, who you're praying to.
It was an occupation, brother.
No, it was a race of people.
It's not race. Is a made up thing. It's
I just said that.
Listen,
I said what we call race.
Hold on, Greg.
Okay, let me say it correctly.
Hebrew,
tribe.
What
It was
tribe
walking
isn't
up
made
to
up.
a
Tribe is
tribe
made up.
don't have no race.
Hold on, K Gomez. Listen, when you dealing with when you dealing with what you just said, the tribe, they give us tribes and they deal with family crest. That's what Sanchez was trying to get y'all to understand. The only tribe that exists is your family, you being the chief, and everything that delineates from the lineage thereafter. What happened, the first misnomer is some people coming from Europe. What happened was our own people came and made us get down and lay down with all these different nations, tribes, like Sanchez said, for work and military purposes. Period. When you get into the Jew, you get into the Hebrew, like he was saying earlier, Hebrew, which means to cross over. That's why I relate to the mooring, which is an occupation. That's why so many people were saying they were Jew, because that's like saying you're a carpenter, saying you a plumber.
That was their version. That didn't, but that didn't come to the 1500s, though,
we can't
brother.
go into what they this and that.
But listen to what I'm saying. I'm giving you a historical breakdown.
Hold on.
That theology didn't come into the 1500s.
You giving me something that you read in the book that some white man wrote.
That theology, where you're coming from, didn't come to the 1500s. I'm telling you, the origin of the word was I could walk up to you and know that you, what they call, listen, quote unquote, what they call a Jew. It was a race of people. It was not
I would know
religion.
you. Hey, guess how? The same way I know you a carpenter by your dress. The same way I would know if a motherfucker was a plumber. It was an occupation. I knew who was the Jew, aka the Hebrew, aka the Moor, because they all dressed like seamen. The stirring of the seas, the brew. Wait. Hold on. You just heard what Sanchez said, the brew. Brewing, stirring the seas, the 7 seas. Like, y'all gotta understand that the etymology of the words mean way more. It's simple when you stop being mythology with the shit and just relate it to.
I didn't go to mythology. One of the first studies that I got into, brother, was the root of where the word come from. If we do that more, we'll understand. I know where the word came from. Broke down the origin of where I got the word from. That's all I did.
Jew.
The word Jew. You want to know where it came from?
Jew come from Hebrew, which come from Hebrew.
No, Jew come from Judah, which comes from Yehuda.
Can I tell you where it comes from?
Sanchez posted it in his dialogue. It comes from
where it came
Yehuda.
from. The word Jew comes from the first person to ever sneeze.
Shout out to Rob, man. My man Rob coming with the gangster facts. Rob facts in this bitch.
The first person who ever sneezed
said,
"I Jew."
Yeah, I got.
And he said, "Boom, that guy's a Jew," and it stuck. Boom,
I'm just saying, if we ever want to challenge that, bro, they just started with the, hey, where did that word come from? And when they start breaking down, like, that's what I like about Sanchez and why I listen to him. Let's break down where something comes from. If we go by their ideology, it's going to come back and confirm what Kanye is talking about in a sense of form.
Listen, anybody can attach themselves to something mythological, brother. First of all,
origin of the word.
Can I say this?
Second,
can Sanchez post that? He posted it earlier. I'm saying let's stick to the basics. No mythological, no religion, no nothing.
I got
we just asked him, where did that word come from?
Where did the word tree come from? Where did the word cat come from?
Because you got three. Remember, you playing with 3 different words, bro. Hebrew, Israelite, and Jew. According to when you start getting to the root of this, those are 3 different things. One of them is a whole mass of people.
To my understanding, it's the same.
No, it's not a whole mass of people.
Came from the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians.
It's the same, bro.
And that's where you start blowing their mind up.
Israelite, you say Hebrew, Israelite, right? He's from
but
Israel,
those are 2
right?
different things. That's where you start blowing the lies up. That's what you start doing. And I was talking to Sanchez earlier, and I told him there's a lot of knowledge I agree with the Hebrew Israelites with, but where they get it wrong is saying all black people are Jews, and that's not. There was a tribe of black people that was specifically called that, and that's going by what they go by, the origin of the word.
It comes from I took the DNA test. We believe the Most High is going to separate the tears from the wheat when that time comes. That's what we believe.
Hey, can I go now? Can I go real quick?
Hold on. I took a DNA test, man. It came back. I'm full-blooded Aborigines American, brother.
This nigga Fry, I swear to God.
Cool. Hey, can I go real quick, bro? Real quick.
You do look like you got some Eskimo in you.
real quick, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna read. I'm just say this. I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna read 3 passages, and I'm gonna go into the definition of Jew. It comes from Yehudi, which is Hebrew. I'm gonna read these 3 passages. It say, "I know thy works and tribulation, well, and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan." Then it say, "Judah, thou art whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah is the lion's cub from the prey, my son,
You reading
etc.,
this from the
etc."
Bible?
Yeah, I'm gonna skip the verses. I'm gonna go into the definition. It
And,
say,
and let's remember, and keep going, brother, because let's
Wait,
remember the
wait.
Jews.
Hold on. Can
the
I say
Jews that
something real quick?
I'm just gonna lay this real quick. Remember the Jews we talking about, Kanye talking about, they don't go by the Bible. They got their
Wait,
own book called the Talmud.
wait. That's my point.
Yeah,
Because
it's
you
in
giving me
Hebrew.
wait, brother. You giving me more mythology. Like we
No.
didn't debunk.
Where's
We didn't
mythology?
listen. Hold on, bro. We going so far backwards. And this supposed to be the advanced class. And you telling me your bases are giving me pertinent information is reading a Bible scripture that say Jew mean Yehuda.
yeah, I'm
You talking to
finna
me?
go.
Hold
I'm
on,
finna go
hold
into the
on.
definition now. I'm
You
finna go into
talking
the
to me?
definition without the scripture. It say authentic Jews are the only
Where's
self-realized
this
masters.
definition at? In the Bible?
No, it's not in the Bible. No, it's not. This
Can
out
you
of
rather
posted
it
it up
be off
earlier
of Google?
also.
Yeah. Yo, you can just
I'm
Google it.
it say
I
authentic
think we
Jews.
confused, bro.
Authentic Jews are the only self-realized masters, the Christified ones, which are called esoterically the children of the line from the tribe of
Bro,
Judah,
tell
a
me where
lion's
you reading
cub.
this definition from, please.
I'm gonna say it afterwards. Really, the fornicators belong to the synagogue of Satan. They're not lions
That is
cubs.
Bible, bro. That's a Bible, bro. Come on.
Only the lions cubs can
You
enter
reading
into
this
the.
out of Bible dictionary?
No, God's
So if
telling,
we can
God's
go,
telling them what.
if we go get something off of Google, what's wrong with the Bible? Because people need to understand. Because you need to understand, you know that there was actually black people that wrote the Bible. Only thing they did was translate it in 50 different forms. That eye in your head decodes all books, bro. Because it's a lot of things that I went up in that Bible and read, and I said, hold on, something ain't right about that. I started studying the origin of it. If that once that light in your head goes off, it don't matter what book they put in front of you, it will decode it, bro. Your brain, go ahead.
Thank you.
It wasn't
putting certain books. Nah, it's like they're putting certain books.
I'm gonna just say this too. I hear a lot of chaos, but I bet you one thing I can say right now that's true. 51% said blacks are Jews, 49% said we ain't. And I've been telling folks that the sane people are fewer than the insane people in this country. And that poll prove it. Because check this out, y'all. Most of the 51% that voted yes can't even define what a Jew is. Yeah, I'm saying. And if they can, they ain't clicked the link to do it. See, I'm gonna tell you what it is. 51%. Look, 51%. 51% that said. 51% that said.
We are Jews. I would just try.
51% that said that we Jews, right? Check this out, right? It's just 51% of people that think they chosen based upon a biblical narrative. Let me cook a minute. 51% of the people that said we Jews, they saying we Jews because if you read the Bible about God chosen people, it align with the so-called history of black folks being enslaved and stuff. So check this out. When they say we God chosen people, right? This meant God chose you to be the slaves of the world. And you justified by saying, well, we broke God's promise. So that's why we slaves for over 400 years. Well, the people that's ruling over us are way fucking more evil than the people in the world. The little boy in Ethiopia that's suffering, you telling me that the Jew in power, he's more evil than the Jew in power. So God punishing him but ain't punishing the dude that's selling you that chain around your neck, ripping the world off, fiat government, fiat currency, all this stuff. So you telling me that God chose us, then he chose some people over us to show his real chosen people. When you don't do what I tell you to do, I'll get another people to beat your ass, hang you on trees, burn you alive, throw your babies to crocodiles, and we will still try to seek justice with a God like that. A God that would do that to you. So that's what I was saying about manifest destiny. This justified the slavery of black people. All of the slavery that happened in this land, you get to justify it by saying God wanted that to happen to black people because black people was doing wrong. And to me, that's the most evil, racist shit you can say. That's what manifest destiny is all about. That's saying that basically the destiny that we've been assigned as black people with slavery and all that is just the manifestations of prophecy. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That our fucking downfall is some shit we living out because a heavenly God wrote it out and he knew we would turn away. And think about it, this God know everything that's gonna happen before it happened. But he let it happen. He let the doggone people get AIDS, people get disease, children can't eat around the world because you didn't do what he say.
Well, how else did all the
I think it
indigenous
comes
people?
from. I think I
How
can
else
answer
can
that.
we explain all the indigenous people getting taken over?
I think the part where he got mad at us is we chose to worship all them things you just named, Sanchez. All these gods that
it's
fade
the
away.
original sin.
Hey, I'm
All
gonna tell you,
all
but
these gods.
this is what y'all missing though. You're missing that your slave master gave you the Bible and the concept of an angry God that you should fear. He did that to stop revolts on a plantation and future generations of slaves. Because he had to tell future slaves, hey man, God wants you to be a slave. The reason you gotta pick this cotton is because your ancestors broke a sin with God and the sins of the father visiting the children now. But these people, forefathers, were some of the evilest people on earth. Alexander the Great, Hitler. Listen, all of these folks ruling the world today, they bloodline are people like Dracula was a real ruler in Romania that was impaling motherfuckers, man. And they hadn't got no karma visited to them yet. Queen Elizabeth bloodline goes back to some of the evil people on earth. Rockefeller, the Rothschilds ain't no scratch on their face. But all we did was break a few little commandments and all this shit happened to us. That's what you tell. This God ain't a justice God or equal God. It seemed like he punishing us longer and more than these folks who doing way worse. That's why I said don't make sense. That's why this works against us. This have been used by the slave master to justify slavery for years. This the same people that said turn the other cheek. Yes, that's because the slave master will smack your ass in the mouth and he don't want you fighting back. Like, come on. The people who gave us the Bible was to make you a good citizen, and that translates to God-fearing nigga. Cause that's
Hold
what I'm
on,
saying, bro.
hey,
You
let me
call
say
the slave master, which is equivalent to God. You feared the slave master. That's who put the fear of God in you with the whip.
Yeah, it's like they say, why do niggas love the devil? Because the devil gives them nothing.
we not Jews, man. We not Jews.
Bro,
We
yeah,
Israelites, though.
So Sanchez, you think
Look
people
though,
use
look.
religion because they're scared of dealing with
I
reality?
think people use religion to justify evil. I think that the most evil shit that have ever happened in the world have always happened in the name of some God.
Exactly.
Esoterically, this entire humanity are the 12 tribes of Israel, because this entire humanity unfolds within the zodiac womb, which is divided into 12 tribes, represented by the zodiac.
How the hell is a
And every-
zodiac? And how the hell are zodiac and Jews
Let me
linked?
tell you how people use God to justify evil. Because you can do some of the most evil shit, and then people will say, well, that's God's will. Well, why would God will something so evil? Because he works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
That's the way out. That's
Yeah.
the way. That's the way out of you justifying some evil shit. Because think about if a motherfucker see a baby with a deformity, we say, man, that baby that happened and that baby for a reason. God do everything for a reason. But what if that baby was born in a country where there's a corporation dumping toxics in their river, and now they got a deformity? We're giving science a out. We're giving big rich people a out for some of the shit they do by blaming it on God. Like when Hurricane Katrina happened, people were saying God punishing them black folks because them black folks in Louisiana evil. They do Mardi Gras and stuff. Now people are evil all around America. Why would God just pick on them? But see that brain, when people go to saying that, you don't realize it's oil and resources in Louisiana that the government won't. And that they got geoengineering and weather controlling technology. Man has gotten smart. He planned God. And you think it's really God, but it's man playing God. It's the Antichrist. God ain't picking on people. Man is. Like if God really had the power to punish people in Louisiana with a hurricane, why hasn't he punished these evil folks that's running the world and all that? Yeah, he very selective. See, that's why I said God is a way out, man. It's a scapegoat.
Does anybody on this panel worship money?
Hell yeah.
You do? Does anybody else?
Yeah, we all do.
Where we going
So
with
we
this? I don't think nobody
I don't worship money,
worship
I
money.
make money.
I think people work for money, man. I think
we
people
just use this shit.
I think
Yeah.
people born in a world where they as by default need money, but that don't equate to you worshiping motherfucking money.
Hey, Sanchez,
Well,
it sounds like he does.
Well,
though.
we got to remember they only who they are because of who we are. They can only be in that position based off what position we're in. So once we change the position, they can no longer be in that position, and it's a power move. That's all it is.
Can't we all just be in the same position?
Hell no, because it wasn't started out fair.
Oh,
see, if you
Who
started
cares
out
how it
fair,
starts?
then
It doesn't matter
that's
how
the
you
problem
start.
right
It matters
there.
how you finish. It don't matter how you start.
No.
Oh,
The
yeah.
playing tables ain't never been equal. So
When
no.
have they
You-
ever? When
hey,
have they ever? When have they ever in history been equal to anybody? You think you're the
Well,
only
Rob
people
got a
who've ever-
point. He got a
You think you're
point.
the only? You think you're the only person who's ever had any problems? Give me a fucking break, man. Your
Yeah,
problems
because
are.
the indigenous people was minding their business, and then these other people
Yeah,
came in,
yeah,
usurping their
Madonna.
land,
And
talking about
I'm
they
gonna be
fine and
honest. I'm gonna
That happens
intervene.
everywhere.
I'm gonna intervene, and I got to say this. Yeah, Madonna. Those kind of arguments is what make the black man look bad to intelligent people in the world. To say we're the only fucking people that know what oppression feel like. Now, guess what, bro? You would be better off saying, well, everybody experience oppression, but not like us. Now that'll be a better argument than saying we the only ones experience. Come on, bro. Come on, you can I see where you're going, Madame, but I think a better way you should say is maybe, okay, everybody experienced depression, but I don't think they experience worse than us. So that'll be better. To say nobody else experienced oppression is just impossible, though. Yeah, but just
Well,
go
I'm
ahead,
just saying
man.
the way we did it, because see, we was robbed about name,
That's what
our
I'm saying. There
language,
you go. Yeah,
all that, right?
That's
So yeah,
that's
so
your argument.
that's
Yeah,
all
go
I'm
ahead.
saying.
Yeah, but actually be lucky because back in the day, like the Mongolians or whatever, they actually just killed everybody. You're lucky that they didn't go and
Well,
just
that
kill
ain't
you.
my problem.
Well, we're talking about here in America,
we're talking
though,
about the
bro.
black experience. We're talking about the Negro experience in America.
Nobody has experienced worse experiences in America than the blacks, the
Exactly.
people of color. Nobody.
What do you mean? When did you experience this?
Bro,
This
that's a
badness.
They still got their name, right? Who names the most people black people got? King?
When
Who
did
they
you
got?
experience this? When's the last time you experienced this?
Rob.
Right.
Where did you get your last name from?
It's irrelevant.
What the fuck you mean it's irrelevant?
It's irrelevant.
No,
Now, see,
we
that's
talk
where
about
argument
people.
don't progress, bro.
No, you running.
And y'all be
I'm
acting
not
like
running.
it
I'm
stopped
right
at
here. I'm right
slavery.
here. Let's continue the
It
conversation.
didn't stop at slavery. Tell me why all the way up to the 60s and the 70s was people still having to go fight and get killed to drink out the same water fountains or to have proper education. There is no
that question, man. Why do we got other people's last name and you don't?
Because of prejudice and racism.
Exactly. So if you got somebody else's last name,
watch this. Watch this.
Got shit to do with you. You can tell you already you lost from the beginning.
Hey, Madon, you want to know some real shit, man?
What's that?
A lot of these names of the slaves go back to the occupation that they was doing, like blacksmith, shoemaker, and all that type shit.
Yeah, you're right. Because at the same time, my grandmama told me that her mother told her that when they came out of slavery, when they got away, they chose their own last name. They made up names, like Jackson and Jones and Rice. They, some of them.
One of the most common names is Mason. That like the free secret society, but that's actually a common last name, damn near like Taylor and Smith, Anthony Mason, all of this. So when you just think about this, right? That's a profession. That's a person dealing with bricks and shit. But I'm just showing you a smith was a dude that forged metals. He smithed that's dealing with smelt. The word smith come from the word smelt, which is how we forge metals and shit. So blacksmith.
Right, that's true. But I'm just saying a lot of these names came off of plantation jobs and stuff like that. So that mean you when you got names like that, that mean your true name was
I do have
stripped away from you. And when someone stripped your name, they cut you off from your source of your primary frame of reference, which is your land, your God, your morals, your statutes, and your own laws.
Your tribe.
You and your own people.
Hey, you know what, y'all? I'm gonna tell you some real stuff, man. I believe families were identified by the tradition and service that family provided to society at some point on the earth. I can be wrong on this one. This is just me guessing, because
you are all the way right, Mr. Sanchez. I ain't mean to cut you off, because remember, in certain parts of the world, certain things didn't grow. Certain things that grew in Western Africa or Northeast Africa or South, it didn't grow. That's where the trade come in. And that's what, even though, like you were saying, like the nation, yeah, we're one nation. A nation is made up of tribes. And like, if I got peanuts over here and you got acorns over there, hey man, or some of them seeds, because it's not now book that I done read where it didn't speak of trade in certain areas, no matter what book you go to. And so you have a point, because some of us mastered climbing trees. Some of us mastered rowing in the river. Some of us mastered chasing zebras or whatever. It don't matter. But you have a very, very valid point, and that is well documented.
Yeah, because it's proven, though, you know what I'm saying? And we, like, even when we say Jew, the root word of jewelry, which is something they got a monopoly on and shit. So there's a connection between what we call ourselves and what your people did. Like the last name Taylor come from people that literally fitted your ass for a suit, probably.
Or when they say only God can judge you, and then in court, the judge is backed by the jury or the Jew.
You hitting them on a whole different topic. I forget that Jordan Maxwell breaks a lot of that down. I remember his teachings on that. That's a whole nother lane that we'll probably be on here till tomorrow talking about, man.
Somebody said the last name Fisher is dealing with people who was fishermen and shit like that. See, now it's coming to light. Like, yeah, now it do make sense though.
Or rivers, people that used to live beside the river.
Right, like think about it. Think about it. What logical reason would a person need to have a last name called Bridgewater unless they family was building bridges across water? It just wouldn't. It make perfect sense if you think of it that way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a dude that's last name Shipman, his people were shipping shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the last name Johnson come
I'm
from
just
the son of
reaching
John.
though. This just thinking out loud, but yeah.
No, you ain't reaching. You writing exact. That's why a lot of these names did come from, derived from the field of work a person was doing. You spot on.
And everywhere you go, man, I know those who don't believe in the Bible, but that's why I say there's knowledge in all of it. Every time, like I forget, not the story, I don't forget it, but there was the three brothers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. What was the first thing when that great Greek god tried to take over and wanted him to worship him? What was the first thing that he did or tried to do and they refused to do? He wanted to change their name. And even that's why I say all this stuff has meaning upon meaning, because even when the one that Christians believe the Messiah, every time he encountered somebody, he changed their name. And even when we get into these books and you start getting to the origin of these words, they changed a whole lot of words. The word that they changed, when they changed it, it had a completely different meaning. Why is that? There's something behind it, because that was the first thing they did, according to documented history, was change your name and your language. They're trying to make you forget something. There's something very tied and very deep to names and languages. That's where your expertise comes in at Sanchez. I watched you many a time breaking down a lot of stuff, man, and I agree with a lot of what you say. And I always say, man, putting all this stuff together, because a lot of what you're saying is coinciding to what an understanding I got out of here. A preacher ain't never taught me. But when I started going in there for myself and start digging into these words, I'm like, hold on, man, I got to go reroute and reread this whole thing. And it's like a light went off in my head, and I got a completely different meaning. And it's going back to what you was talking about. I wonder what stuff would mean if we did learn or know what our original language was.
Maybe they gave you another name because they didn't bother to care about your old one. Maybe it's not that deep.
Let's let Mistro and Davey speak, because I haven't saw them on a panel. I want to welcome them. I want everybody that's on here to know they can unmute and just hop in at any time. Feel at home. It's a casual type thing over here where you just let us know you want to speak. We'll fall back and hear what you got to say. So if anybody on the call that's been waiting to speak, you ain't got to wait. Just let us know. But yeah, we until the end, we just gonna keep yapping. So, but yeah, that's how it goes. Salutes.
Hey, do y'all believe that the Greeks got their language from the Creek Indians, substituting that G for that C?
No,
I do, because the runes that huh? What proof do you have of that?
Hey, you know what? Let me share some with y'all.
Nah,
real quick.
you got to look back at the symbols that the Indians were using, and that the Greeks were using. You got to look at the similarities. But go ahead, Sanchez. My bad.
Hey, because I know what's finna happen. It's finna be an endless back and forth with no clarification of the word Greek. It's almost like we don't think it's a way to find out these things. Let me show y'all what it is. Check this out.
Take us home.
Here go etymology. Etymology is the key. Let's do the etymology of Greek. And I guess what we're gonna do. Who wanna read it? I'll read it if y'all don't. But I offer anybody else wanna read this shit. I'll get into it.
Middle English Greek from Old English Grecus or Creecus, Greeks, which sounds like Creek Indian, anyways, inhabitants of Greece, and early Germanic borrowing from Latin Greece or Greek, or however you say it, the Hellenists. Apparently from Greco, the first use of Grecos as equivalent to Hellenist is found in Aristotle.
Now let me share something with y'all real quick.
Go ahead.
Now let me show you some. The word Greek or Creek or crack or crook is dealing with, guess what? The people that like really when you say the word Greek, you saying crack. You're saying, let me show you something. You're saying grace. These people here created grace culture. When you say Greece, that's the people who say amazing grace, the word grace, like in religion. These people here created the word church. I'm gonna skip you forward to show y'all the etymology. I already read this 100 times. That's why I'm doing this. I'm just speeding it up. But hold on a second real quick.
Save the rest, just like me.
Davey, is there anything you want to say? I'm gonna let you go before I do this.
No, really, bro, it's just nice talking to you. I'm in Scotland, but it's good to talk to you. I'm just trying to see if this works and just to see if you can hear me and stuff, but I love listening to you. You're a great brother.
Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. I put Davey in VIP. Now, here's why I did it, though. I didn't understand none of what he was saying just now. And guess what, y'all? This gonna sound real fucked up what I'm about to say, but hear me out. I don't want to explain to Davey tonight why I don't really want the headache of the language barrier. He got a heavy Scotland accent. So I'd rather make him think it was a technical difficulty. Now I know you think that's I'm a fucked up nigga for that. So
man,
so
I wouldn't expect him to say that, bro.
He
caught me off guard.
I'm trying to go deep right now. Yeah, I'm trying to cook. Man. I'm trying to teach right now, man. Like, I
gotta mute up, bro.
You gonna be like, something happened about shit. Yeah, hold up, David. Hold on. I'm gonna let him back on after I say this, though. But, we got a good VIP section, so he good. But check this out, y'all. Look at what I'm highlighting. When we say Greek, the word Creek, like he said, who was that brother? He said, man, the word Greek is creek. Yeah. Because
that was me.
Hey, get that man $1 million. He's on he said the word creek is the word crack because a creek is a crack. Now check this out. Here's another way they spelt it. You see what a brother at unmute. Let that brother, the Creek brother, let him unmute. Hey, you see what I got here? Correct how they spelling it here?
Yep, got the cracks. Yep.
You see there? So that's the crack is what they saying Jesus representing. This whole that Mount Calvary is Mount Meru. This crack in our cosmos that splits time. ACBD. Jesus is personifying an energy that split time. But the people who call themselves crackers or Shrekkers was also Quakers. And Quakers is the pilgrims. These were people who were carrying the Greeks and all that. When you say CHRECH, that's the word church. That became the word church. You can rearrange that, and that's a cartoon character called a Shrek.
Bro, Sanchez facts, and I ain't want to get too far and mess my words up, but you right, bro.
Now look, what color is Shrek? He's green. And what color did the Celtic people wear?
Green.
This what I'm telling you, like, these people would have been like the men in tights, the green shit. Now look, they got something called a green screen suit. You can put it on and become invisible online. When we look at stories like Robin Hood, men in tights with the green suits on, dude, that's talking about ancient technology that they hid. Dudes weren't just wearing green tights for no reason, because we talking about Greco culture now. Let's talk about it. Watch this. Here's my theory. Now, my theories be, I know you ain't heard them before, but watch this. It's because I got to think outside the box to give y'all something. Watch this. Here is a green screen suit. So what's the purpose of this, right? NASA use this all the time. Guess how you use this? Watch this, right? If I got a green screen behind me I can have a bunch of people standing around me in green screen suits and they will be invisible. And guess what, y'all? If I'm saying I'm using magic to make this can levitate that's on my desk. Let's say I got an ink pen on my desk and it's levitating. That's really a dude that's wearing a green screen suit, picking up the pen, moving it. But you can't see him because when you using green screen, it make everything green gonna be invisible. So when they was talking about Robin Hood, men in tights, the dudes with the green tights on, today they give you Peter Pan and magic and all that shit. But guess what, y'all? What they ain't trying to tell you, St. Patrick and the Celtic people, what they call Celtic magic. It ain't magic. It was technology that people at that time did not understand. Only a few people what if we can rewind time to the 1500s and you got green screen technology and shit? You would be like a god. They worship these men in tights. When we talk about the men that wore the green suits and the green tights, that's why they talking about green aliens today. They said that the aliens had advanced technology. That's what I'm showing you. The whole concept of the green, the leprechaun wearing all green, the men in tights, the whole green shit, the Celtic magic of invisibility and all that. They said a leprechaun can become invisible. Now they was talking about it's just magic that the leprechaun used. The leprechaun was using chroma key. Chroma key technology is how you make people invisible with green screen. Don't you see it here? Chroma key. That's the key of life. See the whole thing about the Ankh key, the key of the druids, like the 4-leaf clover is just a key. That's all it is. But check this out, y'all. When they talk about dudes wearing green tights, look at what I'm sharing. Now, when you go look at the folklore, all that, it was these dudes that wore the green tights were like messiahs of some sort, which is why Peter Pan wore it. St. Patrick, what do we wear during St. Patrick Day? Everybody put their green on. So all of the dead presidents wear a green suit, and that's called printing their face on a dollar. So yeah, this is when we say that the people that was running the world with all that knowledge, they say it was reptilian technology. And they said that the reptilians were people that was where they was basically, their skin was green. Every culture talked about a time where these aliens walked the earth and they had green skin and that they was gonna come back in our time. Guess what? The aliens came back in our time. I'm showing it on the screen right now. I'm gonna show you.
Go ahead. Not to cut you off, bro, Sanchez. But didn't the Celtics invade Greece, and wasn't the Celtics British indigenous people?
Check this out, right? A lot of times what happens is this. We would say America went to war with Vietnam. Now to regular people, that's what happened. But to the higher ups, the people in power that fund both sides of the war, this is their way of merging two corporations. So what happens is this. Let's say Wells Fargo merges with Chase Bank. The employees from both of these corporations gonna be beefing with each other for benefit. If you're a corporate person, if you ever went through a merger, you know how this can be. The employees go to war, but the higher ups don't. Like if your company merge with another company right now, the people who own them companies is gonna be big buddies, going to each other, family reunion. It was a deal that helped both of them out. But to the people who work for them companies, since your company got bigger, it mean that it's less benefits, it's less everything. So check this out, basically what I'm saying. when we go to war with another country, you notice like when we went to war with Japan, that blended Japanese Americans within American culture. When we went to war with Vietnam, same thing. When we went to war, we go to war with all these people, and that's what turned this thing to a melting pot. So for the higher ups, if I own two different nations, in two different parts of the world, and I unite them together, that's what the New World Order is about. The United Nations is about. See, when the people at the top unite, it actually divide the people at the bottom. That's the paradox of this shit. And even corporate America know what I'm talking about. Company mergers are risky because the employees are unite. That's just like in pee-wee football, right? Let's say your pee-wee football team, they unite with another pee-wee football team whose city went bankrupt, and now they don't got a pee-wee football team. So all of they pee-wee football players go and join y'all team. Now y'all team big as hell, and you had a running back, a quarterback, all that, but guess what? He got to compete now. He got to go to war because this new team who merged with us, they quarterback coming over here. They running back coming over here. You get what I'm saying, how this work? It may be good for the people at the top, but because think about this, if I got some slaves in one plantation and I buy another plantation full of slaves, me as a slave master, yeah, I want my slaves in this plantation to fight my slaves in this plantation to see who the strongest. Guess what I'm gonna do as a slave master? I'm gonna say, look, man, I own a whole nother plantation down the street and they picking more cotton than y'all. Come on, step your game up now. I'm gonna make my slaves go against each other to compete. And when they compete, it's gonna be good for me, but it ain't gonna be good for them. It's gonna be good for my money. If I got a bunch of people on a job trying to outwork each other for pennies, it ain't good for none of the employees, but it's good for the boss because he can pay y'all less and less and get more work out you. This why people was mad at Mexicans. Because they said, man, the Mexicans fucking the game up. They working for cheap as fucking doing all that work. How a nigga gonna compete? See, for the slave masters, he get to see, oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna fuck with these slaves. Because they showing us they will outwork them slaves. And we look at it like a war to us, but to them is a merger. Every country we went to war with, we won with them countries. Now we sit down with them at the United Nations table drinking tea. Every country that ain't under our our capitalist system, it's the people that we going to war with at this moment. They ain't been colonized yet. But to go back to what I was saying, because we was on some deep shit, right? This is the Blue Man Group. And look, let me share some with y'all. Let me show you something about the Blue Man Group. The Smurfs are blue men. The Statue of Liberty is a blue god that they used to worship, the god of Babylon. That's Christ or Krishna. Krishna is a blue god. You see him right here? When you look at the Blue Man Group, it's no different than the Green Man Group, which is what I'm showing you here, the man in tights. Y'all seeing this? When you use a computer, it's something called green screen and it's something called blue screen. There are no other colors that you can use. And if you look at the colors of Earth, it's green and blue. So only thing I'm telling y'all is I want y'all to go research what I'm saying about these why they got the dudes wearing the blue, the Smurf folklore, the Avatar movie, right? And you got the aliens green. It's the same concept. So I'm going right back to this etymology of Greek. Look, the word Greek come from the word grail, which is how you get the word grail, like Holy Grail, come from the word gray. Why? Because if you look at the yin and the yang symbol, that's dealing with the knowledge of what they was into. The black and the white, the little S in the middle is the gray part where the black and white meet. So check, that was their god, the serpent. And this is why we have a concept called gray aliens. Because their god was the god that was symbolic of the reaper. And this was the God that said he make your hair gray. So even this backs me up. It say right here, grayer, which means gray, also old and withered. See there? See, I already read this stuff. I already did this. I'm just showing y'all how to research this shit. Because we be having a lot of debates, and really etymology is where y'all need to go for real. But I'm fall
Bro.
back.
All right, bro. Hey, where'd they get the purple from for the Power Ranger suit?
See, this dude Rob keep trolling, man. I'm trying to really go into the knowledge and shit. Purple and
Back to
Power
this
Rangers.
Jewish
I
talk.
don't know
It was said that the Celtic people actually were part of the lost tribes of Judah. They were actually the tribe of Dan, yo. That's what I was researching.
I don't
earlier.
really understand why people love to use the word Judah. We think that, see, we teach that we're Jews, we're the original people, we're the Judaic people. So everything I say goes back to, man, yeah, they part of Judah. Yeah, they part of Judah and all that. That's what I'm trying to, I don't think y'all
That was a
still-
European term. That was a European term, brother. That's what I was saying. As for being Celtic people, the tribe of Dan was actually a white tribe. They were a lost tribe of a European culture called Judah at that time. Beyond black people claiming it.
You're saying that the Celtic people are a form of a Judaic tribe, and what I'm saying is that the Celtic people created tribalism in America. I'm telling
That's why I was getting.
I'm telling you that the Celtic people in this land, when they came over here, we weren't in no tribes. They the ones introduced us to the idea of what a tribe is.
That's exactly what I was saying.
And they trying to, nah, you do that every show though, bro. You weren't saying that though, man.
You cut me off. I was going to get into it.
I'm saying it, but you didn't really say that, bro. Anybody else want the mic, man?
Yeah, I think we saw ourselves as nations across the planet, and just like the tribe of like I said, the tribe of Israel.
No,
we got to remember,
that's what
Judah
I'm telling
is
you.
one
The
of the
word nation is the word tribe. We didn't have a concept of separation with each other.
Well, I beg to differ. I think people was set. I think different nations were set up across the planet Earth in the beginning. It just wars just broke out because of famine and people having less than others. Nature caused the war amongst the people as well. But when it comes back to us being the Jews, man, like I said before, I don't see why people have a problem with us calling ourselves the chosen people of God. Why is such a problem when black people say we want to be called the chosen people of God? Because they know. But see, this is what we got to understand. This is deeper than psychological. Everything we do is political and economics, personality, your morals. All these things have economic effects and causes. But that's the main reason. They hate to see us. They don't want us to see ourselves as a nation. So they say, hey, let's make up laws and label these people what we want them to.
Can I explain something to you, Madon? Nations are groups of people that's grouped up based on a value system. The earliest
Right.
nations in the world was civilizations where the people was all together based upon them having the same activity. Like the Bible tell you with Sodom and Gomorrah. These were cities that was made because everybody in them cities had one thing in common. We know what that was, right? When people bring up San Francisco, they call it San Francisco because of the homosexual culture around it. I'm telling you, every goddamn city had something that their people was known by, like the Milwaukee Brewers. They brew a lot of beer up in Milwaukee. Pittsburgh Steelers. You're not gonna keep ignoring that with the foolishness, man. Like, right? The Alabama is the Cotton Belt. Exactly. Thanks for that, man. Check this out, Madon. This something you got to realize. You ignoring critical thinking and facts with mythology and shit. Like, I'm tired of debating you on shit that you can't prove when I'm really saying something now that we can tangibly see. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Well, I mean, I understand that, and all I'm saying is this: the main problem we have, to me, I see is that we don't see ourselves as well. Like I said, we're a de facto nation. We what they call a de facto nation because we know we're a nation because anytime something happened, they'll be like, "Oh, it was 3 black males did this, or this black male, or this black lady, or whatever the case is." So we're a de facto nation, but they just call us black. But we're not a cohesive nation to where we're functioning and providing for ourselves by ourselves and not begging someone for someone else. So me, when I use we are the Israelites, to me that's my true belief, what I stand on that's of who we are as a people. And the main thing about that is the Bible is seeing ourselves as a nation, as one, on one accord.
Yeah, but
I
see
know
that
we're gonna
I understand what you saying. It's like, but you're not hearing me out though, brother. Nation and tribe, brother. You got the GD nation, you got the blood nation, you got the Nation of Islam, you got the Scientology nation. Once you get into nation building, you getting into divide and conquer. There's no way you can unite the people with a nationalistic mindset. You're not getting that. The fact that nations are coming together based upon groups of people with the same interests. So you got all nations. You got water nations. You got nations that specialize in technology. You got war nations. They just specialize in war. But either way, the allies of those nations and those nations themselves are defined by their specialty. And when you go into that go beyond skin color and all that shit. When you look at Sodom and Gomorrah, these were big kingdoms back in the day, according to your Bible, if you want to go with that were diverse. They had different skin colors. Like when you go to San Francisco and the West Coast back in the day, it was all color different homosexuals, of course, making these cities like Sodom and Gomorrah. Just to give you an example, you had like Silicon Valley is a city where it's all about technology. And you've been had cities like that on earth where this was just technological cities. And that's what I'm telling you. These are what nation building was about. You wouldn't have a place called Egypt, a nation called Egypt, if it wasn't for a group of men trying to get together and prove that you can build civilization in the desert. They was telling people in the jungle when we was leaving the jungle, hey, we can use our mind. We don't gotta depend on the trees and the natural systems. We can make technology that would allow us to build big kingdoms in the desert. Cause these were like forbidden areas when we didn't have the technology like what they got in Dubai or what they had back in Egypt. Like if you look at Dubai, and my moms went there, they got big towers and shit like the obelisk in Egypt and shit. These desert kingdoms couldn't be without technology? How do you make an oasis in the desert? You need to find a way to get the river that's hundreds of thousands of miles away into a desert that's in the middle of nowhere. How do you do that? You dig canals, you build dams. And guess what? You can't have Las Vegas without the Hoover Dam. Any place that you call a city in the desert, that shit won't exist without the dams, man. That's what I'm telling you. We couldn't move to the desert and out of the jungles without the technology that Moses had that I was showing earlier, but that's going all over y'all head.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this. Yeah, I understand when you become a nation, there's a point where you might have to come to divide and conquer. And my thing is, we ain't got no choice but to become a nation as Black people. And if we don't, we're gonna get wiped off this fucking planet, man. To me, that's the only solution that we can do that we haven't truly perfected yet. Yes, well, I understand
That's not possible.
I understand we're under someone else's jurisdiction, but at the same time, we got the brain capacity and the heart to do it. We just haven't done that yet. And that's what we're gonna have to do, man. We're gonna have to come and take advantage of all the things that we call ours, whether it's hip hop, certain fashion, whatever it is. We got to take control of that shit and use it to the best of our ability, because we understand hip hop make more money than certain countries, but we ain't controlling it. So that's all I'm saying.
You know
we
why?
Gotta come
You
together
know
as
why?
Black people. And do that.
Let me show you something called here's the Mormon Star of David. Now, why do the Mormons have this star? You want to know why they got this star? Because the Mormons in America built their headquarters in Utah. Now, guess what? Let's go to etymology. When you say Utah, guess what you're saying, y'all? Judah, which is Judah, because the J is the Y. Joshua is Yahshua. So when you say Judah, you're saying Utah, which is another city in the desert. All of their kingdoms was in the desert, just like Babylon. And I'm just trying to show you the historicity of all this shit. But see, I have no problem knowing that my level of understanding may be far more on a whole some other shit than what you got. Don't mean I'm better or lesser than you, but man, I wish you can see what I see with the deciphering, though, brother. But we gonna leave you to your mythology and beliefs, though. And let's hear what Rob gotta say. Come on, Rob.
Hey, bro, Sanchez. Yeah, you're definitely dead on when you base your entire ideology on faith. You present it as fact. That's going to be a problem for people who present things first with facts. No one's denying that. Facts over faith. I mean, doesn't mean your faith is wrong.
I think I'm presenting nothing but facts, and I'm presenting the etymology dictionary to back me up.
Exactly.
I got evidence.
That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying, bro. I'm on your side. I'm saying you are presenting facts. They are trying to present their faith as facts.
I see what you're saying.
And in doing so, they have everything is based on their stories of what their history is, on their passed down through generations. But the problem is humans lie, whether being on purpose or on accident. So there's a 10,000-year-old story is not going to be credible. It just isn't.
Yeah.
There's no scientific evidence for it. There's no entomology evidence for it. There's no evidence of anything. They're not Jews.
Now watch this though. Hold on. I'm gonna show you how deep my research is with this shit. The people that we call Greeks in America are white people. The dude on a pilgrim box, he's white. But let me show you something. Not all white people are Greeks. And here's the shit that I'm trying to teach y'all tonight. Look at what I highlighted. Pronounce that. The word Greek come from the word krakos. What do we call white people? Krakos. You think it got something to do with a saltine cracker, but that's what I'm telling you. It does. The people who created the saltine cracker was the people who had a religion who had a practice called the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That what you think a cracker is unleavened bread, like when you get the cracker and wine for Christianity. So the crackers actually create that they whole religion, all these words we use, the symbolism, I'm telling you, it plays into all of this shit. But today we say, like, for example, there's a creature called a crocodile, and these people literally worship a crocodile god that wore a green suit. That's why I kept pulling up the St. Patrick shit. We do Halloween, and here go the crocodile god right here. His name is Sobek. Check that out. This is this reptilian god that's on your money. Whenever you look at that eye on your money, look at it. That ain't a human eye. It got scales on it. Look at your money. Pull it out right now. It's the god Sobek. This is one of the gods of money in Egypt. Why they saying money is linked to the devil and all that. This another form of Satan. But check this out, right? You look at Sobek right here, right? And you go to all the green screen shit. Think about what I'm telling you. The word crackers dealing with crocodile or croc. It's the word Greco-Grek right here. So the words actually, like when you look at the words we use for certain animals and all that, if you start to study stuff like that, you can understand its deeper messages, like why we call that animal that. Why we do, like this shit is deep. The elephant was worshipped in Hindu, and that's why the root word of elephant is El, dealing with one of the most popular gods in the world, elephant. So that's what I'm saying about what I'm doing with the syncretism and etymology, man.
Facts, bro. And just like, yeah, elephant, elevate, L, the highest one. For sure. Please believe you got somebody on your panel
elevate.
that you already know, bro. 40 years in this game. We call life, right? So it's encoded in us.
Can we make Yahweh like Yahweh? So we come back to the like the Black Panther, or like Yahweh look like a panther, which is dealing with like the black people, right? From here, from America.
Hey.
Yahweh.
Yeah, Yeah, the Lion of Judah. It's always related to that image. And then when you go into that, you got it.
No, I wanted to just end on this with the Greece and Greeks and all that. When you pull up the etymology of the words grace, it says God's unmerited favor. Now, the people we calling the Greece people or the grace people are these people who we calling Jews, this secret order on earth that said that they God chosen people. His chosen people would have his favor or his favorite or his help, as we see here when you look at the word grace. We're not Greeks, man. That's what I'm saying. When you say you're a Jew and you God's chosen people, the only dumbest that was talking like that was the stupid Greeks and Egyptians. And the only way you can talk like that is if you're a dumb motherfucker with a lot of ego to think that God favor you over everybody else. Tell me that ain't an egotistical nigga. That was never our way of thinking. We're trying to adopt that shit now from people who say, yes, God chose us over everyone, which is why I drive in a Bentley and eat Grey Poupon and you don't. That's what the Pharaoh was telling people. When a child asked the Pharaoh, hey, Pharaoh, why you got all that gold and I can barely eat? The Pharaoh said, you're cursed. Your people didn't do right with God. I'm chosen by God. I followed his orders.
Well, can I ask you a question? If you're the creator of the heaven, and the earth, right? Don't you have a right to have a favorite something?
I'm gonna show you some. I'm gonna answer you right now. A God that said he's a God of equality and justice ain't got the right to have a favorite. Let me show you something, right? When I send my when you send your children to school, when I send my children to school, the teacher ain't got no right to have a favorite. She got to be equal. She can't say, well, you know, I helped that student there more than that one. That's my favorite. That's my boo right there. The parents will be like, what the fuck? That teacher need to be fired. Now, if you a parent,
well, let me ask you like this then.
You asked me one question that I'm still trying to answer. You might not like the answer, but let me finish. I'm telling you that a God with favoritism can't maintain the title of an equal God. If he want to be a God of favoritism, then cool, just say you're not equal. If I can't say I like my black pair of shoes just as equal as I like my white pair of shoes, but say, no, I like my black pair the most. That's my favorite. How can I say I like them equally, but I favor the black pair or the white pair? Either you favor one pair over the other one, or you like them both equally. Ain't no in between. Now, this God can be a God of favoritism or a God of equality. Ain't no fucking both, man. You can't, this ain't a matter of you can have these both, brother, and I ain't gonna even play that game with you tonight. I'm gonna get you right up out the door playing stupid.
Well, I beg to differ. I think the Most High can have a favorite. That don't mean
okay, my question is, can he have a favorite and say he's an equal God?
Yeah.
All right, next person. He's done for the night. Next person.
Yes, that makes
How is he
absolutely
the
no
most?
sense.
How is he the most high?
Anybody else want to deal with the subject matter for the night? Or what
Oh,
we
for
got
sure.
going? Oh
It's
yeah,
just a
I
perfect.
ain't entertaining the stupidity
Hey,
tonight.
exactly. It's a perfect example of them showing the true meaning of their whole entire movement. It is about them to put themselves on a pedestal because they felt wronged for all of the unjust things that happened throughout history. So they form this story up to make themselves, as you would say, human gods, which is ridiculous. There's no human gods. We are all the fucking same. We just look different. We act different, but we're all human.
Yeah, God did say he was an equal God when he said he have no favors among man. Now tell me, am I lying? Ain't in the scripture in the Bible where God said he have no favor among men?
Yes, it is, bro,
And
Sanchez.
now
You are
watch
right,
this.
brother.
Now watch this. Then he turn around and tell you who his favorite is. That's hypocritical. So to the person in the chat room that's saying God never said he was equal, yeah, he said it when he said he don't favor nobody. That would be him saying he equal. But then he turned around and said, well, I got a favorite group of people. That's a damn hypocrite. And by the way, also, if your God didn't say he was equal, you need to make him say it, dude. Why would you want to serve an unequal God? That'll make you the fool.
I'm with you, Sanchez, on this one. You're 100% right, man.
My God didn't say he was equal. Well, shit, you need to make him say it or quit following him. Who want to serve an unjust, unequal God? In a court of law, we seek justice. The opposite, that's called equality, justice for all. The opposite of that would be unjust. So if you got an unequal God, you serving an unjust God. That's the Antichrist. Even a judge in a court of law trying to seek justice. You telling me your God want to be unjust? He like the devil then.
Yep. He's saying when he goes to God's court, he gets a free get out of jail free card. Makes no sense. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Has anyone looked up Judaism's pantheon of gods and how they have Yahweh at the top, right? Baal is one of the subsidiaries. And we all know about the priest of Baal that Elijah was fighting against in the Bible, etc. Right? So all religion is talking about is the spiritual battle that begets this physical battle. So, but
Hey, anybody, salutes to everybody on the call tonight, man. Anybody want to interject about the whole blacks being Jews and all that for tonight? That's what the bill is about. Like, I'm just trying to stay on topic, that's all.
Oh, I could go on all night, Sanchez. You know me.
Hey, guess what we're going to do? We're going to end the call right now. Salutes to everybody on the panel. Thank y'all for coming out at this point. Nobody on the call got nothing to say about the topic. And I think we exhausted the bill. Yeah, it's all about blacks being Jews, man. That's all.
That's what I was about to break down for you. That's all. But I know that, like, my information, if somebody, I feel like if you don't say it first, then it ain't legit to listen to. It's just another brother's opinion about what he's done his research on.
It's just about who want to talk
you know
about
what I mean?
are blacks Jews
Hebrews
or
and
not,
Jews.
man.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we are. Yes, we are, because Hebrew literally means the people who record and repeat information and knowledge. So when I did my etymology and my research, that's literally, and I told y'all that animals and shit are named after what they do. And so, yes, elephants are named there for a reason, like you were saying, absolutely. You can apply it to almost everything. And so, just like elevators, they elevate you. All right, now, what I was trying to explain was that Hebrews means the people that record the knowledge, and that's what the Jews do. They have the knowledge, the information, the banking statements, all of the records. They're the record keepers. But there were different sects of black people because around the world that spoke that same language and had that same understanding. And so when the argument about we're not black, we're not African, we're just American, no, we're everywhere, we're everything. And that's where the fight comes in, because we keep separating ourselves there as well, because we separated ourselves from the collective source. And that's what the Jewish pantheon was about. The head was Yahweh, and then you got subsidiaries, and the ones that fall into the flesh, they're called demons. And
Hey,
that's
brother,
why Samuel was, but you got, I'm out. Yeah, you got,
all I'm saying is you got to give us a
that's the real Jew.
consolidated form of this thing, brother.
Yes, we are.
Yeah,
and I just
because
broke down why. Yeah.
and my thing is, when we say we're everything, don't get mad when a nigga call you a mutt, and don't get mad when the nigga say you ain't unique. Nigga, you everything.
That's
and
right.
that so that's what I'm saying about, like, black people want to be everything, but we still want to be unique, and we don't want to be mutts. We'll tell a Mitch dude he's a mutt, but when a Mitch dude say, well, hold up, you said you mix with everything on earth. Everything somebody say they is, black folks say, well, we that too. I told you, y'all, if I was a doctor, this shit would be called a disease called TOPS, and that means them our people syndrome. Because black folks want to say everybody our people. I'm telling, we this, we that, we everything. We the people belly dancing in the Middle East, and the motherfuckers who did this in Greece. We the original, we this, we that, we all of it. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If you all of it, then you none of them. Because guess what I'm going to tell you right now? A motherfucker born in Italy, he's just an Italian. And you can't be a better Italian than him, because that's the only thing he is. A motherfucker born in Nigeria, you cannot be a better Nigerian than them. You can't out Nigeria them. The people that's saying they everything, they're nothing. Because that means you just a mutt. Because everybody else, they just saying they that one thing and they specialize in it.
Hold on, Sanchez,
All
because
right, cool.
if you go
Now,
by that,
no, hold on. Let me respond to that. All right, let me
You
respond to that.
can't,
real
but the
quick.
people that's saying they everything, they're none of those things that they're saying they
I get
are
your point.
better than the people who are just saying they're that thing. That's my point. That the person saying, look, man, I'm just a white dude who's a Greek. He would have to teach you how to be a Greek, but you saying you a Greek like him, but you're learning his culture for him. The people who saying they everything, they're saying they everything because they was a slave to everybody. They ain't saying they everything because they created these cultures. They was victims of slavery of these cultures. Every culture made you eat their food and all that. That's just like the Vietnamese people, they got a lot of Filipino dishes in their cuisine. You know why? The Philippines conquered them. You know what else the Vietnamese people got in their cuisine? American dishes. You know they've been conquered by American for a lot of times too. So when we say, yeah, we American, if a Vietnamese dude was to say, man, I'm American, I'm Filipino, I'm all of that, he's saying it because all of them nations conquered him. He ain't saying it because he created all of them nations, and we missed that part. Because if we created all them nations, we'll be able to be those things better than those people. But you can't out-Greek a Greek nigga, dude. You can't out-Japanese a Japan nigga. But if you all of those things, why can't you? No, you're a slave to all of those nations.
Hey, Sanchez, I just wanted to tell you, man, appreciate this building, bro.
I
Because,
see.
I got
because I
some
never,
because
you know, I've been
Sanchez,
listening
you
to
said
you.
Japan.
Hello?
Because you say
No, I was saying,
Japanese is a
man,
Japanese.
I'm about trying to just
But,
listen. And I just want to say appreciate. I've been listening to you for years, man, and never called into the show, but appreciate that, though.
Oh, yeah, you welcome back anytime. Salutes to you. I enjoyed you, man. Salute.
say yo,
same.
yo, bro, Sanchez, you said an Italian is from Italy, right? So a guy from Israel is an Israelite, so that will make a group of people or a nation that is on assistance right now, right? Would that make them being the chosen people that they talking about in the Bible? Because we know he's tangible that they there already.
I'm telling you this, man. When the smart, rich people that's really running shit want to look around the world and see where the dumb is at, they look for the people who having a conversation about who's God's chosen people. Don't let that be us, man.
I feel you.
Yeah, I tried for it not to
I'm
be. I tried to keep it on Jews and are we the real Hebrews? And I broke that
There's
exactly what that was.
nobody in the
But
clouds saying,
wow,
you know
gotcha.
what? I like that group right there. And
Gotcha,
I'm
I
going to
feel
make
you.
sure that they win and everybody else lose.
Hey, yo, bro, I just want to say something, man, about the Bible, bro. Check this out. I just feel like it's just a personification, man, of the brain in your 12 main organ, you know, like Jesus and the 12 disciples, you know what I'm saying? So the brain is the main, which is Jesus, basically, and your main organs would be the 12 disciples. You see what I'm saying? I just wanted to chime in on that. And also, what's with these bull daggers, you know what I'm saying, want to take over?
Hey, brother, let's go. I told y'all what we're going to do, right? When you join my show, man, read the title before you come. I have topic-based discussions. You
Man,
don't listen.
I got on here, bro, because I just seen you talking to the last dude, right? And you say like God have a favorite and this and that. Who are the Gentiles in the Bible?
I didn't say God have a favorite. I said
You
God
said
don't.
it ain't
I
no
said
favorite,
God
it ain't
don't.
no chosen people. Who
Right.
are the?
Hey, man, do me a favor. Take a deep breath right now, and I'm gonna unmute you. Hold on. Just count down from 10. Take a deep breath, and we're gonna unmute your mic after that. Cause your eyes getting big, you bucking them. You just relax, brother. I'm telling you, I did not say that God have favorites. I said God don't have favorites, brother. Now, if you asking me who are the Gentiles, I'm telling you there's some fictional mythological motherfuckers just like everybody else in the Bible. That's saying who is Goldilocks in the Three Bears. She's a mythological character. That's from just my belief. Go ahead. You got the floor, brother. Any more questions? You got it. Take it, my brother. You got to unmute your mic, my brother Christian. You got it.
All right.
You got
So
it.
you say like mythological. That's basically you saying the whole Bible mythological. Don't take one piece of the Bible and say it's right, then try to say
I'm not
another piece
saying
right.
that though. Why can't?
Gentiles, where do the word
Oh my
Caucasian come
God.
from?
Oh my God.
I'm asking you, man. This your platform, man.
Okay, I'm finna tell you. Let me answer you. I'm not picking and choosing when it come to belief. I'm picking and choosing when it come to fact. That's called eating the fish and spit out the bones. If I was a believer of the Bible, I couldn't pick and choose because the Bible tells its believers don't add and don't take away. Me being a non-believer, I can non-biasedly look at the Bible and investigate it as a science perspective. And I can just take the facts out of it. I don't gotta believe it. I'm not a follower of Christ, right? So I got the right to pick and choose, because I'm not making these false rules for myself that the people who try to be God-fearing making for themselves. The people who follow and believe the Bible, God tell them, don't question him and don't be getting into anything that'll make them doubt their faith. So I don't expect them to be playing the game I'm playing. You shouldn't expect me to play the game they playing. I'm a person that's looking for facts in all things, not just the Bible. So let's just start there. Is that fair enough, brother? You gotta.
My name Christian, man. I grew up in the church. I like my mama expect me to be what like the Bible, Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth.
That sound cute, brother.
No, that's one thing. That's fact. It's not cute. That's facts, man. Look it up.
That's very beautiful, brother.
Don't believe me, bro. Just look it up. But I'm saying,
okay, I can say Bible mean big infamous bullshit later evolved. We can make up plenty little what you call them, anagrams. Is that called?
Everything's based on what their grandparents told them. Everything's based on what their grandparents told them.
Like I can say Birmingham Bible means Birmingham, Illinois, Bethlehem, Louisiana, and England.
Okay, I'll let you have that. Let me ask you one more question then, bro. A white person can make a white baby, but the only race in this world that can make a black human being or a white human being are us.
You can't make white people, brother.
This the hair on your head and the hair on my head, bro. You can't find this nowhere on no animal.
Hey, relax. Hold on. Let me just say this. Black people cannot make white people, man. What are you talking about?
Yes, we can. Yes, you can have a white baby.
It's a mutation. It's a mutation.
Let me explain something to you, brother. It's not a scientifically fact, and you don't do enough research. Now, calm down so I can teach you. Stop. I got you muted. Stop so I can teach you some shit. Every race in the world can make an albino, including white people. White people are not albinos if they can make an albino. Now, black people can make a black albino baby, but they can't make a fucking George Bush. Show me a black woman and a black man coming together and Bill Clinton coming the fuck out. It'll be a black boy who's an albino. I grew up with an albino friend named Doug. Some of y'all got a bunch of black children. These are black people, dude. They just got white skin. They got Negro features. They just get, that's a mutation. That is a condition. That is that is not a fucking, we're not making another race. A race is a whole language, a eating style, dancing style. Show me two black people giving birth to Garth Brooks and Elvis Presley. Bro, we're giving birth we're giving birth to a white ass black bro. We're giving birth to a white ass black boy that's gonna be spitting bars and doing black people shit. That's called albinism. And I'm not gonna keep debating you tonight. I'm gonna put y'all off tonight. Hey, brother, let me tell you something. It's because you don't listen. Your ego is involved. Every race creates an albino. You sound dumb as fuck. Every race creates an albino. That is not a white man. Even white people creates an albino. How are you missing that? I didn't kick him off. His ass ran. That's what happened when you join a show full of ego thinking you know everything and you don't like the truth when a nigga kicking it to you. His dumb ass think that your mama and daddy can be jet black and give birth to a Justin Timberlake. What a fucking moron.
And this why we can't get nowhere.
Sanchez. That
Because
was great,
niggas keep
Sanchez.
believing
That
that type
nigga
of
is a
mythology.
egotistical, dumb ass moron who there's no help for.
Niggas keep believing this mythology shit and then keep wondering why these white folks keep giving us mythology, critical race, evolution, all this bullshit because we buy into bullshit. We buy into mythology. We like, think about what this man just said. Nobody in his bloodline ever created a Rothschild or a motherfucker that looked like Bernie
Bobby.
Sanders or
Come
nobody
on with
like,
it,
like,
man.
get the fuck out of
Two
here,
black
man.
niggas gonna come together and create Pee Wee Herman.
Wait, like, you gotta show me in your bloodline a motherfucker that looks like that.
You can't tell.
Rob Knox.
I swear to God, bro.
How do you
Bro,
do,
I haven't
Sanchez?
seen- I
How do
haven't
you
seen
do,
that
Sanchez?
man.
Hey, Rob Knox's used to huff paint. You could tell he was one of.
How do you know? I could be Rob. I could be.
Yeah, he was huffing paint. You know them little aerosol spray cans. He was spraying them motherfuckers up his nose. Hey, Rob Knox is out there.
Yeah, you can tell that nigga was special ed for real.
Salute, man. Hey, salute to everybody who still believing in the Bible too, man. Hopefully one day Jesus will come and man.
Them Bible thumpers, we love you too, Bible thumpers.
You want to know what it
Hey.
is, man? A lot of people do have faith, but a lot of people lost faith in organized religion. You can believe in a God and have a higher power faith and not actually have to be part of a sorority. People don't
Hey,
want
listen, I'm gonna tell you like this. Believe in whatever you want to believe in, but I know this. If you're a grown person and you still believe it's human being figures and men walking around on clouds and motherfuckers who could do Dr. Manhattan ass shit, hey man, much power to you, man. That sounds like X-Man to me.
Well, I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm just saying it doesn't really matter.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit that scare me. When you mix passion and ambition with ignorance, it's a recipe for disaster. And that's what
scary
just
shit.
happened, man. That's what's leading the world to hell. That combination right there. Cause when you wrong and you passionately wrong, that's how wrong get perpetuated in the world. It's people in high places who don't know no better, who really think they doing right, and they're really fucking the world up, man. And their passion, bro, and their ignorance is causing a lot of suffering on the earth, bro.
Bro, I haven't seen you that mad in a minute, dog. You lose your cool with that brother, man.
Man.
I was like, damn.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you something. When that brother came on, he was turned up. He was one of them people that was listening to me and he was like, ooh, I can't wait to get. And I was telling like, calm down, bro. Hear me out. Everything he's saying, he yelling loud over, nigga. Repeating shit we already heard. It don't take no critical thinking for you to repeat the shit that everybody's saying. And it is like, if I repeat it louder than the next man, that'll make it right. Bro, you can whisper the truth and everybody may deny it, but they gonna sleep at night knowing, man, that nigga was right. See, the reason I tell the truth, and I know it ain't the popular thing, cause I win in the end. A lot of folks that know I told the truth, they can get up here in front like I didn't, but when they sleeping at night, nigga, I'm winning. They know I'm right. I do it for that part that you can't see.
Those type of people want you to be right.
And I ain't always right. I'm gonna show you why I maintain 100% righteousness though. Now that sound a hypocritical. Let me show you how Brother Sanchez ain't always right, but he always right. The reason I can never be wrong It's cause when I ain't sure about some shit or I think I'm wrong or even when I think I'm right, guess what I'm gonna tell the people? Hit the link and prove me wrong. Not cause I want to debate, I want to see if I'm right. Now, guess what have happened several times? I found out, oh, I was wrong about that. And guess what people say? Brother Sanchez is humble. Niggas will come on, and if they can correct me and do it in a way where there's no reasonable doubt, I'll be like, oh, hey, man, y'all, I'm going to mute my flow and let this brother go in. He cooking right now. Like, he teaching me some shit. I do that all the time. A person like that can never be wrong. They so obsessed with being right that when they're wrong, they'll allow themselves to be corrected in front of everybody. You can correct, who else on YouTube dropping a link out there who got over 100,000 followers and letting folks come and tell them what's right and wrong? And guess what, Anna, admit to you, I'm just keeping it real. Ain't too many folks on YouTube, not even these pastors with mega churches, gonna let another pastor or somebody come up there and be like, yeah, this dude was right, I'm wrong. And I do that all the time, because guess what I know? My following ain't gonna decrease because a brother's taught me something. But niggas got a big old ego today. See, that's why I think I can never be wrong, because that's why I think I'm always right. Because guess what? I don't mind correction. Niggas correct me all the time. But guess what? If you can't, when niggas try to correct me, what they'll find out is that it's gonna get their skills better, because I'm not an easy man to correct. I'm gonna have a lot of questions for you about what you're coming with. And if you can answer them all, guess what? I will forfeit. I do it all the time. I'll say, well, shit, guess he got me, y'all. Salutes to this man. Let's drop him a bomb. Do that all the time. Who else do it? Nobody else want to look wrong in front of their followers. Guess what I found out about YouTube? Nigga, the people don't care. They still gonna fucking fuck with you. You just stun your own growth because you could have got correction from your brother. But that's why I put that other dude off. If I know that I'm telling you some shit you can't deny, and you keep denying it because of your ego, and you know you holding on to some shit that's wrong, I ain't gonna keep going back and forth with you. This 2022, I'm gonna send you home, let you sleep on it. You can join the next one, do your own research, and come back when you get on my level. Go ahead. That's because a nigga that's on the show trying to tell me that you can take a black man and a black woman and put them together and create George Fauci. He's out of his fucking mind. He out of his mind. Because if you telling me you can take, goddamn it, Tiffany Davis and goddamn Antonio Smith from the hood, right? And they come together and make Stephen King, you out of your damn mind. Yeah, you done bumped your goddamn head hard on something.
Sanchez, you only can do that if you're the chosen people.
Yeah, you're gonna take, goddamn it, listen, you're gonna take Michael Jordan and Whoopi Goldberg, right? And they're going to create, wait for it, y'all guess where I'm going. Guess who they gonna create? Winston Churchill, nigga. Come on, show me that. You know what they gonna create? An albino if they did anything. That's what I'm saying. But most black folks, 80% of them will tell you, black folks created white folks. No, dog. Every fucking race makes an albino. Quit embarrassing us like that. But that's what I'm saying. Niggas will say, bro, Sanchez a coon. He don't want to be black. You can't correct black folks. And they'll willingly look dumb out of their ego. Because I got to argue with this black man about some truth that we all know I'm right about right now. So if a person wanna just stay ignorant, I don't wanna identify with the ignorant motherfucker that don't wanna learn. I just call me a coon, but don't call me black. Yeah, that's a better word to use for me than black. You can say it's self-hate and all that, nigga. But guess what? I'd rather be, goddamn it, real than any color. Fuck blue, black, red, all that. Just don't call me fake. Go ahead, y'all.
Well said, Shin. Well said.
Pierre, what's good, man? And yeah, we gonna get up out of here. Hey,
Yo,
Ross.
yo.
Yeah.
What's good, bro?
Anybody want the mic, man? I ain't rushing y'all out, but Ross Ben Yahweh, I think that's my Hebrew brother. Yeah, salutes to him. Yeah, I let my Don get a get out of school early tonight. Yeah, we normally get him out at 4, but I let him go home at 1 today. We ain't got time for it.
I got an unrelated question.
Yeah.
All right, so I've been like recording my dreams for the past couple months, and it seems that for some reason, like when something happens in the dream where I'm like a couple weeks later or a month later, it'll happen in this realm. I don't know if that's just me or like if you can elaborate on that and tell me like what's up with that, because you know more than I do about this.
Multiple possibilities.
This man saying shit, bro.
Namaste.
Nigga, we talking about Hebrews and blacks.
Namaste.
Yeah, we're supposed to be talking about black Jews, man. Are you a black Jew? You could be a black Jew. Are you chosen people? Only the
No,
chosen.
I'm not a Hebrew. That's why I said an unrelated question. But you can go ahead, bro. That's why I asked.
You're gonna give Sanchez a stroke.
Namaste. Come on, next person.
Black Jews, I don't know where they came from. I don't know where they're going, but I know that they're almost as crazy as the Aboriginals. So we have that. That's where we're at.
Bro. You don't even know about. You don't even know none about the Aboriginal. We doing that.
The black Aboriginal movement is the craziest thing on the planet right now. It's even crazier than the black.
Bro, right now,
we can't talk about that. We're talking about black Jews, not black Aboriginals. I'm just saying they're crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out, y'all. This is what we finna do right now. My mom's just asked me about why all the George Floyd folks mad at Kanye, right? But that's another thing why I had this show tonight and we can stay on topic. Not only am I mad at him by saying that black people are Jews, you calling me something that ain't a good thing to be. Like and then on top of that, and I'm showing you tonight why we ain't the Jews with all this debating. This man said George Floyd didn't die from the police. He died from fentanyl. Now, George Floyd family want to sue Kanye West. And I fucking hope they win. I hope they bankrupt that nigga. Y'all think that Charleston White say a lot of shit that's wild and shocking. Now watch all of y'all niggas ain't gonna like this one. I hope that George Floyd family sue Kanye West for every fucking penny he got. I hope they sue his ass so hard that you know them bummy ass homeless clothes that he make, that he literally be dressing like that shit for real, nigga. Cause I don't care
They
about
gonna
I'm gonna
Alex
tell you
Jones his
something.
ass.
I
Bro, hold on a
don't care.
second.
I don't care about y'all idols and celebrities like that. These niggas misled us coming up and had me spending a lot of my youth focusing on bullshit. So I don't care. I can tell the truth about these niggas. Go ahead, let's
Yeah,
go.
but bro Sanchez, his parents still have never even been to his apartment to pick up his things. They don't give a shit about him.
Yeah, I don't care about y'all heroes and shit, nigga. I want to be my own. I'm trying to see, and that's the thing, man. This nigga can say George Floyd ain't die from the police. You know why Kanye bitch ass said that? Because he's supporting Trump and MAGA, and because they back the blue. Now, nigga, I was an ex-police officer and wouldn't say no dumb shit like that. Cause to say something like that mean you don't give a fuck about the hurt that you causing that man family. And if you gonna be an unselfish bitch, I can talk shit about you, nigga, too, like this. Them folks' family, that man put this goddamn knee in that man's neck, and you can hear that man crying and squitting like a fucking snail with salt on him. And you gonna say that ain't what killed him. The goddamn fentanyl that he was he's a drug addict. That's what these racist white folks want you to say. And that's why these police gonna keep getting off when they do dumb shit to you niggas, cause niggas like Kanye.
Right, bro.
Yeah, but the coroner report stated that his windpipe was not asphyxiated.
That was bad, bro. Whether he was on fentanyl or not, he put his knee on his neck, man.
But listen, look, but we know he's controlled opposition though. I mean, so this shouldn't really surprise us. He you know, tomorrow he could be saying something else that's gonna rub people the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? So we shouldn't even really get too emotional behind this dude. Honestly,
I'm gonna show you what about the woke community. Somebody said it. I knew that was gonna come. He will never say George Floyd event was fake. In fact, Sanchez, you won't say it either. You know why? Because what I say, I like to say was factual. You could say George Floyd event was staged, that George Floyd is a fake person, it's fake news, it didn't really happen, it was a dummy down there. It ain't what you see. And I know the news can fake stuff. Me, myself, I think September 11 is fake. So I would be a hypocrite to say that you wrong in legal opinions, because the families of September 11 victims can get mad at me right now. They can say, wait a minute, brother Sanchez, you saying that those people didn't die because of Taliban? Are you saying that my people in my family really didn't die in September 11? Now, here's the thing, right? I'm not saying that nobody died. I'm saying how they died is what's fake. I don't think it's the Taliban. I think America knocked its own buildings down.
yeah, I'm with you. I'm with
See
you on
what
that,
I'm
bro.
saying? Now the family members may say that's disrespectful to my loved one. Bin Laden killed my boy. And if you saying that anybody else did it, that hurt me. And that's where we at today. So you can't get into certain conspiracies when it's death involved.
But actually, we should though. Don't you think we should though, Sanchez?
I'm saying you should. I'm saying with freedom of speech as Americans, we should be able to talk about what we want. And if the victims of the families is hurt, tell them to turn my video off. My bad. That's your bad. You can turn me off. Turn me off.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my freedom of speech. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Go
No,
ahead.
I was saying like for me, as far as speaking on these injustices, this the tyranny. I think most ultimately it's a tyranny, but like I feel like we should, even especially like when you mentioned 9/11, it's good that these families need to know that, man, so they're not believing the lies. So it's a sensitive subject, but I think it's necessary too, though, that we have these conversations and then speak on the truth, like what we've uncovered over the years about 9/11, even going back to the wars, so I think it's necessary. That's all I want to add to that.
I just want to add that the autopsy showed no asphyxiation of George Floyd windpipe.
Man, you saw the video, bro. You saw how the police was putting that motherfucking knee on.
I watched that video. I did. I watched that video 100 times. And at first, I thought it was the worst thing I ever saw, one of the worst ones. But if you watch closely, he doesn't have his knee on his neck. He's got it on his shoulder blade in the back. I'm just telling you, man. You gotta break shit down. The autopsy straight up said there's no asphyxiation, a cardiac arrest, a heart attack. He had a bad heart. He was a big dude. He's like 6'6", 280 pounds. Big ass dude. Bad heart.
No cardiac attack.
I said he died of cardiac arrest. He did not die of asphyxiation. He was not choked. He was not strangled. Asphyxiation, when your windpipe is closed. He did not die of asphyxiation. He died of a heart attack, cardiac arrest.
And what's your point though? This, okay, so after that,
my point is I don't like cops. That's the first thing I'm gonna make clear. I don't like cops. I don't back no blue. I don't like any of them. But I'm saying you got to look at every situation individually, and it definitely could have been handled differently. It's just, if you ask me, it's bad. It's bad training. It's bad training. Bad people.
There's no point when you say that should be it. That's what you got to finish.
Yeah, well, that's not how life works, man. You know what I'm saying? These people are, as much as you hate cops, these people pull up in situations that most people will never, ever, ever experience.
Let me explain something to you, because you was never a cop, Rob. I was. Let me explain something to you dealing with law enforcement my whole life. Cops ain't what you think. I know what you thinking. Let's give some props to police because they put their life on the line. They pull up in situations you wouldn't pull up on. In every police department, only goddamn, at least I would say 3% of the police is really like that, bro. Every other police hoping they don't get that call where they gotta shoot. They just showing up trying to get through their shift and write a few tickets, which is why the murderers are getting off. But the regular working people stay in court with bullshit traffic tickets, jaywalking, all that. So what I'm telling you is policing ain't about putting your life jumping in front of a bullet, dude. It's about hopefully I can get through a shift and make my fucking ticket quota without a shootout. And if somebody call in a shootout, I'm gonna move like motherfucking gelatin on my feet because I'm hoping that another unit get there before I get there. That I hate that when people say, why does it take the police so long to respond in the hood? Cause bro, being a cop, I can tell you why. Every police kicking the can. Every unit saying, I hope somebody else get there first. Like the police are regular people. They're trying to shortcut.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that.
But I'm saying it don't matter how you meant it. This the truth that people need to hear from an ex-cop, though. Yeah. I'm glad you brought it up. They need to know that when I was a police, I was just trying to get through my shift. I know that sound fucked up. Like, I don't want to save no fucking life if I don't got to. I just want to write a few tickets and go home. Everybody looking for a way to cheat at their job. That is some niggas sweeping a fry up under a rug right now.
Right. Yeah, I didn't mean the whole heroes shit thing. I just meant that, like, personally, with, like, when they do go up to a person like Floyd or anybody else they would meet in the street, they don't know what's going on. I'm not saying that it's like noble or honorable. I'm just saying that's the reality of their job.
Yeah, and Bro Sanchez, I think they're using Kanye West as a double-edged sword because, like you say, you know how he was talking about George Floyd. I think he touched on that point just so they can focus on that type of freedom of speech, just like they did with Alex Jones. You know what I mean? It's just a constant attack of freedom of speech and on your rights. You know what I'm saying? Now I think we're gonna see more of that. He's gonna keep going on motherfucking subject that we really don't even have to be touching. But since he's Kanye West, you feel me? People are gonna follow that.
Man, let me tell y'all something, right? And this is finna go into some shit. See, Candace Owens and Kanye West supposed to be political spokespeople for the black people who represent conservatism and the Republican Party. What I don't like about black Democrats and black Republicans, they never say the shit that's really the problem in our communities. Now look at what's happening in New York right now. And anybody listening to me know what I'm saying. Let me cut my camera on. Crime is going fucking crazy in New York, nigga. It's so don't nobody want to ride the subway right now in New York. Y'all been watching the news? Nigga, the niggas been getting, guess what they doing in New York right now? If you standing up waiting for your subway, it's people just pushing you on a track and the shit run you over and kill you.
Man, that's crazy.
Bro, I can't make this up. That shit bro, that's what's going on in New York right now. People don't even want to ride the subway no more. They pushing motherfuckers on a red. People, do you know how evil that is? And they doing it for, bro. Now, why am I bringing this up? Now, the people that in the subway, there's a lot of robberies going on and stuff like that going on up north. Now, watch this. They all of the people that you see on the news up north is saying, yeah, we got to get the guns out the community, get the guns off the street. Now, guess what else going on up north? They passing the Safety Act, which is putting the criminals on the street. So let me get this straight. The average working man own a gun. He's not going to use his gun to rob nobody. He's using it to protect himself. But they making it harder for him to carry a gun while allowing the criminals back on the streets, and they don't care about gun laws. They'll use a gun no matter, they don't give a fuck about nothing, nigga. They don't care what the gun law is. They'll shoot you, mug you, all that. Now they letting them out. Think about what I'm saying. The Safety Act. Bobby, who's on here from Chicago right now? We need the Chicago niggas to, where Bobby at right now? Cause he living, that shit started in his state. Now listen, they talking about taking the guns off the streets, but they letting the criminals back on the streets who don't care about no laws when it come to guns. They gonna carry that shit. Cause the criminals say, I'd rather get caught with it than without it, and they'll don't care during the time. So my thing is, in Chicago, they disarming regular people. So you don't got a gun against the criminal who would rob you. They letting all the criminals back on the street. And the laws that they passing, making it so fucking hard for me and you to carry a gun. Now, how we gonna protect ourselves under these Safety Act laws? See, that's a whole nother stream I'm gonna do. That's a whole nother stream. I've been covering that shit.
Yeah, that's crazy, Sanchez, because like you mentioned, we were just talking about that not too long ago in Chicago when they started that shit over there, man.
Yeah, man.
You said they started what in Chicago? Hold on, hold on.
Yeah, the Safety Act started in Chi-Town. Yeah, I know it. This is profound. I'm gonna do another stream covering it. I'm gonna have to get out
So
of here.
they starting it off like a train. That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, Bobby.
Hey, the Safety Act is a smoking aces to get people riled up to think that some type of purge finna happen, and they got motherfuckers flooding out of Chicago in these cities, and the property values finna go up for the folks who do stay, and for the niggas who do get out. If you don't know the Chicagoland area, they usually run to the surrounding states, which everything surrounding Illinois is a very strict Republican state where your ass is finna get locked up for, yeah. Yeah,
That's
a fact.
There ain't no Republican states surrounding fucking Illinois.
Well,
Indiana?
Hold on. Here's what I'm saying.
Iowa, Missouri.
Listen, the Safety Act is a Democratic thing. Republicans is going against it. That's one thing, because I know I give the Republicans a hard time. Why do Brother Sanchez give Republicans a harder of a time than Democrats? It's because black people are by default Democrats. And whenever America want a black person who's given up in the system, because we all grow up Democrats, if they want you to, when you want to give up in the system and say, fuck America, and you've been a Democrat your whole life, America says, well, wait a minute, you didn't try the Republican Party. So the Republican Party is what all the blacks going to today. And that's this whole boost of black conservatism, black republicanism, Candace Owens, Kanye West. But my thing is, when we go to these parties, we got to take on their arguing points. And it look like you're a fucking coon. White lives matter and all the shit you see them niggas doing. That's why I said fuck both of them parties, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you on fuck both of them. Hell yeah. But that Safety Act, I think it's a smoke and mirrors. What folks think is about to happen is not about to happen. You know, it's gonna be a lot of it's a lot of Venezuelans that are about to be shipped to the Midwest and the Chicagoland area.
Why you
And
say
probably
that,
up to
Bobby?
Huh?
Why you say that, bro?
Well, because it's already happening. You know, my father called me and told me he seen bus loads of motherfuckers showing up because it's apparently it's some type of revolution going on in South America and a bunch of countries. So we finna start seeing an influx of a lot of motherfuckers, not just Venezuelans, Chileans, I believe, Bolivians,
Colombians.
Hey, Bobby, why ain't they talking to us about this though?
Well, because because it's like this, bringing in a new workforce. It's I remember when NAFTA, when the North American Free Trade Agreement was coming about, right? When I was coming up, immigration wasn't a big thing that people was like immigration. It was Saddam Hussein and all type of the immigration one, like motherfuckers one, like all the Mexican coming over here taking jobs, but it was happening back then, you know.
Yeah, but Reagan gave amnesty to like millions of immigrants in the 80s too.
No, I'm giving that's my point, Rob. But to your point, that's not a thing that's advertised. So I'm agreeing with you that they put the plan into works early. You see what I mean? So they not talking about Venezuelans and shit coming over because the thing is, let's talk about this Safety Act. Let's talk about all the niggas and Russians and all these motherfuckers we finna ship out of Chicago to bring this new workforce in.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So the Safety Act is something they're gonna do regardless whether we talk about it or not.
Right.
But they're gonna get us to talk about something that's inevitable as a sleight of hand trick when I ask you why they ain't talking about this shit over here.
The Venezuelans and shit. Right. And listen, they showing up in New York by bus loads. They showing up in Chicago. They gonna start showing up in Detroit by bus loads. It's just like I'm here in St. Louis now. Back in the day when Bosnia went through that thing.
Bro, this shit you saying make a lot of sense, Bobby.
Listen, bro.
Hey, yeah, go ahead.
That's why I don't be like going like I go deep, but I always look at both sides of a coin because both sides are there. You know what I mean? So the same thing happened here in St. Louis where I'm at when the Bosnian Revolution happened. It was an influx of like right now, if you look at St. Louis, we got a huge Bosnian population. If you look at Detroit, they got the hugest Arab population. It's Dearborn, Michigan, because
we do.
But you wouldn't even know that's going on up there.
You know what I just thought about with you bringing this shit to the table? The Safety Act and the shit you talking about go hand in hand, but they don't want us to see that because like because them releasing all the criminals and making laws less strict for criminals, when all these immigrants come over here like with MS-13 and all that, then they know they coming. These people don't gotta come over here and be persecuted like that by the law. Man, I see this shit. Damn,
and
that's
they get
crazy.
to work and do what
Yeah.
they do. Now,
Yeah.
because
Because
this the thing I want to explain to you. That's why I want you to understand. Like, it's happening in Illinois. So specific to how crime and people move crime in Illinois. You can ask anybody who stay in the surrounding states around Illinois and Chicago area. When people do crime and they so happen to get out or run from it, they going to Indiana, Iowa, up towards Michigan somewhere, up towards Milwaukee somewhere, up towards Minnesota somewhere, try to go down south to either Tennessee or Missouri somewhere. Guess what? All of that is majority Republican, and all of that shit, once you get caught in it, the time that you would have got in Illinois is going to be triple to quadruple. That's what the point of them releasing people, because they know once I release you into the wild, 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna stay in the city because you know the police or whatever else gonna be on your ass, so you gonna try to run away from it. That's why you got a large influx of Chicagoland people getting locked up in a majority of their time in like Iowa, Milwaukee, up towards Detroit, Indiana. Indiana stay slamming people because they vicious on the KKK race. You know what I mean? Like people know that that shit going on there. Like we ain't gonna be no secret.
Hey, check this out. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick, and I ain't gonna call nobody out individually. I'm gonna have some class. But what I'm gonna say this, y'all, I'm not a hater. I'm not a negative person. But I really don't like y'all promoting other YouTubers in my chat room. I just don't. Can y'all stop doing that? And I ain't gonna call nobody out, but just please, had to remove somebody's shit earlier. Go ahead, y'all, go ahead.
I think you're muted, bro.
I think
What happened? I'm still here. I
think
expect
Republicans
somebody
straight
else
to the
to,
best.
because y'all was
yeah,
going
I
in
was
on
just gonna say, it's gonna be worse over there because them Venezuelans are over there eating people and doing all types of the issues.
K Gomez,
It's a mess,
understand
bro.
this.
Build the wall.
Understand this, K Gomez. That'd be like saying the crime go be worse in Chicago because Mexico, right? Your mic muted, Sanchez, if you're trying to talk. Right? So Chicago got Mexicans. You know how the cartel get down in Mexico. They not getting down like that in Chicago. You see what I mean? Once you elevate on a certain side of business, you get to maneuver in a different type of way. Once the cartels and all them people get to come to Chicago and do business, they don't gotta chop people up and leave them in the street and do all this heinous shit because it's a higher level of money and it's a higher level of crime. So it's a different way you go about it.
Right, but also they
the fact that they just can't get away with it.
Hold on, bro. Also, they know that they can go back to Mexico. When you talking about Venezuelans and Colombians, these countries are being deteriorated to the point that they might not even have a country in a couple of years.
But what they might not have, but listen, what they might not have, we can't talk about that because Mexico was at one time in that position. What we do know is that they got a country right now. That's a fact. And they coming over here to America right now, or to United States and different states within America right now. That's a fact. They're going to be the new workforce. All these motherfuckers that didn't want to go back to work after the pandemic and all this shit and this new entrepreneurship shit that done open up and niggas don't want to go work for $25, $30 an hour in a factory and all, man, it's the new revolution of that. You gonna start seeing Venezuelan construction workers road workers. All this shit finna start booming. The new Uber drivers go start, like, you gonna start noticing the shit. Trust me.
Just remember, man, at any time that it's all of our fault. All we have to do is just say no. It's just the people have to say no.
Thank you, and build that wall.
The
Build a
people
house.
divided. How we gonna
What the
say
hell
no?
that wall gonna do, bro?
People
That wall ain't gonna
divided, man.
do nothing.
Yeah, the
Them
wall
niggas
ain't
coming
gonna do
through.
nothing.
Yeah, them motherfuckers
The
coming
wall
through
funnels
clean, bro.
people. The wall funnels people. No one says the wall's impenetrable.
Well,
That's
I'm
what
saying
it is.
this, fuck a wall. Just stop fucking up people countries to the point to where they want to leave.
Oh, that's an excuse. That's an excuse.
It's not
That
an
is
excuse.
not an excuse, bro.
It's always an excuse. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everything is America's fault. Dude, it's such a lame excuse. Every man is
I ain't
responsible for
saying
his
it's
own
America's
destiny.
fault. I ain't say it's America's fault. I'm saying in a plot to conquest, certain things happen along the way that you just got to take account for.
Who did we conquest? We didn't conquest nobody in South America.
I mean,
Wait,
it's about
whoa.
resources. It's about
You say they
resources,
didn't
bro.
conquest nobody in South America?
No, we didn't. Name one.
Bro,
Name
do
one.
you know that Salvador is using the dollar, right? You know that.
What you think the Nicaraguan Panamanian wars was about? The Contra wars and all of that drug enterprise, cocaine import agency shit.
Right.
You said conquer.
Contra.
I know the Contra. I write Contra affair.
Gotcha.
You said we conquered people and caused
I
trauma.
said conquest.
Oh, we didn't conquest nobody, dude.
I just told you who they did it to. They did it to the Nicaraguans. They did it to the South American, the Bolivians. They did it to the Colombians. They did it to the Chileans.
I know. That's interfering with local wars. That's interfering.
You can go to
Ricans,
different parts of the world, other
Haitians.
parts of the world. The Middle East.
Wait, you said what's the Middle East? Nicaragua?
No, bro, I'm saying like as far as the conquest, which y'all
I know
talking
he's
about,
saying
it's-
basically that America terrorizes the world.
I mean, is that a lie?
We bullies, bro.
Bro.
We know this.
No. I'm
We
gonna say
bully
this.
people, bro.
It depends your point of view, man.
I'm gonna say this. United Kingdom, under the disguise of America, conquered the world.
They all one, man. We can't separate these motherfuckers,
Yeah,
man. They all
United
the same.
Kingdom under the
If it
disguise.
wasn't for America being bullies, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. You can't take our history and take all the good stuff and use it for your good or whatever, and then all of a sudden just treat it like shit.
No, wait.
No,
Rob,
that's
check
not
this
what
out,
it
Rob.
is.
Hey, Rob, check this out. You can't admit to being a bully at one point in your life, and then at another point in your life say, I don't have to.
When were we the bully? When was America the bully?
You just
Oh,
said,
my God.
you literally, Rob, you literally out of your mouth just said, if America wasn't the bully, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. Those your words.
So he knows, man. Don't play
Rob,
games.
hold on, Rob, slow down. Don't be a hypocrite right now. You literally 2 seconds ago said, if America was not the bully, we would not be sitting here having this conversation.
Okay, if I said that, I meant that if America was not the bully, as you're saying, then it would not happen. But we weren't that bully. We never had a colony. Name an American colony.
What?
Name an American colony. I mean, you
The
say we're
13 original colonies.
Those were English colonies.
Converted into American colonies.
Converted into the United States of America.
Which is a corporation.
Well, whatever that is, we can get that's another conversation. I'm just talking about I'm saying on the conversation.
Which is a corporation that's still owned by the United Kingdom.
America's done a lot of bad things, but America's done a lot of good things. And it seems like if people just want to focus on the bad things.
No, it don't seem, Rob. It don't matter how many good things you do. When I say pay me back for my shit, why is that an argument?
Because what do you mean your shit?
Me, myself. If I take all them chains that's on your neck, and 5 years later I say, man, but look, I've been helping kids doing all. Hey, fuck all of that, my nigga. Pay me back. I don't give a fuck about the good you done did in between you taking my chains
That's not how
and
it
this
works.
point right now. Can you pay me back?
Why my chains though? Nah, I want my.
Because I see you on the camera, and I'm just like, yeah, you got your camera on, and you just like that's why.
Yeah, that's not how it works, and they're totally not even
It do compare.
No, they're not. They're not even correlatable. Not at all.
It do correlate.
It's a
Because
nonsensical
you're
argument.
you saying overlook the bad because of all the good.
No, I did not say. I'm saying the good that we have done outweighs the bad. We started off bad. We started off with slaves. We don't have slaves no more. That's
But
good,
listen,
right?
listen
Is
to
that
me,
good?
Rob.
Is that good or bad?
It don't. That's hey, however you want to look at it. But I'm gonna say this.
All right. So having slaves.
When you
no
say
more,
good, when you say my good outweigh my bad, that's your objectivity to perception. You can't tell me how.
That's
Listen,
reality. That's how
wait.
wait. No one's all good.
Listen.
No one's all good. Are you all good?
Nobody is all good. What I'm saying is, it depends on the bad thing you did.
Oh, Jesus.
It do. Listen, my brother. Stealing some shit from me is one thing. Literally enslaving people and all that shit, that ain't nothing to say like, well, I did all 10
Okay,
good
how about
things.
this? How about this?
Rob. You can't say I did all
from you to
this.
feed my family?
Huh?
What if I stole from you to feed my family? To make
Fuck
my
your family.
Exactly, see?
You should have worked harder. I don't give a fuck about if your family starved because you can't feed them and you gonna steal from my family.
Wait, I understand. Listen. I understand. I understand. Listen. I understand that. And in 2022, that's how we think because we're rational human beings. But in the 16th and 17th century, human beings didn't think like that.
Yes, they did.
You're
Ain't nothing funny to the sun.
You're out of your
It
mind.
was still good and bad, bro. It's all still.
Oh my God!
Human beings ain't think like that back then.
Yeah,
oh my God, you guys are totally
Bobby got you on that one. You shouldn't have used the example about what if I steal from your family to feed mine. That made you the Grinch right there.
Right.
But yeah, but that is human nature.
That ain't human nature.
So what's your human nature? What's your human nature? Human nature is to die.
That is not human nature. That's capitalistic nature. We're capitalizing off of each other. Humans ain't born capitalists. You gotta be taught that kind of fucking behavior. So you can't say that's human behavior. That's some shit that humans become after they become non-human. Because the moment you start operating as a capitalist, you ain't even a human, as far as I'm concerned. A motherfucker that's in the jungle living with nature is a real human. You a damn city slicker. You a metropolitan goddamn some other
now,
shit.
Sanchez, if we're in the jungle, a real human in that situation would come to me and say, hey, I'm fucked up. I see you and your family ain't fucked up. Do you think I could work for something, man? Get a couple bushels of them corn, or you could spare something to me, or so me and mine don't be out here fucking starving instead of stealing?
Again, there you go.
Hey, that's crazy.
Because the same amount
logic.
Hey, he right. 17th Rob, he right, Rob. Because look, the same amount of energy you put into scheming, planning, and stealing my shit, you could have started you a business like I did, man.
No, I agree. Sanchez. I agree with that, and I'm not.
Okay, and asked me for some work and fed your family like a real man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not saying you guys. I'm not saying I disagree with your guys' sentiment. What I'm saying is, in hard times, people are not soft. There's no soft people in hard times. It doesn't work like that. And back then, it was life or death every day. You had to wake up and you had to make sure you had your food, your water.
So look at there, y'all. Here go what Rob saying. Rob saying what y'all saying is right, but in order for Rob to be right, he gotta increase the stakes. He gotta say, look, but during these times, it was hard. It was either you or the next man. And guess what all the hustlers and ghetto niggas do to excuse their radical street behavior? They say, man, I had to eat. Yeah, it's hard. I gotta eat. You didn't have to do all that, man. All them drive-bys and selling, no, bro. You did. You was just greedy. You could have got a fucking job and saved your money and had a legitimate done it a good way. But no, you wanted to rob niggas doing that. Then, man, I had to eat, man. We all gotta eat, nigga. So what Rob doing?
Rob ain't excusing
right,
the niggas in the hood
niggas
today.
do that.
So
right.
why the fuck you excusing the hood niggas from the 1800s?
Yeah, he ain't excusing niggas in the hood today, Bobby. That was a
They got the listen, Rob. The niggas in the hood today got the same excuse the niggas in the 1800s
Right.
got. Nigga, I
The
got
niggas in the hood today got the same excuse and they don't get listened to by. Yeah, you right. That's facts. Yeah, hey, niggas say that too. I had to eat. Hey, but Alexander the
I
Great.
understand.
But that's what I'm saying, Rob. You got to be both sides with it. You got to stand on that shit on both sides, nigga.
Rob,
No, but I think you're
hey, Rob,
misunderstanding
you know how
my
many
point.
times
My
I done
point
seen
was
niggas in the hood stealing lunch
it's
meat
not my point.
and loaves
I know,
of
I'm not-
bread and diapers and shit.
I know that's not my point though. My point was back then there was no store to go into even steal this stuff. Most people didn't have jobs. We're talking about different people. I don't think you guys understand even what I'm talking about. Let's move on.
Niggas break in your house and steal food out your refrigerator in the hood.
Yeah, I'm saying there was no refrigerators. Forget it. It's like I think it's
They
the
gonna
whole
steal
point
it out
missed
your
on what I'm
pantry.
saying.
They gonna steal it out the little hole you dug. They gonna steal it out your shed. They gonna steal it out your makeshift meat blocker, whatever the fuck you got some food in. Niggas been coming to get it instead of asking like a gentleman, can you help? Because ego.
Yep.
A man feel like if I can't feed my family without asking, I'm just finna go out here and slaughter this motherfucker. I ain't finna ask him for no motherfucking help. That's why they felt like that.
We're getting way off the topic now. So
I ain't off topic. Go ahead though.
I don't even know. I don't even know where this topic went.
They ain't off topic. They ain't off topic. Them 1800 niggas was filled with ego. They was over there suffering and said, man, we can't feed our family. Them niggas over there, and they ain't want to ask like gentlemen.
Ego's been around for a long time. I'm sure ego's nothing new, so it's not really a big deal.
I know ego ain't nothing new. There was a lot of ego
I'm just,
back then.
You know what's nothing new? America being a motherfucking bully ain't nothing new either.
Exactly.
It's been happening.
So let's get back on topic though. We was just talking about white Jew versus black Jew. And it's obvious that the white Jew been doing what? Eating off us, right?
Man,
and the black
it's
Jew.
obvious that black Jews been doing the same thing because all that shit is make believe.
So make believe this. What if we had a whole country of people that thought like Rob, like, yo, I'm just trying to eat my family. And they came over and did what?
No. See, you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I
think you're not understanding your nature and the difference in the world. There is a difference in the world of people. And it's through consciousness, through the way you think. And through the way you think, it will create your nature. You feel what I'm saying? So you're thinking off of straight survival. Sure. So your nature is going to go through an animal, beastly-like nature. You can give your example. Your example is still coming off of your nature, and your nature is survival of the fittest. I feel you, but
I was giving an example of how it was like back then.
Yeah, but listen,
it has nothing to do with how I.
And I wanted to ask you when you said back then.
Yahweh, hold on. It's kind of that's kind of a not a good argument to use of doing what you got to do for nature, coming from the Bible.
No, it's not for nature.
Hold on, wait a minute, Rob. When you coming from the Bible, you literally placing rhetoric like the Jew, black Jew, and white Jew, which can't be proven. And within that same book, your God tell you to go slaughter motherfuckers in the name of me for survival. In the name. No, I'm saying in any of these Hebrew Israelites, the Quran, all of that shit, your God is telling you to go do some heinous shit to somebody else who ain't down with what you saying by means of survival, if you gotta eat, whatever the fuck going on.
Yes, because you want to know why? Because those books were written by men who knew.
Thank Bob. They was written by men. Exactly.
Well,
so I'm saying the basis. So I'm saying it's kind of hard to argue against Rob using that when the basis of the men that came over here that we saying look like Rob and did the shit, did it with these motherfucking books.
Yeah, of course.
They said they God gave them the leeway to wage war on motherfuckers.
Well, that's not necessarily true. That's not true.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I 100%.
Every war on the earth been fought because of motherfucker religion.
Hey, Hey Bobby, I 100% agree with you on that. I don't personally. My name is my name. I don't really claim to be my name and all that. But I understand where you're coming from 100%, and I agree with you. I believe they used Jesus to come over here and conquer. In the name of that, they had a boat. They had a place for of where his the name of his father, whatever his father's name was. They had a place in Spain for him, so they represent the Bible more than anybody else. I don't consider myself a Bible believer. I know Jesus to be Zeus, and I follow Brother Sanchez enough to see that it's all assimilation, like, and the light is coming from one place. Yeah, and they're just picking up that name, using that as for their recognition and all that. But I already know what's going on. But I'm getting to the point of this stuff I see as just a mental game, and it's two minds going at it. And it's two type of people. It's two type of energies out here. You feel me? It's people that are just chilling, relaxing, people that are not. I think by their nature.
No, it's three type of people. It's those two type of people that you just named. Then it's the third type of person that just wish all y'all motherfuckers would kill each other off so I can sit back and smoke my blunt in peace.
Well, that's not cool, man.
I'm the third type. Yes, it is cool.
Okay, I have a question.
I wish red and blue would kill each other off. I wish all the opposing sides do what y'all been do. Nature is gonna make happen what's finna happen.
Okay, how about this? If you woke up, tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Hold on, man. I want energy, Rob. I want energy.
If you woke up tomorrow,
listen to me, bro. I want energy and power. That's why I'm standing in the middle.
Hold on.
If you really want to control the energy of a battery, you don't stand on a positive or the negative side. You stand where you can harness the energy. So I want everybody that's saying that they standing on this side or that side, or it's two type of people. You all type of people, right? But you don't just think one way all the time. Righteousness and all of that.
You've been talking.
Fucked up thoughts.
Can I please talk, man, for 1 second? I mean, you start talking for 30 seconds. If you woke up tomorrow and there's only black people on the planet, would the planet be a better off place?
Hell no.
That's all I got.
I'm not gonna lie. I think so. Yes.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, Rob. If we woke up tomorrow and it was just all black people, and I hate to say this, the world would be a worse place, man. Because I'm going to tell you some real shit. It take everybody for this shit to be right. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. It's some shit that white people do that black people would never do. And you need that shit to have a world, though. I'm just saying, though. It's something that everybody do that the next person can't do. Where even, fuck people. If you took away all of the life on earth and just left the insects, they wouldn't be able to live. If you took away just all of the ants on the earth, all the other life will go extinct. Everything need everything. So when I say it'll be worse if you just left black people by themselves, it'll be worse if you just left whites or any other race by themselves. Think about, you see what I'm saying? So my thing is, I think the world will be a better place if we got rid of all the greedy, evil motherfuckers. This ain't a skin tone thing. This a spiritual thing. Because that's why the man said judge a folk by the content of the character, not by the color of the skin. Because it's some black folks that I want, that I think the world will be the better fucking place without them. And I think it's some white folks too. Like, nigga, when it come to who I think, if they wouldn't own the earth or make the earth a better place, stand by is somebody in everybody's race.
Hey, that's a fact. Fuck them all, let God sort them out.
And when you find out we God, we gonna start doing the sorting, and that's what they get scared of. That's what the people about to do in a minute here. So yeah, this ain't a color thing. That's why it was another the pro. I was debating the B1, the pro-black salutes to them, all that. They like, man, you anti-black and all that, and we agree with the pro-whites because they saying, all whites unite and all blacks unite. And I had a pro-white dude saying, yeah, man, your people need to come together, my people come together. And I'm like, yo, the rich and poor don't see it like that. They don't see color, no color but green. Now, if you think about what's going on, you don't want to unite with every black person because it's a lot of black people that's really working with the enemy. So with the white, like they got some of everybody people. And you think it's a color thing. So that's what I was saying. But guess what, y'all? I'm finna shut this thing down and get out of here, and we can continue this another day if anybody got pushback. But yeah, divide and conquer, man. We know that.
Yes, sir. All right, Sanchez, man.
Hey, salute, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Sanchez, for having everybody up here.
Oh yeah. It's been about at the 6 hour mark, but y'all already know we got to continue these topics on the next one. So y'all remember, some of these argument points, and I'll see y'all on that one. Peace and much love.
Salute, man. Be safe,
Peace out.
bro. Everybody be safe, man.
Peace, bro.
Oh, yeah.